The world of Dragon Ball. Year 774 of the Age of the Dragon. Earth. Today marks the day of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament. Martial artists from all corners of the globe have flocked to participate in this prestigious event. Among them are the Saiyans who battled against Cell 7 years prior. Coincidentally, today also marks the day Son Goku returns from the underworld. Yet, unbeknownst to everyone, a rift has been torn in the sky. From this fissure, a figure clad in brilliant red armor emerges, plummeting swiftly towards Papaya Island. If any other traveler were present, they would instantly recognize this individual in red armor. He is none other than the most formidable prodigy of our national comics, an early champion among the legendary figures. Known as the red-haired great challenger, Lin Fei. Wow, just finished dealing with the Ghost Valley, and this is what I get. Lin Fei, suspended in midair, couldn't help but exclaim as he unleashed his extraordinary energy to regain control, perfectly negating all impact and landing smoothly. Due to his exquisite command over his energy, his descent caused not the slightest disturbance, having successfully landed on Papaya Island. Lin Fei surveyed his surroundings, greeted by a multitude of humans bustling along the streets. Upon witnessing the throngs of pedestrians, Lin Fei was finally assured that he had returned to Earth. In an effort to avoid drawing attention, he dissipated his illusionary Lin armor, reverting to his usual attire. Finally back, these 7 days have been exhilarating. Lin Fei sighed deeply. For 7 days, he had either been engaged in battle or traversing towards one. Just a week ago, he was an ordinary student. Now, he stood as a representative who had swiftly conquered a millennia-long dungeon and emerged as the strongest among the beast warriors. After a week of relentless fighting, he could finally relax. However, Lin Fei was oblivious to the fact that the Earth he now inhabited was no longer the one he once knew in the ultimate battle between the Beast God and the Demon King. The 7 parallel universes had once again separated, with all souls assigned back to their original universes in anticipation of the next cycle. Yet he had transcended this cycle. This fact had escaped even Lin Fei's notice. Stretching and easing his taut nerves, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a group of individuals not far away. 3 of them particularly captured his attention, their unique hairstyles and legendary aura piquing his curiosity. The leader donned an orange martial arts GI, sporting a crab-like hairstyle adorned with a halo. Another wore a blue bodysuit, muscles prominently displayed, with hair standing tall like a rocket. The third individual was clad in a white lab coat, topped with a white cap, yet their skin was green. This group comprised the true guardians of Earth within the Dragon Ball universe, the Z Fighters. These 3 characters seem oddly familiar. Lin Fei furrowed his brow, feeling he had encountered them before, yet struggling to recall when, driven by curiosity, he began to follow them. To avoid arousing suspicion, he maintained a distance from the group, unaware of Lin Fei's presence. The Z Fighters perceived him merely as another competitor aspiring to register for the World Martial Arts Tournament. Before long, Lin Fei trailed the Z Fighters to the registration booth. Here, he encountered an array of diverse individuals. Each participant was an eminent figure from various realms within the martial arts world. Compared to ordinary humans, they were undeniably more robust, each exuding an intimidating aura to Lin Fei, who had just swiftly completed a millennia-long dungeon. These fierce-looking individuals appeared as mere paper tigers. Who are these people? Lin Fei scrutinized their backs, an ever-growing stream of familiar figures surfacing in his mind. Yet these figures did not align with the individuals before him. It wasn't until the Z Fighters began to announce their names that Lin Fei's dormant memories were fully awakened. Son Goku, Son Goku. Vegeta, Vegeta. Krillin. Android 1818. Piccolo, Majin Buu. Lin Fei. With each familiar name uttered, Lin Fei's mind experienced a meltdown. The figures that resurfaced from the depths of his memory perfectly matched those standing in front of him. Son Goku, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo. Oh my goodness, aren't these names from Dragon Ball? That crab-haired fellow with a halo is indeed Son Goku. This is the Dragon Ball world, and here is the registration site for the World Martial Arts Tournament. In that moment, as his long-buried memories were fully awakened, Lin Fei comprehended the reality of his situation. This was Earth without a doubt, yet it was no longer the Earth he once knew. Instead, it was the Dragon Ball world, a realm where power levels exceed comprehension, and world-destroying strength is commonplace. Goodness, just as he thought he would enjoy a break after defeating the Demon King, fate had played a grand joke on him. He was thrust into a world with an even more terrifying power hierarchy. However, after a brief shock, Huolin Fei's heart settled into calmness. Even nurturing a flicker of anticipation, he possessed a modicum of understanding of the Dragon Ball universe. In this world, the power level system initially relied on quantifiable data. What stood out most vividly in his memory was Frisia's first form, boasting a power level of 530,000, and his final form reaching an astounding 12 million. However, once the androids emerged, such numerical values became irrelevant. As individuals reached a certain level of strength, they could manipulate their own energy, rendering data unreliable. The ability to fluctuate their power made numerical assessments meaningless. In contrast, the system of measuring power levels in the Beast Warrior world was based on black holes. No one knew how many power levels equated to one black hole. Moreover, during the final battle alongside other Beast Warriors against the Demon King, he absorbed an immense amount of energy from the King of the Underworld and the Snow Emperor, fueled by the rage from the loss of his comrade. His energy had surged to unparalleled heights. The exact number of black holes he could match was unknown to him, as his energy intensity increased with his conviction, amplifying tenfold with each enhancement. The stronger his belief, the stronger he became. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. I wonder how my current strength compares to these Saiyans who can destroy stars at will. Rather than feeling daunted, Huolin Fei was exhilarated. Apart from his admiration for Fruit Buster and Ultraman, he also held a profound appreciation for Dragon Ball. It could be said that within the Dragon Ball universe, when Son Goku transforms into a Super Saiyan, that dazzling brilliance outshines all other anime. Chapter 2. Who is more of a bug, Satan or Slim June? During this period of the world's martial arts tournament, both the champion and the runner-up seemed to be awarded substantial prizes. Having just arrived in this world with nothing to his name, even if he couldn't surpass these Saiyans, obtaining some prize money would be relatively effortless. With his goal firmly established, Huolin Fei decided to participate in this prestigious tournament. As the Z Warriors continued to complete their registration, only 2 children remained before Huolin Fei, Trunks, aged 8, and Goten, aged 7. I'm afraid you are too young, the registrar stated. Participants under the age of 15 must compete in the junior division. Upon hearing this, Trunks and Goten displayed their reluctance, still yearning to compete in the adult category. After all, they were not ordinary children but young ones capable of transforming into Super Saiyans. However, rules were rules. Age was the determining factor, and regardless of their immense power, they were relegated to the junior category. Huolin Fei smirked upon hearing this. Fortunately, he was 16, just old enough to enter the adult division. Once Trunks and Goten finished their registration process, it was soon Huolin Fei's turn. Name, age, the registrar inquired. Huolin Fei, 16. He replied. The registrar noted down Huolin Fei's name and age before instructing him to wait inside the martial arts arena for the elimination rounds. Understood. Huolin Fei nodded and turned to head toward the arena. Inside the martial arts arena, the Z Warriors, led by Goku, arrived to prepare for the final selection rounds. Their presence immediately caught the attention of the blonde referee. What an unforgettable day this is. I never expected to see you all again. I have long awaited this day. How nostalgic it is. Did you know that since your absence, the level of competition in the tournament has drastically declined, making it increasingly less interesting? The blonde referee expressed his enthusiasm upon seeing the familiar faces of Goku and his companions, believing that only their participation could elevate the tournament to its true essence. However, upon noticing Piccolo standing beside Goku, a look of apprehension crossed his face. As a referee for numerous tournaments, he had witnessed countless exhilarating matches. Yet none remained as vividly etched in his memory as the climactic battle between Goku and Piccolo during the 23rd tournament. Though Piccolo had once sought to destroy the world, he now appeared to have reformed, standing alongside Goku, which alleviated the referee's concerns. It's been a long time. I can't believe you still remember us, Goku smiled, extending a friendly greeting to the blonde referee. For Goku, the referee was a uniquely special friend who had narrated his matches since his first tournament participation. I never imagined you would still be here. I thought you might have retired after all these years, Krillin chimed in, also greeting the referee as if they were long-lost friends. Retire? How could I? Narrating battles between the strongest fighters is my lifelong passion, even until my last breath. I will continue to provide the most thrilling commentary, the blonde referee declared, expressing his unwavering commitment to his role. Furthermore, if I am not mistaken, the true hero who defeated Cell 7 years ago and saved the world was not Mr. Satan, but rather you all, correct? The blonde referee whispered to Goku. Hee. Goku chuckled, rubbing his nose and flashing his signature grin. Everything was understood without needing to be said aloud. Meanwhile, the medical personnel, noticing Piccolo's green complexion, approached him, kindly inquiring if he needed assistance. This only enraged Piccolo, who snapped, "Get away. My face is supposed to look like this." At that moment, Hualin Fei arrived at the martial arts arena, observing the larger crowd than he had anticipated. "There are more people here than I thought," he murmured, scanning the assembly. His instincts suggested that aside from the Z warriors, the rest were of little concern. Before long, the selection rounds of the 25th World's Martial Arts Tournament commenced. Unlike previous tournaments that featured one-on-one matchups leading to advancement, this time, due to the overwhelming number of participants, the tournament would utilize values from a punching machine as a reference. The specific reference data would be provided by the human savior, Mr. Satan. As Satan appeared in his white cloak, the crowd erupted in excitement, save for the Z warriors and Hualin Fei. To them, Satan was almost a divine figure. Had he not defeated Cell, the Earth and humanity might have vanished from existence. Despite having overshadowed the Z warriors' accomplishments, one could not deny his impressive track record. Having guided Fat Bu in surviving an encounter with the Super One-Star Dragon in the future Dragon Ball GT storyline without sustaining any harm. In a sense, Satan was indeed a bug, second only to Slim June. Countless reporters aimed their cameras at Satan, which irked Piccolo. After 7 years of letting this clown overshadow his son Gohan's achievements, he could hardly tolerate the charade in front of him. With a swift motion, Piccolo unleashed his powers, causing all the cameras to explode, thwarting Satan's attempt to bask in the spotlight. Witnessing this, Satan wore a resigned expression. Although his plan to show off had failed, the testing continued. He removed his white cloak and unleashed a powerful punch on the punching machine. The display whirred rapidly before finally settling at a score of 137. This score indicated that Satan possessed some skill, as it was a remarkable feat for an ordinary person to even reach 100. However, compared to certain unconventional monsters, it seemed rather unimpressive. Chapter 3. Confronting Vegeta, the Divergence of Power Systems. As Satan's demonstration concluded, the other contestants began to sequentially test their strength on the punching machine. The first to test was the android number 18. "Be gentle," Krillin hastily advised, fearing that 18 might unleash her full strength and obliterate the machine with a single punch. "I know," 18 replied impatiently, casually striking the punching machine. To everyone's astonishment, her light tap yielded a staggering score of 774. The staff member recording the scores widened his eyes in shock. All witnesses were left utterly dumbfounded. "My apologies, the machine seems to be malfunctioning. Please try again." The staff member quickly informed 18. "What a hassle," she grumbled, then deliberately lowered her stance and lightly tapped the punching machine again. Even with her restrained force, the score reached an impressive 203. Following her, Krillin, Goku, and Piccolo took their turns, scoring 192, 186, and 210 respectively. It appeared the machine was thoroughly broken. Wiping sweat from his brow, the staff member prepared to instruct others to replace the machine when a visibly impatient Vegeta stepped forward. "Step aside," he curtly reminded the staff before delivering a punch with an expressionless demeanor. The resulting thunderous crash shattered the punching machine to smithereens. The staff member's eyes bulged, nearly popping out of his head. Is this even possible? Destroying a punching machine with a single punch? "Same old Vegeta," Goku remarked, covering his face in exasperation. A prediction he had long anticipated. "Exactly," Gohan chimed in, equally resigned. This scene did not escape the notice of the fiery Lin Fei, who stood behind Vegeta. "Just as I remembered, Vegeta remains as haughty and arrogant as ever," Lin Fei mused internally. "If he can show off, so can I." The staff, now convinced that the previous contestants' scores were indeed accurate, promptly brought in a brand new punching machine. It was now Lin Fei's turn. "Finally, it's my turn," he smirked, fingers clenched into a fist as he swung with casual ease. Another resounding explosion echoed as the punching machine erupted. The staff member collapsed in shock, wide-eyed and sweating profusely, their faces reflecting sheer terror. If the first destruction of the punching machine was an accident, The second was undeniably intentional. What kind of monsters are participating in this tournament? The remaining contestants began to entertain thoughts of withdrawing. This martial arts competition was evidently beyond their capabilities. It was a battle of divine beings. To compete would be nothing but self-inflicted suffering. Lin Fei's display drew the attention of the Z warriors. Piccolo, do you know this person? Goku inquired, intrigued by Lin Fei. He had no recollection of him, feeling no aura emanating from Lin Fei. Had he not just witnessed Lin Fei destroy the punching machine? He might not have been aware of his presence at all. No impression whatsoever, Piccolo replied, shaking his head, completely unaware of Lin Fei's background. As Earth's former guardian, he had spent the past 7 years in the lookout, monitoring changes on Earth to prevent any new mad scientists from creating beings like Cell. Yet, this red-haired youth seemed to have appeared from thin air. Vegeta, who had just shattered the punching machine, also took note of Lin Fei's ostentatious display. Their gazes locked, and a subtle shift in the atmosphere ensued. Both Vegeta and Lin Fei maintained calm expressions, neither speaking. After a few seconds of mutual observation, Vegeta coldly turned away, dismissing Lin Fei. Although he could not sense Lin Fei's aura, he deduced that he must be a master of controlling his energy, likely among the elite of Earthlings. However, in the eyes of the Saiyans, he was still insignificant. Vegeta believed he could easily defeat any foe, including Cell or even the upgraded version, within 3 rounds. Unbeknownst to him, this red-haired human would prove to be the most extraordinarily talented individual he had ever encountered. After their exchange of glances, Lin Fei also turned to leave the martial arts arena, awaiting the commencement of the adult group in the tournament. It was likely he would have to wait until the afternoon, as the youth competition was still ongoing. Once Lin Fei and Vegeta departed, the atmosphere within the arena began to ease, as the staff instructed for a new punching machine to be brought in. The once numerous contestants had dwindled to a mere fraction. Those who remained either possessed unwavering confidence in their abilities or were simply too stunned to flee. Watching Lin Fei's retreating figure, Goku smiled. Goku, do you hold that red-haired individual in high regard? Krillin inquired, noticing Goku's smile. Yes, I just tried sensing him. No matter what, I couldn't feel his aura. It seems this tournament will be more intriguing than I anticipated, with some exceptionally unique participants alongside us, Goku replied, captivated by the mystery surrounding Lin Fei. Having reached such a level of power, Goku could typically discern others with just a glance. Only beings of extraordinary strength eluded his perception. The weakest would at least need to be on par with him. Yet, encountering someone like Lin Fei, whose very presence he could not sense, was a first for him. However, Goku was unaware that the reason he could not detect Lin Fei's aura was due to their completely divergent power systems, much like the divine energy within the Dragon Ball universe. Without having trained in divine energy, one could not sense its existence, and conversely, those untrained in other forms of energy could not perceive their wielders. Chapter 4. No wonder he bears the resemblance of an old acquaintance. He is, in fact, the offspring of that very individual. Yet, all remained oblivious to the fact that in a neglected corner, the one who had just demonstrated the boxing tester, Satan, was drenched in sweat. The thunderous sound of the 2 shattered boxing testers was impossible for him to ignore, whether it was Vegeta or Lin Fei. Their display of terrifying combat prowess that transcended ordinary humans immediately evoked memories of a scene from 7 years prior during the Cell Games. He deeply realized that this group of extraordinary beings was, indeed, the very ones who had triumphed over Cell. Furthermore, the boy he had once mockingly referred to as a lunch vendor was likely among them. No, he was certainly part of this group, for he recognized a green-skinned individual, and he was utterly convinced that this green-skinned person had been present at the Cell Games. Could it be? How could beings of their caliber deign to participate in such a trivial competition? Was it aimed specifically at him? At this moment, Satan was in a state of panic. He knew he would be no match for these individuals. He had indulged himself for 7 years, basking in the glory of their achievements, and now the time had come to pay the piper. He had to participate in this world martial arts tournament, and a confrontation with these individuals was inevitable. Should he lose, not only would his title as the world champion savior be called into question, but his very reputation would be in tatters. Now, Satan felt overwhelmed, his mind in turmoil. Had he known, he would never have organized this world martial arts tournament. Meanwhile, having left the martial arts hall, Lin Fei's thoughts wandered as he reminisced about his experiences in the original world. The mission of the Super Beast Warriors was to maintain the balance of the world, which is why a saying circulated in their realm: only the strong are worthy of entering the eternal cycle of reincarnation. and time holds no sway over the powerful Super Beast warriors. Thus, in the ultimate battle, had Guegu also entered the eternal cycle of reincarnation? Had the other Super Beast warriors also succumbed to it? What of his close companion, Xiao Tiao Jun? Was he truly dead, or had he entered the eternal cycle? The memory of Xiao Tiao Jun being struck by Guegu's attack, while helping them absorb foreign energy, made Hualin Fei's fists clench involuntarily. That moment was etched in his memory forever. Fatty, even if you are truly dead, I will resurrect you, no matter the cost. Hualin Fei silently resolved. The notion of resurrecting someone who had died, just 7 days prior, was inconceivable to him. Yet, circumstances had changed. In the final confrontation against Guegu, the 7 parallel universes had once again separated, and they returned to the eternal cycle of reincarnation, but he found himself in the Dragon Ball world. This signified that he had transcended the cycle. In other words, the eternal cycle could no longer confine him. It had been compelled to expel him. Now cast out from the Super Beast world, he had transcended the variables of existence. For in this world, there existed something possessing unparalleled power, the Dragon Balls. Presently, the Earth harbored Dragon Balls, yet the dragon summoned by the Earth's Dragon Balls had limited capabilities. It could resurrect the deceased of this world. But resurrecting individuals from other realms was evidently impossible. Only the Super Dragon Balls created by the Dragon God, Salama, could potentially influence other worlds. However, gathering all the Super Dragon Balls was no simple task, not to mention their colossal size rivaling that of planets. Simply being scattered across 2 different universes was already enough to give him a headache. Having arrived in the Dragon Ball world for less than an hour, he knew everything would require careful planning and patience. This would be a prolonged wait. Hualin Fei took a deep breath and attempted to clear his mind. Yet behind him, 2 beings clad in divine attire were quietly observing him. These individuals were the deities of the Dragon Ball realm, the East Supreme Kai and his attendant, Jibit. At that moment, a subtle smile graced the face of the East Supreme Kai, who nodded knowingly in Hualin Fei's direction. Lord Supreme Kai, is there something remarkable about that mortal? Jibit inquired, astonished by the Supreme Kai's demeanor. He could not recall the last time the Supreme Kai had displayed such expression. Was it a century ago? A millennium? Or perhaps 10,000 years? Nothing much. I simply did not anticipate encountering such an extraordinary human on this earth, aside from Son Goku. The East Supreme Kai replied with a hint of profundity. Typically, humans radiated an aura, yet Hualin Fei emanated a unique force. This power was neither chi nor the divine strength of the gods. It resembled a force untouched by mortals or deities alike. In all his years, this was the first time he had witnessed such a phenomenon. Are you suggesting that this human possesses power comparable to Son Goku? Jibit was taken aback, unable to fathom that the East Supreme Kai would bestow such high praise upon an unfamiliar mortal. Son Goku's return to the living realm was solely due to his immense strength. He was the foremost master of the underworld, which earned him the East Supreme Kai's permission to return to the realm of the living. His purpose was to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu. Yet now, that red-haired mortal had garnered such esteemed recognition from the East Supreme Kai, underscoring his exceptional nature. Just now, I attempted to probe into his heart, but was met with an invisible barrier. I cannot ascertain his true strength, but perhaps we shall discover it once the tournament commences. Let us proceed, Jibit. We must attend to the selection matches, the East Supreme Kai declared, turning to enter the martial arts hall. At the highest vantage point of the World Martial Arts Tournament, Hualin Fei surveyed the matches unfolding below. The youth division had commenced. He paid little heed to the contests among the children, yet to pass the time, he decided to observe. The matches in the youth division were straightforward and brutish, primarily featuring Goten and Trunks dominating their opponents effortlessly, regardless of who their adversaries were. These 2 youngsters toyed with them and dispatched them with ease. Notably, when Goten took to the stage, the blonde referee appeared momentarily taken aback. The reason was clear. Goten's appearance bore an uncanny resemblance to Son Goku, so much so that one could say he looked exactly like a younger version of Goku. Goten. No wonder he looks so familiar. He is indeed Son Goku's son. The blonde referee glanced at the match roster in his hand, and upon seeing that name, everything fell into place. No wonder he resembles an old acquaintance. He is the offspring of that very individual. Chapter 5, The Art of Flight? No need to learn. It is an innate ability. The competition for the youth category continues. With Trunks and Goten paving their way through the matches, they soon find themselves in the finals. The anticipation for their duel is palpable, not just for the 2 of them, but also for their fathers, who hold this contest in high regard. Vegeta, in particular, is deeply invested. In his mind, the competition between his son Trunks and Goku's son Goten has always been a significant measure of strength. He fervently hopes for his son's victory. In other words, if I cannot defeat you, can my son not best your son? As the golden-haired referee signals the commencement of the final match, Goten and Trunks launch themselves towards each other with astonishing speed. Invisible to the naked eye of an ordinary person, the air is filled with a cacophony of explosive sounds. The fierce battle between Goten and Trunks escalates rapidly. Within mere seconds, the two youngsters have exchanged blows in excess of 10 rounds. Such a groundbreaking display of combat leaves the audience in awe. Is this truly a fight among children? They can scarcely believe their eyes. Yet, some seasoned spectators, who have faithfully attended the World Martial Arts Tournament for years, find their thoughts drifting back to the past. They reminisce about the 22nd and 23rd tournaments, recalling the fierce battles of that time. Although over a decade has passed, the memories linger vividly. The martial artists of that era truly embodied the essence of combat. The dormant passion within the seasoned audience awakens, and they begin to cheer fervently for Goten and Trunks. However, as the battle progresses, it becomes evident that Goten's combat skills are overwhelmingly outmatched by Trunks. Goten has only recently begun training alongside his brother, having only just mastered the art of flight. In contrast, Trunks has been diligently honing his skills under Vegeta's influence, occasionally receiving direct guidance from him. It is astonishing that there would be no disparity between them. Trunks gradually gains the upper hand, even forcing Goten to retreat from the arena, utilizing flight to evade. Yet, this plays right into Trunks' hands as he teleports behind Goten, immobilizing him and applying pressure to compel him to forfeit. If I am not mistaken, this technique is known as the art of flight, is it not? A method of flight achieved through the manipulation of one's inner energy. Lam Fei's eyes narrow as he intently observes the entangled Goten and Trunks. His keen perception allows him to discern the faint aura enveloping their bodies, the very essence that enables their flight. In the Dragon Ball world, everyone possesses this energy, or ki. Lam Fei, however, is different. He channels a unique energy within him. Theoretically, there is no distinction between this unique energy and ki, both being forms of power residing within the human body. Following this principle, Lam Fei muses aloud, simultaneously beginning to mobilize his unique energy. As he focuses his intent, a delicate swirl of red particles manifests around him, and he begins to levitate gently. Indeed, his hypothesis has been confirmed. A smile graces Lam Fei's lips as he realizes he has effortlessly mastered the art of flight. What is talent, if not this? Of course, this also stems from Lam Fei's extensive experience. After all, an entity of his caliber should theoretically have mastered flight long ago. He simply had not delved deeply into this particular knowledge, nor had he found the time to do so. On the martial arts stage, Trunks urges Goten, "Yield, Goten. If this continues, you may lose your life." While he advises his friend, he simultaneously intensifies his pressure on Goten. Yet, Goten stubbornly refuses to concede. His face flushed and pain radiating from his back, compelling him to grit his teeth and endure. Reluctantly, Trunks increases his output, determined to overwhelm Goten in one decisive blow. Unexpectedly, Goten disregards their pre-match agreement and transforms into a Super Saiyan, breaking free from Trunks' grip and landing gracefully. Oh no, Goten! Gohan realizes the impending disaster. The identity of the golden-haired warrior is likely to be exposed. Has this child truly mastered the Super Saiyan transformation already? Goku is equally startled by Goten's sudden transformation. At Goten's age, he could not even muster a combat power in the triple digits, let alone transform. Kakarot, your son is exceedingly cunning. Vegeta chides Goku without restraint. What can I do? Goku responds with a wry smile. He had thought Trunks was destined to win. But who could have anticipated that Goten had already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation? Moreover, the transformation appeared so natural, suggesting he had been training for quite some time. Fortunately, Goten's transformation lasts but a moment. After breaking free from Trunks' hold, he returns to his normal state. Trunks, landing back on the stage, can only complain helplessly. The battle resumes, with Trunks boasting that he can defeat Goten using only one hand. This declaration ignites a spark of hope in Goten. The two young fighters engage once more, but this time, Trunks finds himself at a disadvantage. Despite agreeing not to use one hand, he is forced to retreat under Goten's relentless assault, almost facing elimination. At a crucial moment, Trunks decisively transforms into a Super Saiyan, teleporting behind Goten and unleashing an energy wave that strikes Goten's back, eliminating him from the match. With Goten's defeat, the youth category of the World Martial Arts Tournament draws to a close. This outcome greatly pleases Vegeta, who cannot resist boasting to Goku, "It seems my bloodline is superior." Goku can only respond with a resigned smile. The results are clear. Both have transformed into Super Saiyans, yet Trunks undeniably possesses greater strength. As the youth competition concludes, the adult category prepares for its final draw. However, a small interlude remains, as the human savior, Mr. Satan, prepares to face the youth champion, Trunks. Those privy to the truth understand that an entertaining spectacle awaits. Meanwhile, Mr. Satan is in a state of panic, his heart racing. Upon witnessing Goten and Trunks transform simultaneously, he realizes these two are the children of those golden-haired warriors from 7 years ago. This is a disaster waiting to unfold. Chapter 6. The Adult Group Draw. The first opponent, Vegeta? Despite his overwhelming trepidation, Satan had no choice but to face the challenge head-on. With a facade of calmness, he tremulously ascended the arena and positioned himself before Trunks, inviting him to strike. Initially, Satan harbored a sliver of hope, believing that Trunks, despite his strength, was merely a child and would temper his attacks. However, the harsh reality swiftly dispelled that illusion. Bang! Trunks delivered a nonchalant punch that landed squarely on Satan's face, causing him to feel as though his very soul was about to escape. Out of control, his body flew off the stage, tumbling several times. For an average person, such a blow would have rendered them unconscious. Yet, astonishingly, Satan managed to withstand it and feigned nonchalance, signaling to the audience that he had lost before exiting with flair. The spectators, initially bewildered, soon came to the realization that Satan had intentionally lost to Trunks, thus deepening their admiration for him. One could only commend Satan's exceptional intelligence and emotional acumen. Even in a crisis, he devised such a clever tactic, which explained how he had maintained the title of world savior for 7 long years. What on earth is happening? Trunks remained perplexed, still in a state of confusion. This individual appeared weak, and he had defeated him. Why then was the crowd cheering for Satan? The 8-year-old Trunks could not comprehend. Bored with the juvenile competitions, he found the adult matches far more engaging. Dissatisfied with the outcome, he set his sights on the adult category. However, how to successfully infiltrate that group posed a significant dilemma. Trunks' mind raced as he sought out Goten, concocting a plan to join the adult tournament. As the minor events of the youth division came to a close, the main event of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was poised to commence. Lam-Z made his way to the arena, accompanied by the Z fighters led by Goku, who were also heading to the venue. After several minutes of anticipation, the draw for the adult elimination matches officially began. Unbeknownst to everyone, the once tall masked fighter had transformed into a rather peculiar sight, resembling 2 small children stacked atop one another, with a rather awkward physique. There was no doubt, the masked fighter had been usurped. Having been knocked unconscious by Trunks and his outfit donned by Trunks and Goten to compete. Before long, the list of elimination matches was released. Match 1, Krillin vs. Panda. Match 2, Piccolo vs. East Kaishin Shin. Match 3, Videl vs. Spopovich. Match 4, Gohan vs. Jebet. Match 5, Lam-Z vs. Vegeta. Match 6, Goku vs. the Masked Fighter. Match 7, Android 18 vs. Kira. Match 8, Satan vs. Yamcha. Upon the unveiling of this list, the expressions of those present varied widely, especially for Lam-Z, who furrowed his brow, utterly astonished that he would face Vegeta in the first round. This is not how I remember it. Wasn't it supposed to be the fated battle between Goku and Vegeta? How has it suddenly become a fight between Vegeta and me? Lam-Z sensed something was amiss. He had watched Dragon Ball and, while his recollections were somewhat hazy, he still remembered the general trajectory of the plot. Yet, the order of the matches had been completely disrupted. If I am not mistaken, the sequence of this match must have been deliberately arranged by the Kaishin. Lam-Z turned, his piercing gaze locking onto East Kaishin Shin. If his memory served him correctly, the match order for the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament had indeed been orchestrated by East Kaishin. His confrontation with Vegeta was undoubtedly linked to him. Noticing Lam-Z's stare, East Kaishin Shin wore a knowing smile. Realizing this, Lam-Z understood that the match order had been predetermined from the outset. It was meant to be a fateful showdown between Goku and Vegeta. However, due to his own presence and the interference of East Kaishin Shin, it had transformed into a decisive battle between himself and Vegeta. Meanwhile, reactions varied among the others present. Some were elated, while others were dismayed. Krillin, Relieved that he was not facing Piccolo or Vegeta in the first match, felt fortunate, believing he had a solid chance of winning. As long as he could make it into the top 8, there would be a prize. Conversely, Piccolo wore a serious expression, his gaze inadvertently drifting toward East Kaioshin-shin's position. Coincidentally, East Kaioshin-shin was also observing him, their eyes meeting. Who exactly is he? Piccolo recognized that his opponent was formidable. Having once been a Supreme Kai, he possessed the ability to perceive things beyond the sight of others. An intangible power emanated from East Kaioshin-shin, granting him strength far greater than anticipated. Let us have a good match, East Kaioshin-shin said with a calm smile. Greeting Piccolo. Looking forward to it. Piccolo replied politely. Now, it was Vidal's turn to showcase her skills, eagerly anticipating the match. She was excited to test the fruits of her training. After working diligently for so long, this was the moment she had been preparing for. Meanwhile, her opponent Spopovich remained indifferent to the upcoming match, wandering around the arena with Yamcha, his energy detector constantly shifting directions in search of powerful energy signatures. As puppets controlled by Babidi through dark magic, their souls had been enslaved, their bodies significantly enhanced, and their pain receptors disabled. They would not fall unless their heads were severed. Gohan, on the other hand, was filled with anticipation for the competition, having regained much of his strength through recent diligent training, viewing this tournament as his opportunity to shine. Little did he know, a sinister plot specifically targeting him was already in the works. TCH. Vegeta was thoroughly displeased with the draw results. However, his discontent stemmed not from facing a formidable opponent, but rather from the fact that his adversaries were too weak. Although Lin Fei had performed exceptionally well in the previous boxing test, matching his prowess by shattering the punching machine with a single blow, Vegeta remained unconvinced that Lin Fei possessed the strength to challenge him. At best, he was merely a somewhat capable earthling. Earthlings, how could they possibly rival the Saiyans? No, he would assert that among everyone present, only Goku held his respect. No one else was worthy of his attention. All were mere trash. Chapter 7. The adult group competition commences. As Goku, Vegeta's arch-rival, observed Vegeta's impatience, he reassured him. There's no need to rush, Vegeta. According to the competition rules, as long as we both successfully advance, our confrontation will be the next match. Goku, well aware of Vegeta's underlying thoughts, patted him on the shoulder with his signature smile, eagerly anticipating their duel. He could see that Vegeta had grown significantly stronger compared to 7 years ago. The extent of his power, however, could only be revealed through combat. Humph. You needn't remind me, Kakarot. In Vegeta's eyes, their advancement was a foregone conclusion. A mere fire wing was of no concern to him. He could easily eliminate it. As for Goku, his victory was assured unless he threw the match. In stark contrast, Goten and Trunks, masquerading as the masked hero, were utterly bewildered. This is how it starts? Directly facing Goten's father, Goku, Trunks exclaimed, I often hear my mom speak of him. He added, excitement and anticipation bubbling within him. Trunks, do you think we'll get found out when the match begins? Goten, unlike Trunks, wore a worried expression. He had always been the obedient child, yet today, under Trunks' suggestion, he had knocked out the original masked hero and stripped him of his costume. If discovered, he would surely face a reprimand. What is there to fear? We haven't been caught yet, and aren't you curious about how powerful your father truly is? I've heard from my mom that he is the hero who saved the Earth. My dad respects your father greatly. Now we have the chance to fight him. Shouldn't you be excited? After several probing questions from Trunks, Goten was finally persuaded. He had heard from his brother Gohan and his mother that his father, Goku, was the strongest man in the world. Now, he had the opportunity to test that assertion. Before long, the first match officially began. As the golden-haired referee's booming voice echoed, Krillin and Panda stepped onto the stage. The referee also took a moment to introduce Krillin's impressive background. He had participated in both the 21st and 23rd World Martial Arts tournaments, achieving remarkable success. Furthermore, he was a disciple of the legendary Master Roshi, known as the God of Martial Arts, and had previously faced off against the 23rd tournament champion, Goku. The audience was stirred by this illustrious history, eagerly anticipating the upcoming match. I can't believe you remember all my past records and achievements. It's quite nostalgic, Krillin mused, a smile spreading across his face as he stepped onto the stage, feeling as though he had returned to his first tournament. The familiar sensation washed over him like a gentle spring breeze, compelling him to clench his fists. However, upon seeing his opponent, the flame of excitement within him extinguished instantly. This so-called panda was hardly impressive. I never expected you to have such a glorious record, but unfortunately for you, your opponent is me. Once the match starts, I shall crush you without mercy, kid. Panda boasted arrogantly, dismissing Krillin entirely. From a common perspective, it seemed impossible for Krillin to win, as Panda towered over him, nearly double his height. The two were clearly not in the same weight class. Krillin, unfazed, scoffed at Panda's taunts. Let the match begin. With the referee's command, the first elimination round commenced. Panda launched into his performance, executing multiple backflips with surprising agility for his size. After several flips, he stopped in front of Krillin, panting heavily. Krillin observed the sweat-drenched Panda with a bemused expression. Do you feel the gap between us? I am far more agile than you think. Panda flaunted his dexterity on stage, seemingly attempting to prove his strength to the audience. However, Krillin's indifferent, almost sarcastic response nearly broke Panda's confidence. You know what? Fine. I'll let you have one hit. After that, I'll throw you off the stage. Panda declared with unwavering confidence. Then I want to hold back. Annoyed, Krillin casually threw a punch, striking Panda squarely in the stomach. With a dull thud, Panda's expression shifted dramatically as he felt the force of the blow. His internal energy surged, and it felt as though his organs were misaligned. His hefty frame shot like a cannonball, crashing against the thick wall outside the ring. One punch. A decisive victory. The outcome was clear. Krillin emerged victorious. As the referee announced the conclusion of the first elimination round, the audience was left in stunned silence. Their jaws agape. However, they quickly accepted the reality. The children in the junior group could already fly, so it was only natural that the martial artists from previous tournaments would be even stronger. With the first match concluded, the second quarterfinal match was swiftly set to begin. Piccolo versus East Kaioshin, Shin. Initially, everyone anticipated a thrilling battle. However, the final result caught everyone off guard. Piccolo voluntarily forfeited, granting Shin an unchallenged victory. This unexpected turn of events left all the Z fighters dumbfounded. Yet, one could hardly blame Piccolo. Having once been the Earth's guardian, facing the highest deity in the universe, the Kaioshin, drained him of his fighting spirit under the weight of divine pressure. Thus, Shin advanced to the quarterfinals without a fight. Nevertheless, the audience was not pleased. They had bought tickets filled with anticipation for a spectacular showdown, only to witness a forfeiture that paled in comparison to the junior finals. Who could tolerate such a disappointment? In a bid to quell the audience's discontent, the third adult group elimination match commenced at an expedited pace. Chapter 8, Strength Assessment, Confidence or Overconfidence. This match has garnered significant attention, featuring the formidable Biddy, daughter of Satan, in a bout against Spabich. With the weight of Satan's name upon her, Biddy's reputation is unprecedentedly high, and her combat prowess surpasses that of her peers. The match commences. As announced by the golden-haired referee, the third round of the quarterfinals unfolds. Right from the start, Biddy demonstrates an unparalleled offensive, showcasing the fruits of her training over the past months. Her speed is astonishing, nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. As she closes the distance and launches a flurry of relentless attacks, each strike executed with incredible swiftness and power, the sound of fists meeting flesh reverberates, and Biddy's onslaught intensifies. Even Spabich, bolstered by dark magic, struggles to withstand her assault. He is unable to engage her directly. Go, Biddy. Maintain your momentum and defeat him. Sun Wukong cheers for Biddy, genuinely pleased with her progress. To the majority, it appears that Biddy holds a definitive advantage. Her combat capabilities suggest that vanquishing Spabich is merely a matter of time. However, Sun Wukong and Vegeta sense something amiss. A mere glance exchange between them conveys mutual understanding. Spabich's resilience is abnormal. Typically, a combatant subjected to such relentless attacks would exhibit signs of defeat and fatigue, yet Spabich defies all expectations, seemingly impervious to pain. Regardless of the severity of his injuries, he rises and retaliates, displaying a tenacity far beyond that of an ordinary human, as though he were nothing more than a puppet. Wu Fan, instruct that girl named Biddy to concede. Sun Wukong advises thoughtfully after a moment of contemplation. Wu Fan, taken aback, questions the necessity of this. ISNT victory within reach. Why would his father seek to stop Biddy? If not intervened, she may face dire consequences. Sun Wukong's expression grows grave as he senses the malevolent aura emanating from Spabich. Upon recognizing this dark energy, Wu Fan trembles violently. Suddenly enlightened, this sinister presence does not belong to a human. On the martial arts arena, Biddy Lee's stamina wanes rapidly under the strain of her vigorous assault. She is no longer in peak form, her speed and strength diminishing swiftly. Hee. Spabich, with a malevolent grin, seizes the opportunity to counterattack. Now reduced to a mere puppet, he knows no mercy, only unrelenting malevolence. A resounding thud echoes as Spabich's fist drives deep into Biddy Lee's abdomen, a terrifying force causing her to spit blood and stumble back towards the edge of the arena. Humph! Spabich lunges at Biddy Lee like a frenzied beast. It seems this is the only option left. Biddy Lee, gritting her teeth against the excruciating pain, rises and chooses to retaliate, propelling herself forward at Spabich with all her might, executing a spinning kick that whips through the air. The impact is cataclysmic, exceeding what Spabich's body can withstand, contorting his head grotesquely backward. Oh no, I have killed him. Biddy Lee, upon witnessing this, is engulfed by regret, with his neck twisted at such a horrific angle. Any ordinary person would surely perish from such an injury. The audience erupts and screams, their faces etched with terror. A life has been lost. The daughter of Satan has claimed a life. Yet what follows sends shockwaves of fear and disbelief through the crowd. Spabich's fallen form rises once more, and before all eyes, he forcefully realigns his head, now twisted at an unnatural angle. Hee. Spabich's eyes glitter with malice, as he devises 100 ways to torment Biddy Lee. This is impossible. Biddy Lee finally comprehends that Spabich is no ordinary human. To rise from such fatal injuries and reorient his head as if nothing has transpired is the mark of a monster. Now it's my turn. With that proclamation, Spabich rockets forward, brutally charging at Biddy Lee, poised to exact his cruel revenge. Weakened and battered, Biddy Lee stands vulnerable before Spabich's merciless assault. Her once pristine form is now drenched in blood, her bones snapping under Spabich's relentless onslaught, evoking anguished cries from the daughter of a hero. Yet, this torment is not the end. Spabich continues to savagely batter Biddy Lee, unleashing his fury upon her. Outside the arena, Satan glares furiously at Spabich, his rage palpable, teetering on the brink of explosion. He desperately desires for Biddy Lee to concede, allowing Spabich to advance, so that he may personally deal with the fiend. However, Biddy Lee remains resolute, unwilling to surrender. Even in her depleted state, she persists. I will not spare you. Absolutely not. In the resting area, Wufan witnesses Biddy Lee's plight, and the long-dormant fury within him ignites once more. A golden aura erupts from him, as he uncontrollably transforms into a Super Saiyan second stage, his energy expanding at an astonishing rate. The intensity of this energy rivals, if not surpasses, that of Wufan from 7 years prior. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, observing Wufan's transformation, react with contrasting emotions. Sun Wukong, drenched in cold sweat, is astounded by Wufan's unleashed power. Though he has been gone for 7 years, he has remained in touch through North Kai, learning of his family's developments. Wufan may have neglected training for 7 years, yet his fury remains astounding. Conversely, Vegeta's demeanor is calm, betraying no signs of distress. While this power once left him feeling powerless, he now perceives it as merely adequate. Nevertheless, he is genuinely surprised that Wufan can still unleash such formidable strength after so long. Is this the power of a Super Saiyan? It bears resemblance to my own energy. Yet there exists a fundamental difference. In the shadows, Huolin Fei, sensing Wufan's formidable power, compares it with his own energy. It is not an exaggeration to assert that Wufan is strong, yet not beyond the point of being manageable. With his current energy strength, Huolin Fei is confident in his ability to contend with the enraged Wufan. Chapter 9. The resurgence of the Super Saiyan second form after 7 years. However, Huolin Fei soon cast aside his concerns regarding Son Gohan. More pressing matters lay with Vegeta and Goku. If a Son Gohan, who had languished for 7 years, could exhibit such formidable strength in a fit of rage, how powerful must Goku and Vegeta, who had diligently trained for the same duration, have become? Could he, in his current state, withstand their might? In the arena, the torment inflicted by Spabich upon Biddy Lee persisted. Despite the golden-haired referee repeatedly asserting that Biddy Lee had lost her ability to fight and urging Spabich to cease, the latter's cruel gaze intimidated the referee into silence. At this moment, Biddy Lee was on the brink of collapse, yet she refused to forfeit or concede. This only fueled Spabich's sadistic tendencies. He thrived on dismantling such indomitable spirits. Enough, Spabich. Cease your antics. If you kill her, you will be disqualified. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by our master. Just as Spabich was about to break Bidalai's limbs, his partner Yamu's voice rang out from the edge of the arena. This call brought Spabich back to his senses, and he halted his actions under Yamu's persuasion. I have not forgotten our master's task. In fact, I have grown weary of this game. With a dismissive gesture, Spabich tossed Bidalai aside like refuse. At that moment, Son Gohan, driven by anger, rushed out and caught the discarded Bidalai. Had Spabich delayed by even a second longer, Gohan's fury would have led him to eliminate Spabich on the spot. Bidalai, Gohan, regaining his composure, reverted from his transformation and gazed at the bloody Bidalai in his arms, his anger barely contained. He had taken note of Spabich's cruelty. Should they cross paths again in the tournament, he would show no mercy. Release my daughter. Mr. Satan hurriedly approached, accompanied by several medical personnel carrying a stretcher. As Bidalai was placed onto the stretcher, Mr. Satan promptly ordered the medical staff to transport her for urgent treatment. The fourth round of the quarterfinals concluded with Spabich's brutal victory. Despite the gruesome nature of the contest, the tournament continued unabated. Concerned for Bidalai's severe injuries, Goku made a special trip to Korin Tower, borrowing 2 Senzu beans from the Cat Sage, giving one to Gohan for Bidalai's recovery. With the Senzu bean in hand, Gohan swiftly made his way to the emergency room where Bidalai was being treated, personally feeding her the bean. Under its miraculous effects, Bidalai transitioned from a state of critical injury to full health. Following the cleanup of the arena's debris, the 5th match was set to commence, Gohan versus Jebet. Competitors, please ascend the stage, announced the golden-haired referee as Gohan and Jebet stepped onto the somewhat battered martial arts arena, standing less than 3 meters apart, locked in a gaze. Transform into a Super Saiyan. Hiding your true power serves no purpose. Show me your genuine strength. Perhaps this will be of some benefit to us. Besides, if you do not transform, you cannot defeat me, Jebet stated expressionlessly. How do you know about Super Saiyans? Gohan, taken aback, questioned. Indeed, without transforming, he could not hope to best Jebet. This red-skinned opponent seemed far from an easy adversary. However, revealing his identity as a Super Saiyan could complicate his return to school. What do you mean by this will be helpful? Gohan retorted after calming himself. You'll find out soon enough. Just transform quickly, Jebet urged. Gohan hesitated, uncertain whether to heed Jebet's request. Meanwhile, the Z fighters in the waiting area, with the exception of Piccolo, were filled with confusion. What could Gohan and Jebet be discussing? As the audience's impatience grew due to the delay in combat, Gohan finally resolved to act. It appears I must abandon school. With determination in his eyes, a greenish-blue glow began to emanate from him. The dormant energy of the Super Saiyan within him stirred, his aura rising steadily. Though I do not understand why, I shall transform into a Super Saiyan as you wish. The moment his words echoed, the entire arena began to tremble violently around Gohan. Ha! As Gohan shouted, the dormant S-cells within him surged, coalescing towards his spine. A tremendous Saiyan energy erupted like a tempest. Blue and white arcs of electricity crackled through the surrounding space. Gohan's aura escalated, and a blinding light expanded, enveloping the eyes of all present. As the golden light cascaded down from Gohan's roots, his hair transformed entirely into gold. At that moment, when the golden fury erupted alongside the blue and white arcs, Gohan descended upon the martial arts arena in the form of a Super Saiyan second. The appearance of the golden-haired warrior silenced the previously raucous audience. For ordinary spectators, witnessing such a transformation was akin to a dream. Yet for those with more experience, it evoked memories of the golden-haired warrior seen 7 years prior during the Cell Games. Chapter 10. The Invitation from the Kaishin, a Rejection. At this moment, Jebet stood in awe, rendered speechless after witnessing Gohan's transformation. What an extraordinary power! Such immense strength! Emanating from an ordinary mortal, sweat glistened on Jebet's crimson skin, and even as a servant of the Kaishin, he trembled before this formidable force. As you wished. I have transformed. Shall we commence the battle? Gohan, now transformed, bore an ominous expression, his demeanor starkly contrasting with his former self. This overwhelming energy captured the attention of Yamcha and Spapovich, whose energy detectors nearly maxed out. The astonishing power left them in stunned silence for a considerable time. What incredible energy! Spapovich exclaimed with delight. This is the one. Yamcha, in a frenzy of excitement, promptly initiated an assault alongside Spapovich against Gohan. As they made their move, Gohan sensed their intentions and prepared to confront them, only to find himself immobilized by the divine power released by East Kaishin Shin. What? My body! The inability to move filled Gohan with dread. As Spopovich restrained him, Yamcha inserted an energy extraction device into Gohan's being, swiftly siphoning away his pure and potent Saiyan energy. The vast martial arts arena was illuminated by the radiant energy emanating from within Gohan. The energy extractor is full, Spopovich declared. Let us depart. Our master will surely be pleased with our handiwork. With an evil grin, Yamcha issued commands to Spopovich, and they both released Gohan before soaring into the sky. Devoid of all energy, Gohan's skin turned dark, his presence alarmingly faint, resembling a lifeless corpse as he collapsed to the ground. In the resting area, shortly, Jebbit will restore Gohan's strength. If you wish to uncover the truth, follow me. East Kaioshin Shin invited the other Z fighters. Goku, Piccolo, and Krillin resolved to accompany him, while Vegeta was less than eager. Don't jest, Kakarot. I care not whether that fellow is a Kaioshin or what calamities may befall the world. My sole concern lies in battling you, Vegeta asserted vehemently. In the upcoming matches, we shall defeat that strangely clad masked fighter and the red-haired one, and then it will be our turn for a final showdown. It is for this purpose that I entered this tedious tournament. Vegeta seized Goku's collar, his voice booming. Goku, feeling helpless, shared his wish to duel with Vegeta but understood the greater stakes at play. I know, I comprehend your feelings. However, once this matter concludes, we can find another venue to settle our rivalry. Moreover, given our powers, fighting here could result in numerous casualties, and with so many restrictions. You wouldn't want an unsatisfactory battle, would you? At this juncture, Goku's intellect and combat prowess were finely attuned. His words momentarily calmed Vegeta, who fell silent, contemplating the reality of their situation. Indeed, the arena of the World Martial Arts Tournament was far too confined to facilitate their clash. Rather than engage in a restricted battle, it would be wiser to resolve the current issues before unleashing their full might. Enough with the chatter. Don't think I'm unaware that you can only remain in this world for a day. Vegeta relinquished his grip on Goku, distrust evident in his tone. However, Goku's subsequent remark nearly pushed Vegeta to his limit. Fear not. Even if a day passes and you find yourself in the afterlife, we can still spar there. Vegeta, you. I was merely jesting. Do not take offense, Vegeta. If you truly wish to fight, then join me. Together, we should be able to swiftly handle matters over there, and then we can battle at our leisure, Goku urged, attempting to pacify the increasingly irate Vegeta. Vegeta, upon hearing this, finally calmed down and reluctantly acquiesced. It seems you all have made your decisions, Piccolo noted with relief as the two reached a consensus. Having trained in the afterlife for 7 years, Goku's strength was an enigma, while Vegeta had undoubtedly become Earth's strongest warrior. Together, they were an unstoppable force. Observing the entire exchange in silence, Hirinfei remained a mere spectator. Unexpectedly, East Kaioshin Shin approached him with a proposition. Will you join us? East Kaioshin Shin inquired, hoping to secure Hirinfei's assistance. Although the strength of this red-haired youth remained uncertain, East Kaioshin's intuition suggested that Hirinfei was formidable, if he could enlist his aid. The challenge of quelling the revival of Majin Buu would be significantly eased. I have no interest in your affairs. Hirinfei declined the invitation. He understood the future trajectory of this world. Whether he participated or not made little difference. Ultimately, Majin Buu would be resurrected, and his presence might complicate matters rather than simplify them. Better to let events unfold naturally. Such a pity, East Kaioshin Shin sighed, having anticipated Hirinfei's agreement. Yet, reality often defied expectations. Nevertheless, with Goku and the others' aid, it would suffice. Not wasting more time, East Kaioshin ascended into the sky, followed closely by the Z fighters. Meanwhile, Gohan, lying on the stage like a mere husk, was restored to his former self through Jebbit's powers. Due to the Saiyans' extraordinary ability to surge in strength upon near-death revival, Gohan felt a remarkable increase in his power upon regaining consciousness. Determined to uncover the truth, Gohan resolved to accompany Jebbit, while the recently healed Videl followed closely behind. As one competitor after another exited the arena, only 5 remained. Hirinfei, the masked fighter, Satan, Android 18, and Jira. Chapter 11. The first battle against the Super Saiyan. With the departure of the Z warriors, the sequence of the tournament was utterly disrupted. What was meant to be a confrontation between Hualin Fei and Vegeta resulted in Hualin Fei advancing without contest due to Vegeta's stance. The sudden exit of numerous competitors left the blonde-haired referee and the staff in a state of confusion. Considering the insufficient number of participants, The referee convened an impromptu meeting with the staff to reassess the tournament structure. As time slipped away, the officiating team proposed several adjustments to the format. Due to the exits of Son Goku, Vegeta, and the contestant Yamcha, Hualin Fei, the Masked Man, and Mr. Satan were declared to advance directly. The next match would be between Android 18 and Kibito. The victor of this match, alongside the other three, would proceed to the semifinals. It was evident that the winner would be Android 18. Although the combat prowess of the androids had waned in this era, she was still the woman who had once shattered Vegeta's arm, her strength far surpassing that of an ordinary human. With Android 18's victory, the final list for the semifinals was established: Hualin Fei, the Masked Man, Android 18, and Mr. Satan. The last two among these four would enter the grand finals to vie for ultimate victory. Not long after, the semifinals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament commenced. The first match featured Hualin Fei against the Masked Man, who was actually a disguised Son Goten and Trunks. As Hualin Fei and the masked contender ascended the stage, the blonde referee bellowed in command. Hualin Fei, who had been resting with eyes closed in the waiting area, opened his eyes at that moment. Finally, it is my turn. Hualin Fei began his stride towards the arena. This opponent was originally intended for my father. I thought I would be facing Annie 18, Trunks remarked, a hint of disappointment in his tone. Clearly, the boy viewed Hualin Fei as merely another ordinary contestant. If I were to fight Android 18, it might be somewhat intriguing, but battling Hualin Fei seemed likely to mirror the prior matches in the junior division. Trunks, that red-haired individual appears quite formidable. I recall that the Kaioshin had sought him out earlier. Son Goten interjected. No matter, let us take the stage, Goten. If all goes well, we shall face Ant 18 afterward, Trunks said enthusiastically. Indeed, Son Goten nodded in agreement. The combined form of the two young Saiyans awkwardly ascended the martial arts platform. The match began. In an effort to quell the audience's growing discontent, the blonde referee swiftly declared the start of the match. Let us go, Goten. With momentum. Let us knock him off the stage, Trunks instructed his partner. Right, Trunks, Son Goten concurred. In the next moment, the duo erupted with extraordinary speed, charging towards Hualin Fei. Hualin Fei's keen perception slowed their approach to a crawl in his eyes, allowing him to perfectly discern the flow of energy within their bodies and anticipate their attack trajectories. Whoosh! Trunks launched a powerful punch, but Hualin Fei deftly sidestepped, evading the blow. What? Trunks exclaimed, astonished by the miss. This red-haired individual possesses such strength? It must be an illusion. Unyielding, Trunks unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks, his sharp fists tearing through the air, producing a cacophony of sound. Yet, every strike was elegantly sidestepped by Hualin Fei, none finding their mark. How long do you intend to keep this charade up? Hualin Fei smirked, effortlessly revealing the true identities of Son Goten and Trunks. Upon hearing this, the expressions of Trunks and Son Goten changed dramatically, their movements faltering and exposing significant openings. Such a prime opportunity could not be squandered. Concentrating energy into his right hand, Hualin Fei's palm shimmered with a scorching red glow. Fire Cloud Palm. Hualin Fei thrust his right hand forward. Boom. The blazing palm struck Trunks squarely in the chest, and with a resounding explosion, both Son Goten and Trunks were sent hurtling away from the stage. Just as they were about to plummet off the platform, they skillfully executed the instant transmission technique, stabilizing themselves and returning to the arena. That was close, Trunks exclaimed, drenched in cold sweat. It would have been utterly embarrassing to be eliminated like that. Trunks, he knows our identities, Son Goten whispered, still shaken. I realize that. Although I am uncertain how he figured it out, we should transform into Super Saiyans to confront him, Trunks proposed. What? If we transform into Super Saiyans, won't we be completely exposed? Son Goten countered. It's fine. Under this disguise, even if we become Super Saiyans, the outside world won't see it. Besides, in our normal state, we likely cannot match his strength, Trunks reasoned, having grasped Hualin Fei's formidable capabilities from their earlier encounter. If we do not transform, the outcome is uncertain. Since we are already in this tournament, our ultimate goal must be to seize the championship. All right, Son Goten replied, somewhat comprehending. After a brief discussion, the two young Saiyans reached a consensus. Ha 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 ha. Accompanied by their frantic cries, Son Goten and Trunks simultaneously tapped into their internal reservoirs of Super Saiyan energy. A golden aura erupted outward, a tempest of power sweeping across the arena with overwhelming force. The potent energy radiated forth, leaving the onlookers in awe and disbelief. This formidable aura, accompanied by the golden glow, seemed eerily familiar to those present. So it is you two? Android 18 recognized the masked fighters instantly. There's no mistaking it. These two are indeed Son Goku and Vegeta's sons, Son Goten and Trunks in disguise. No wonder it felt so awkward. An indescribable sensation for everyone. Have they transformed into Super Saiyans? Their energy is indeed formidable, but compared to the one who transformed earlier, it falls short by a considerable margin. Since you have transformed, I shall take this more seriously. Phantom Lin armor. As the words left his lips, Hua Lin Fei's latent energy surged forth, materializing into a layer of crimson armor enveloping him. The searing energy radiated outward, warping the very fabric of space itself. Chapter 12. The Illusory Unicorn Armor. The moment the illusory unicorn armor made its grand appearance, it once again reshaped the perceptions of all present. Particularly, its impact on the children was profound, as few young souls could withstand its allure. Even Trunks and Goten, both Saiyans, found themselves entranced. Wow, Trunks! Look at that armor he's wearing, Goten exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as his eyes sparkled with wonder. I see it. That armor, wow! Trunks echoed, captivated by the sight of the illusory unicorn armor donned by Hua Lin Fei. This armor was undeniably more stylish than the attire Bulma had designed for Gohan, especially with its vibrant crimson hue. He resolved to have his mother craft a similar set upon returning home. Before Trunks and Goten could fully regain their composure, Hua Lin Fei launched his attack. A searing, deep red energy radiated from him, creating ripples in the surrounding space as the intense heat surged forth. With his hands clasped together, he swiftly formed a deep red fireball. Fire cloud technique, he declared, and in an instant, the colossal fire energy sphere erupted from his hands, hurtling toward Goten and Trunks with devastating force. Unfazed by the oncoming inferno, Trunks and Goten summoned their Saiyan energy to counter it. However, they were taken aback when their hands made contact with the fireball, which exploded violently. Boom! The searing flames engulfed both Trunks and Goten, ascending into the sky. As the smoke cleared, the two appeared before the audience, their identities concealed beneath a comical disguise, having been blasted off the stage by the explosive force of the fire cloud technique. The spectators gasped in astonishment, despite their surprise. They quickly recognized the two children as the champions of the youth division. Upon their identities being unveiled, Bulma and Chi-Chi in the audience could no longer contain themselves. I knew it. That's why Trunks went missing after the match. You two disguised yourselves to compete in the adult division. Bulma crossed her arms, a glint of danger flickering in her eyes. With her understanding of Trunks, she could easily deduce how he had managed to masquerade as a contestant. Goten! Chi-Chi exclaimed, her face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, Trunks and Goten, disheveled and disgruntled, stood up, pouting, their expressions a mix of annoyance and helplessness. Our identities are exposed. What do we do now, Trunks? Goten asked. Darn it. That fireball was so powerful, and now we've been unmasked. No way. Let us go all out together, Goten. Trunks suggested, oblivious to the fact that they had already been eliminated from the competition by being thrown off the stage. In agreement, the duo launched their combined assault against Hua Lin Fei, flanking him from both sides. Though they were merely children, they inherited their father's extraordinary bloodlines and had awakened their Super Saiyan forms at a young age, boasting a power level exceeding 100 million, a force not to be underestimated. However, Hua Lin Fei, having undergone countless reincarnations in the beast world, had grown far beyond the constraints of eternal cycles. The extent of his extraordinary powers remained a mystery, and within the Dragon Ball universe, he was free from limitations. Bang, 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 bang. The resonating sounds of their clashes echoed throughout the arena. Faced with Goten and Trunks' coordinated attacks, Hua Lin Fei exhibited effortless grace, easily deflecting their strikes as if playing with children. Just 7 days prior, he had been an ordinary high school student, and now he effortlessly toyed with two Super Saiyans, albeit youthful ones. Perhaps even Hua Lin Fei was unaware of how absurdly powerful he appeared to others. Hey, you two little rascals, are you done yet? You've already been eliminated. And yet you keep fighting? If you don't stop, don't blame me for going easy on you, Hua Lin Fei warned. His words caused Goten and Trunks to pause, turning to face the golden-haired referee. Their suspicions were confirmed when the masked contender's true identity was revealed, an act of deception by two individuals. The referee declared, the masked contender has violated the rules of the competition. Hua Lin Fei advances to the finals. With this pronouncement, Trunks and Goten had no choice but to concede. Really? It seems we can't continue fighting, and besides, our mothers. Trunks sensed an intense malice looming behind him. Turning around, he saw his mother, Bulma, glaring at him with fury. Similarly, Chi-Chi wore a matching expression. What do we do now, Trunks? Goten asked, fear evident on his face. There's no choice. Let us go join Dad and Uncle Goku. Staying here is pointless, Trunks suggested, following the path of Goku and Vegeta to their ultimate destination. Okay, Goten nodded in agreement. Ultimately, the two young boys soared into the air, utilizing their flight techniques, disappearing beyond the horizon. As Huolinfei's match concluded, the second semifinal began, featuring the duel between Satan and Android 18. As they stepped onto the stage of the martial arts tournament, the audience erupted in thunderous applause. Despite her appearance as a seemingly fragile blonde woman, Satan was visibly anxious. He could not ascertain whether this golden-haired woman was an ordinary human or yet another extraordinary being. Strangely, he felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her 7 years prior. With the referee's signal, the second semifinal commenced. Whoosh! Android 18 was the first to strike, vanishing in an instant. Wait, where did she go? Satan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. In that moment, he realized that this woman was indeed an extraordinary being beyond comprehension. Chapter 13. Once the mightiest, now the underdog, the once formidable Android 18 appeared behind Satan, politely tapping him on the shoulder. Startled, Satan swiftly turned around, only to find himself ensnared by 18's grip around his neck. Still reeling from the shock, Satan instinctively resisted. Yet the whisper of 18 echoed in his ears. 7 years ago, you usurped Gohan's glory in defeating Cell, ascending to the status of the world's savior. Have you ever contemplated this day? A wicked smile curled at the corners of 18's lips as she teased Satan. At her words, panic surged within Satan. Memories long buried resurfacing after 7 years. You are one of them. He stammered, trembling. You need not know much. Let us strike a deal. Will you be defeated by me, thus ruining your reputation, or shall I feign defeat, and you compensate me with 20 million? 18 cut to the chase, revealing her ulterior motive. She was in dire need of funds, and rather than confronting the uncertain prowess of Huolinfei, she preferred to seize this opportunity to extort Satan. TW 20 million. Satan stuttered, realizing this sum was double the championship prize. Though this amount was merely a drop in the bucket for him. Given the wealth he had amassed over the past 7 years, the prolonged time spent as a savior had made him unaccustomed to such extortion. Considering the fortune you have amassed over these years, 20 million is a rather favorable deal. Will you be disgraced, or will you pay me? Choose, 18 pressed. Her grip tightening, nearly choking Satan. Overwhelmed by the sudden pressure, beads of sweat formed on Satan's brow, forcing him to concede to the arrangement. I agree. Just let go. He managed to reply, his words barely coherent. The deal was struck. A triumphant smile graced 18's face, her scheme successfully unfolding. She released Satan, instructing him to eliminate her with his ultimate move. However, still in a state of shock, Satan randomly named an attack and unleashed a powerful punch toward 18's face. True to her role, 18 was sent flying off the stage. Android 18 is out of bounds. The winner is Satan. The golden-haired referee declared with a voice that resonated with excitement. The audience erupted, chanting Satan's name. The upcoming final would feature Huolinfei against Satan. Meanwhile, in the rest area, Huolinfei pondered the situation of Goku and his companions, wondering how far they had progressed. Simultaneously, on the other side of the Earth, within Babbidi's spaceship, Vegeta crushed Pui beneath his foot, while Goku forcibly exploded the body of the beast Yego with energy, leading the trio of Saiyans to the third level of the ship. In preparation for the impending third round, Gohan began his warm-up, while the Demon King Dubra entered a meditative state, readying himself for the battle ahead. However, unbeknownst to them all, a seed of resentment and dissatisfaction had quietly taken root in Vegeta's heart. As Goku unleashed a massive energy blast to obliterate Yego, Vegeta recognized the gap between himself and Goku and began to hatch a nefarious plan. Previously, ordinary fighters Yamcha and Spopovich had seemingly gained immense power under Babbidi's control. If Vegeta's hunch was correct, Babbidi's methods could unlock an individual's potential, allowing them to unleash greater strength. If he could obtain such power, he would surely surpass Kakarot. I can't wait to see how formidable our opponent is. But during my absence, have you been training? Goku eagerly anticipated Gohan's performance. This. Gohan hesitated, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, he had not trained much over the past 7 years, only recently resuming his training. However, after Jebbet's restoration, he felt his strength had improved, yet he still fell short of his peak 7 years ago. It's a pity. These past years have been too tranquil. This kid hasn't trained at all. If he gets knocked down by someone, it would be a huge embarrassment. Vegeta couldn't help but mock. In response, Gohan could only offer a wry smile. Are they also composed? After the recent battles, the East Kaishin no longer exuded the calmness and poise he once did, realizing how much of a fool he appeared before these three. Soon, the hatch before them slowly rose, revealing Babbidi's first warrior, the Demon King Dabra. Dabra. Has he appeared so soon? Dabra's arrival filled the East Kaishin with dread. It's you. It seems that Babbidi has grown anxious enough to summon you, Vegeta scoffed, his disdain evident. With his keen eye, Vegeta could discern that Dabra possessed some strength, but it was merely a fraction of what he had faced before. At best, he was comparable to Cell from 7 years ago, who now seemed no more than an insect before him. You arrogant fool, you can only prattle. Rather than wasting time here, why not engage in a battle with me? I welcome you to face me together with your comrades. As the Demon King, Dabra's arrogance rivaled Vegeta's. Little did he know, of the three present, only Gohan would pose a challenge, while the other two would easily dispatch him without a second thought. I am your opponent, Gohan interjected, positioning himself in front of Dabra, fearful that his father Goku or Vegeta might seize this chance to fight. Dabra, incensed by Gohan's words, recognized that these three did not regard him, the Demon King, with any respect. Just as Dabra prepared to unleash his wrath upon them, Babbidi commanded him to halt, deciding to relocate the battlefield to a planet resembling Earth due to the presence of Majin Buu aboard the spaceship. Chapter 14. The Demon King's Confidence, or a Lament. As Babbidi chanted his incantation, the scene within the spaceship transformed. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, East Kai, Son Gohan, Dabra, and the others found themselves transported to a planet strikingly similar to Earth. Here lay their battlefield. The environment mirrored that of Earth, allowing them to unleash their full potential without restraint. Don't say I'm bullying you, Dabra grinned, mischief dancing in his eyes. He could already envision the torment he would inflict upon Son Gohan. In response, Son Gohan merely smiled faintly, choosing to demonstrate his resolve through action. With a swift motion, Son Gohan surged forward like lightning, engaging Dabra with a barrage of punches. Dabra, reveling in the challenge, matched Son Gohan's fervor. The clash of their bodies reverberated through the air, echoing with the sounds of combat. Son Gohan unleashed a relentless assault, each strike imbued with his utmost strength. Yet Dabra deftly evaded every blow with ease. After just a few exchanges, Dabra discerned Son Gohan's true capabilities, his eyes reflecting a palpable disdain. He had expected more from this youth, only to find his prowess lacking. With a sudden surge of energy, Dabra ascended, channeling immense power around him, and swiftly conjured a crescent energy wave. This formidable force tore through the air, creating a cacophony of sound. Son Gohan's expression shifted dramatically as he instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding the deadly wave. However, even in his evasion, a few strands of his hair were severed, and the energy wave cleaved the water beneath them, leaving a deep, gaping chasm. Such a powerful attack. Son Gohan recognized that Dabra was on an entirely different level compared to the earlier foes they had faced. Truly, he was the foremost warrior under Babbidi's command, possessing considerable strength, albeit not overwhelming. Prepare to perish. Seizing the moment of Son Gohan's distraction, Dabra unleashed a devastating energy blast aimed directly at him. In a moment of realization, Son Gohan snapped back to focus, raising his arms in defense. Yet the sheer force of the blast propelled him backward until he crashed into a nearby rocky outcrop. Boom. The explosion sent debris flying, burying Son Gohan beneath the rubble, leaving his fate uncertain. Dabra, in his arrogance, assumed Son Gohan had met his end. This shameful display, however, did not sit well with Son Wukong and Vegeta. This is disgraceful, Vegeta scoffed, displeased with the current state of affairs. Having grown accustomed to peace, Son Gohan seemed to have forgotten the fundamentals of combat. Son Wukong, however, remained steadfast in his belief in his son. Dabra may have been formidable, perhaps even comparable to the Cell of 7 years ago, but he was confident that Son Gohan would prevail. Once Gohan unleashes his fury, no one can surpass him, not even I. Suddenly, a golden aura erupted forth, a colossal energy surging and shaking the very ground beneath them. Dabra's triumphant expression faltered as he sensed this overwhelming power. In the center of the golden energy stood Son Gohan, enveloped in blue-white arcs of electricity, his golden hair blazing. He had ascended to the second level of Super Saiyan. Dabra narrowed his eyes, recognizing the intense threat emanating from Son Gohan. The latter was transformed, a far cry from his previous self. Yet, Dabra felt no fear. It had been a while since he had fought. His earlier performance had been subpar, and now he was ready to restart. A wicked smile crept across Dabra's face as he beckoned Son Gohan forward with a gesture. Fueled by his newfound power, Son Gohan charged at Dabra, unable to resist the provocation. However, this was precisely what Dabra had anticipated. Without honor, Dabra spat at Son Gohan mid-attack. Remembering the petrifying effects of Dabra's saliva on Krillin and Piccolo, Son Gohan instinctively restrained his impulse, raising his hand to block the incoming attack. As the petrifying saliva landed on his glove, it began to harden into stone at an alarming rate. Swiftly, he discarded the glove, narrowly avoiding disaster. Fortunate indeed. To escape this time, Dabra sneered. I almost forgot your saliva can turn others to stone, but heed this warning. I will not fall for the same trick twice. Son Gohan, maintaining his composure, cautioned Dabra solemnly. I have no intention of using the same trick again, Dabra retorted with a grin, conjuring his weapon, the Demon King's blade. The earlier skirmish had merely been a warm-up. Now, he was prepared to engage in earnest. As their gazes locked, the atmosphere crackled with tension. In a flash, both warriors surged forward. The golden aurora clashed with the pink malevolence, rending the fabric of space itself, creating ripples in their wake. Boom! The moment they collided, a blinding light of destruction expanded, enveloping the entire battlefield. As the brilliance faded, Son Gohan and Dabra moved with such speed that they became blurs, darting through the air, colliding with ferocious intensity. The sounds of their brutal combat echoed through the expanse as the battle raged on, shifting between earth and sky. Chapter 15. The Execution of Vegeta's Plan. Initially, Gohan, empowered by the might of the Super Saiyan second grade, held the upper hand. However, as the battle progressed, Dabra adapted to the rhythm of combat and discerned Gohan's fighting style. The situation escalated, and Gohan found himself unable to suppress Dabra any longer. True to his reputation as the king of the demon realm, Dabra's strength remained formidable. The East Kaishin felt a twinge of anxiety for Gohan. Although Gohan was undeniably powerful, his palpable fear of Dabra overshadowed his confidence. This instinctively led him to believe that Gohan could not triumph over Dabra. In stark contrast to the East Kaishin's tension and trepidation, Goku and Vegeta appeared to maintain a far more composed demeanor. This won't do, Gohan. A one-dimensional attack will inevitably be deciphered. That guy is on the verge of unraveling your techniques, Goku observed astutely, sensing the shift in the battle's dynamics. Despite Gohan and Dabra exchanging blows, Dabra was progressively gaining insight into Gohan's moves and gradually countering each assault. Once Gohan's strategies were fully exposed, his defeat would be imminent. Futile. The boy has completely forgotten the essence of battle, Vegeta admonished, his voice tinged with both disappointment and frustration. He had witnessed Gohan's potential 7 years prior and once held high hopes for him, believing that after Goku's demise, Gohan would effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle of Saiyan strength. The depth of Gohan's latent power had even instilled fear in him. Had Gohan diligently trained over the past 7 years, the outcome would have been uncertain. Alas, fate is often capricious, and the future remains shrouded in mystery. The intensity of the confrontation between Gohan and Dabra escalated further. Their clash had entered a fevered stage, with both combatants exchanging no fewer than 100 blows. Gradually, Gohan began to regain his combat instincts, his attacks evolving and each strike resonating with thunderous ferocity. Yet, as a Demon King, Dabra's combat prowess and techniques were at their zenith, making it exceedingly difficult for a Gohan not yet restored to his full glory to contend with him. After several exchanges, both fighters momentarily distanced themselves, pausing to reassess. This scene did not go unnoticed by Goku and Vegeta nearby. That Dabra fellow is far more formidable than I anticipated, Goku remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Humph, is that all? It pales in comparison. Gohan was far more impressive in his youth, Vegeta scoffed, his disdain evident. If I were to step in, I could easily obliterate Dabra. Huh, it seems Gohan has indeed been slacking off. Goku lamented, covering his face in exasperation. Meanwhile, Dabra had taken note of Vegeta's peculiar behavior. It appeared he was not here merely to thwart the resurrection of Majin Buu. Where are you looking? Gohan shouted, swiftly closing the distance to Dabra. channeling energy into a powerful punch aimed squarely at Dubra's face. The impact reverberated through the air with a resounding bang. Dubra, struck hard, was sent flying like a kite severed from its string. Seizing the moment, Gohan pursued, launching a series of relentless assaults against Dubra. However, this surprise attack only served to enrage Dubra. Brandishing the sword of the Demon King, he transitioned from defense to offense, unleashing a barrage of fierce and powerful counterattacks aimed at annihilating Gohan. Enough! A thunderous voice interrupted the fray, compelling Dubra and Gohan to cease their battle. The authoritative shout belonged to Vegeta, who could no longer tolerate the spectacle. All eyes turned to him at that moment. "I have made my decision. I shall eliminate this fool," Vegeta declared resolutely, his plans set in motion. "Wait, Vegeta. Let Gohan continue. He hasn't lost to Dubra yet. Wouldn't intervening be a bit?" Goku's words were abruptly cut off by Vegeta. "This mind-numbing skirmish is not true combat. I will end this farce now and challenge you. That was my purpose for attending the tournament and venturing to this wretched place. I could dispatch this level of opponent with one hand." Vegeta deliberately showcased his malevolent side, planting a bold idea in Dubra's mind. He reached out telepathically to Babidi, divulging his plan and requesting to be teleported back to the spaceship. The surroundings shifted once more, and the group found themselves back aboard the spaceship, utterly bewildered by the abrupt transition. Dubra made his way towards the hatch, intending to descend to the ship's lower levels to discuss his plan with Babidi in person. "Hey, are you attempting to flee?" Gohan queried. "Flee? No. I've simply realized that I need not engage in battle. I have a more suitable candidate," Dubra replied with a cunning grin as he entered the ship's compartment, vanishing from sight. The others watched Dubra's departure, powerless to stop him, while a glimmer of brilliance flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He had successfully orchestrated a ruse before Dubra. Simultaneously, in the depths of Babidi's spaceship, Babidi questioned, "Dubra, are you afraid of those humans?" "Of course not, Lord Babidi," Dubra replied, a wicked smile revealing his boundless confidence. "Excellent. Now what have you discovered?" Babidi inquired directly. "Well, Lord Babidi," Dubra shared his thoughts and observations about Vegeta's behavior, suggesting that with the malevolence Vegeta had just displayed, Babidi could easily control him as a subordinate. "Oh, you mean we need not engage them in battle, but rather let them destroy one another?" Babidi's interest peaked as he began to chant incantations, the crystal ball's image shifting to reveal Vegeta. He scrutinized Vegeta closely, sensing that he was indeed distinct from the others. Though subtle, Babidi could perceive an aura of malevolence surrounding Vegeta, indicating that he was not here merely to prevent Majin Buu's resurrection. Chapter 16. The Arrival of the Prince of Destruction. At this moment aboard the spaceship, Vegeta approached Gohan, his face ablaze with fury as he began to chastise him. What on earth does this guy intend to do? Gohan had deactivated his transformation, vividly recalling the significant smile that Dubra had worn upon his departure. "I should be the one asking you this." Vegeta's scolding echoed once more. Gohan, taken aback, turned to face Vegeta, their eyes locking. "If you cannot resolve even this level of threat, as a member of our warrior race, you ought to take the lives of our enemies in battle. Do not be naive." Vegeta, exasperated, shoved Gohan lightly. When Goku had perished years ago, he had regarded Gohan as a surpassing target, but now, it seemed that this feeble Gohan was wholly unworthy of such an aspiration. How embarrassing. You merely fight under the banner of righteousness. I find that utterly loathsome. Have you forgotten about Piccolo and Krillin? Those two were turned to stone simply due to their insufficient strength at the hands of Dubra. You are utterly disgraceful. Vegeta scolded again, hoping to awaken Gohan to reality. Battle is battle. The enemy is the enemy. One should harbor no mercy for any adversary. It is either you or me. Indeed, if I defeat Dubra, Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Krillin will. Gohan's heart jolted as he suddenly connected the dots regarding his petrified uncles. If Dubra were vanquished, both Krillin and Piccolo would be freed from their stone prison. He had missed this golden opportunity. A profound sense of shame surged through him, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Do not be so fierce, Vegeta. It is not entirely Gohan's fault. That fellow Dubra possesses formidable strength. Goku attempted to offer his son a modicum of defense. As I previously stated, this tiresome farce ends here. I shall no longer squander my time. My sole aim is to duel you, Kakarot. Therefore, let the spaceship be obliterated. With that, Vegeta concentrated energy in one hand, preparing to unleash a massive energy wave in one decisive effort to destroy the ship. No, if you do that, Majin Buu will awaken prematurely. East Kaishin Xian quickly interposed himself before Vegeta, fearful of any rash actions. Majin Buu was a creature driven solely by slaughter. If he were to be resurrected, Earth, no, all planets, would transform into death worlds, and every living being would fall before him. East Kaioshin attempted to reason with Vegeta, but the prince was not swayed. His plan was already in motion. Silence. The fate of Earth and the number of humans that may perish have nothing to do with me, Vegeta. He raised his hand, aiming the energy wave at East Kaioshin Xian. You are such a person. East Kaioshin Xian was deeply unsettled by Vegeta's ruthlessness. Should this energy blast be unleashed, he would be severely harmed, if not killed. Vegeta was indeed serious. Do not act recklessly, Vegeta. Just as the energy wave was about to be unleashed, Goku instantaneously teleported in front of Vegeta, seizing his wrist and forcibly dissipating the energy. Kakarot. Vegeta's anger flared upon seeing Goku. He was acutely aware of the disparity between them and silently hoped Babidi would act swiftly. Deep within the spaceship. After a brief observation, Babidi confirmed that a profound and sinister darkness lay buried deep within Vegeta's heart. Such a powerful entity would indeed serve his purposes. This individual was unlike those self-proclaimed champions of justice. He would make an excellent warrior for my cause. Babidi smirked cunningly, directing his hands toward the crystal ball containing Vegeta and began to chant dark magic. Simultaneously, Vegeta within the spaceship suddenly clutched his head, howling in agony. Babidi's dark magic invaded his mind, penetrating his consciousness and manipulating his malevolent side. As Vegeta began to scream, everyone finally comprehended. The warrior Dobra had mentioned was none other than Vegeta. As the dark magic delved deeper, Vegeta's consciousness intertwined with Babidi's sorcery. The energy of the Super Saiyan erupted forth in an unending torrent, its terrifying might causing the ground within 100 miles to tremble, the atmospheric pressure fluctuating, and the entire spaceship shuddering under this overwhelming force. Gohan sought to intervene, but he was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of Vegeta's power. Merely the released energy was enough to send him flying. Accompanied by Vegeta's thunderous roar, his energy surged higher and higher, the oppressive pressure warping the very fabric of space, and in symbol, denoting the dark magic, manifested upon his forehead. As his power concentrated, Vegeta had fully transformed into the Prince of Destruction, awakening the malevolent thoughts that had lain dormant for years. He had reclaimed his former self. With the aid of dark magic, he surpassed his limits, attaining the pinnacle of the Super Saiyan's second tier. Now having transcended his boundaries, Vegeta wore a sinister grin, his gaze turning toward Goku, his eyes radiating malice, causing Goku to shudder as memories of the old Vegeta flooded back. This ruthless, unfeeling gaze mirrored the one from years gone by. Meanwhile, at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament, the finals of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament had commenced. Hiron and Satan, summoned by the blonde-haired referee, stepped onto the stage, their eyes locking in mutual scrutiny. Hiron appeared calm, for he knew Satan well, while beneath Satan's seemingly composed exterior lay a visage of fear and trepidation. He had witnessed Hiron's previous matches, where he single-handedly contended against the two youths capable of transforming into golden-haired forms, maintaining the upper hand. And he, merely an ordinary person with slightly enhanced abilities, recognized his inability to triumph against such formidable opponents, thus concocting a scheme. "Hey, red-haired dude, how about a trade?" Satan whispered, ensuring only he and Hiron could hear. However, Hiron remained unmoved. Rather, his attention was captivated by an abrupt surge of formidable power. This overwhelming force caused the very ground of the world to tremble slightly, even affecting the martial arts tournament stage beneath their feet. Chapter 17. Fire Lin Fei vs Vegeta. Hey, the guy with red hair. Satan, noticing that Fire Lin Fei was entirely preoccupied, persisted in calling out to him. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, the very fabric of space rippled, and Son Gohan, Son Goku, and Vegeta were transported back to the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament by Babidi's dark magic. The sudden and unforeseen shift left everyone present in a state of shock. How did these three appear here? Strange incidents occur every year, but this year is particularly abundant. This place is the venue of the martial arts tournament. A sense of foreboding arose within Son Goku's heart. This is truly the venue of the tournament. What does that rascal Babidi intend to do by bringing us here? Son Gohan sensed a looming disaster. Vegeta's icy gaze swept over Fire Lin Fei, Satan, and the unnecessary multitude of people. Hot. Vegeta let out a roar that echoed into the heavens, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy that surged forth like a flood. The powerful aura created a storm that rippled outward. The mere force of this furious shout was beyond what ordinary beings could withstand. What an astonishing impact! Fire Lin Fei stood unwavering, his gaze fixed intently on Vegeta. His eyes reflecting profound caution. He could sense Vegeta's immense power, far surpassing any opponent he had faced before. Not even the Demon King could compare. Satan, propelled away by this terrifying aura, was caught by Son Gohan just before he fell from the stage, thus averting elimination. Wide-eyed and shaken, Satan looked at Vegeta with palpable fear. They are the very ones from 7 years ago. He recognized them as the golden-haired warriors who had truly defeated Cell 7 years prior. Vegeta, quickly absorb their energy for me. You can unleash your fury here. Babidi communicated telepathically with Vegeta. Silence. My only target is Kakarot. The fate of the others is of no concern to me. Vegeta firmly rejected Babidi's command. Though his body was under control, his soul and pride remained beyond Babidi's reach. This situation caught Babidi off guard, despite having successfully controlled him with dark magic. Vegeta appeared unaffected, merely bearing the M mark on his forehead and having unlocked a portion of his potential. Vegeta revealed his signature sinister smile, raising his hand towards Son Goku as energy coalesced in his palm. You bastard, Vegeta. Son Goku barely had time to transform before the raging energy in Vegeta's hand was unleashed toward him. Without time to think, Son Goku crossed his arms defensively. But the disparity in power between his normal state and Super Saiyan form was too vast. Even in his current state, he could only withstand the onslaught for a mere 3 seconds before succumbing, the violent energy hurtling toward the audience. Fire Cloud Technique. At that critical moment, Fire Lin Fei intervened. A blazing sphere of fiery energy shot from his hand, redirecting Vegeta's energy beam skyward. It's you. Vegeta's gaze shifted to Fire Lin Fei, recognizing him as his former opponent from the tournament. This red-haired earthling, whom he had previously overlooked, seemed to possess a combat power far beyond his expectations. Yet, none of that mattered now. Get lost. Vegeta roared, unleashing a wave of energy beams toward Fire Lin Fei, unfazed by the formidable energy assault. Fire Lin Fei raised a hand and blocked Vegeta's attack head-on, exerting force to compress the energy beam. Boom. Under Fire Lin Fei's sheer strength, Vegeta's energy beam erupted in an explosion. Huh? A look of surprise flickered in Vegeta's eyes. He anticipated that Fire Lin Fei possessed such strength. He actually neutralized Uncle Vegeta's attack. Son Gohan was astonished by Fire Lin Fei's abilities and power. It was worth noting that even in his Super Saiyan form, he might not have been able to withstand Vegeta's attack. Who was this red-haired individual? They had no information at all. The one most shaken was the previously overlooked golden-haired referee. This was identical to the finals of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament. When Son Goku faced off against Piccolo Jr., this sense of dread, this feeling of despair, it has returned. Everything has returned. Do you enjoy fighting? I'm here to engage you, perfectly compensating for our previous, unfinished match. Fire Lin Fei entered his illusory Lin armor state once more, stepping before Vegeta, the energy within him brimming and manifesting visibly. Perhaps even Fire Lin Fei himself was unaware that after breaking free from the cycle of reincarnation, his energy had seemingly shed some limitations, becoming even more potent. No, this was the immense energy accumulated over countless reincarnations, and even now, there lay more formidable energy dormant within him, deep in his soul, merely awaiting an opportunity for development. All you minions, get lost. With a furious roar, Vegeta charged at Fire Lin Fei, swinging his right fist, unleashing devastating force aimed directly at Fire Lin Fei's face. Bang! Fire Lin Fei raised his hand to block, forcefully halting Vegeta's overwhelming punch and dissipating its power. Boom! Vegeta swung his other fist toward Fire Lin Fei, but again, Fire Lin Fei intercepted and neutralized it. The contest of strength began. Anyone who obstructs me shall perish. Vegeta relentlessly intensified his assault, as if intent on crushing Fire Lin Fei into oblivion. Fire Lin Fei remained silent, resolutely amplifying his power output. The energy within him erupted like flames, swirling around him in a tangible blaze. The clash of his otherworldly energy against Saiyan energy generated a tempest that enveloped the entire martial arts arena in chaos. Vegeta's thunderous roar reverberated through the air, electric sparks erupting around him as his power surged once more. Do not be so self-assured, you fiend. The immense pressure bearing down on him compelled Fire Lin Fei to summon even greater energy to counter. The clash between them grew increasingly intense, culminating in a final explosion. Boom! The cataclysmic fusion of otherworldly energy and Saiyan energy erupted, casting a blinding light that enveloped the entire tournament venue. Everyone instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, blocking their line of sight. Chapter 18. A simple stench of defeat, an ultimate indulgence. Before long, the dazzling light of destruction dissipated. The fierce contenders, Lin Fei and Vegeta, were both struck by the backlash of their powers and found themselves at the edge of the arena. In their initial clash, neither had gained the upper hand. It appeared that not all Earthlings were utterly worthless. Vegeta smirked wickedly as he rose to his feet, dismissing the challenge posed by Lin Fei and redirecting his gaze towards Son Goku. Have you made your decision, Kakarot? Will you duel me? Or continue to watch as I eliminate the innocent lives here? Vegeta inquired. This provocation jolted Goku into realization, and he incredulously asked, Are you implying that you allowed Babidi to control you on purpose? Answer me, Vegeta. In response, Vegeta remained silent, merely raising his left hand towards the audience and unleashing a swift energy blast aimed at them. You bastard! Goku understood the answer all too well. And just as he prepared to transform into a Super Saiyan to intercept the energy blast, Lin Fei acted first. Fire Cloud Technique. Another burst of the Fire Cloud Technique was released, intercepting Vegeta's energy blast midair. The continuous obstructions provoked Vegeta's fury to its zenith. You are truly bothersome. Vegeta's murderous intent flared as his eyes, ablaze with rage, locked onto Lin Fei once more. Lin Fei, I initially entered this tournament for the prize money. But my purpose has since changed. I will not allow any innocent life to perish at your hands, even if it costs me my own life. Lin Fei reiterated his classic declaration. For the sake of the justice he protected, he was willing to sacrifice everything, even his own existence. His extraordinary energy surged further, fortified by his unwavering conviction. As a super beast warrior, the enhancement of his strength through belief remained a mystery. Regardless of the opponent's might, he would face them head-on. This proclamation infuriated Vegeta further. It seems I must eliminate you before confronting Kakarot. With murderous intent palpable, Vegeta raised his hand once again towards Lin Fei. This time, the stance of his attack mirrored the previous one, yet its power far surpassed any prior assault. Stop, Vegeta. Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan, positioning himself before Lin Fei, halting Vegeta's advance. It seems you have made your choice, Kakarot. Vegeta grinned wickedly, pleased with Goku's decision. After years of restraint, he finally had the opportunity to settle their rivalry. You intentionally let down your guard to duel me, allowing Babidi to take control, is that correct? Vegeta's question dripped with malice. Goku's calm words concealed an indescribable anger. This battle was of paramount importance to Vegeta, who had shed his pride as a prince to confront Goku, demonstrating the depth of his resolve. You've already revealed the answer. Vegeta's sinister smile confirmed Goku's suspicions. What? You were controlled for such a foolish reason? The East Kaioshin erupted in fury, directly admonishing Vegeta. What did you say? How dare you call me foolish? Vegeta's anger flared again, his terrifying aura expanding rapidly. For him, fighting Goku was the culmination of his years of training. How could a Kaioshin dare to belittle him? Enough. Vegeta, I will not fight you. Goku's interjection nearly sent Vegeta into a frenzy once more. What did you say? Upon realizing Goku would not engage him, Vegeta's pupils dilated in disbelief. Did this mean all his efforts were in vain? Your name is Lin Fei, right? Can you hear my voice? Suddenly, Goku's voice echoed in Lin Fei's mind, a skill he had mastered years prior. I can hear you. What do you want? Lin Fei responded, perplexed. Lin Fei, can you delay Vegeta for me? I need to resolve the issue with Majin Buu alongside the Kaioshin, and it won't take long, just 5 minutes at most. Goku requested earnestly. You needn't ask. We were destined to be opponents since the drawing, and I am curious to see who is stronger, myself or a Super Saiyan. Lin Fei replied. Thank you, Lin Fei. Goku expressed his gratitude upon receiving a positive response. You are not the Vegeta I once knew. Fighting you is pointless. Goku feigned indifference, a statement that further pricked Vegeta's pride. All he had done was for the chance to battle Goku, only to be dismissed. How absurd. Since you refuse to fight me, I shall claim the lives of more innocent Earthlings, starting with this one. Vegeta aimed his wrath at Lin Fei, blaming him for obstructing his duel with Kakarot. If he eliminated Lin Fei, Kakarot would have no choice but to confront him, unless he wished to witness the slaughter of innocents. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed, his mirth brimming with audacity. This sudden laughter bewildered Vegeta. However, what Lin Fei said next nearly pushed Vegeta over the edge. And who do you think you are? You think you can kill me, Lin Fei? Don't dream in broad daylight. Lin Fei posed defiantly, hands on his hips, exuding supreme arrogance. This proclamation left Vegeta momentarily stunned. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Shock etched across his face as he looked at Lin Fei. Buddy, I asked you to delay Vegeta, not a court death. Gohan's face twitched, fully aware that Lin Fei might be in grave danger. But that was not the end. Lin Fei continued his audacious remarks. I'm curious, how did your parents raise you to be such a heartless individual? His words grew increasingly provocative, showcasing the power of his rhetoric. Yet, unexpectedly, Vegeta remained eerily calm, a stillness that hinted at the tempest to come. Those familiar with Vegeta understood this tranquility as the calm before the storm. Chapter 19. The prince's defenses crumbled. Beside him, Sun Wukong continuously signaled to Lin Fei. Yet no matter how hard he tried, Lin Fei remained oblivious. However, I suspect your parents might not be virtuous either, otherwise they wouldn't have raised such a malevolent being as yourself. Lin Fei continued to spew forth words without restraint. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan realized that matters had truly spiraled out of control. Vegeta expressionlessly raised his right hand, whereupon a formidable energy coalesced into a blue-white energy sphere. Big Bang attack. The instant those words were uttered, the energy sphere erupted from Vegeta's palm, hurtling towards Lin Fei. Instantly, Lin Fei focused intently, thrusting both hands forward to intercept the Big Bang attack, deflecting it with his palms. However, the immense pressure from the powerful energy sphere weighed heavily upon him. Gritting his teeth, Lin Fei channeled the foreign energy within him into the sphere, triggering an explosion from within. Boom! With a deafening roar, dense smoke enveloped Lin Fei, and a terrifying storm surged outward, causing the entire Papaya Island to tremble. This scene left beads of sweat glistening on the foreheads of Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan. Having directly endured that strike, even if Lin Fei survived, he would likely be gravely injured. Now, no one can stop us, Kakarot. Vegeta revealed a sinister smile, arrogantly concluding that the recent Big Bang attack had completely obliterated Lin Fei. However, when Lin Fei's voice emerged from the heart of the explosion, Vegeta's expression faltered, the sharp sting of pain coursing through him. Hey, I say, you're being quite arrogant. Lin Fei, won't be so easily defeated by you. Lin Fei's taunting voice emerged from the smoke. What? Vegeta exclaimed, his complexion shifting dramatically as he turned his gaze back to the center of the explosion. Through the dissipating smoke, the vivid crimson energy flames gradually became visible. As the fiery glow expanded, Lin Fei's unharmed form reappeared before everyone's eyes. He has neutralized Uncle Vegeta's attack again. Sun Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, he is not to be underestimated. The power he possesses is unlike ours, reminiscent of the sensation brought by the Supreme Kai. Indiscernible, yet overwhelmingly oppressive. Sun Wukong mused inwardly. Is this all you are capable of? Such a feeble attack. Merely stirring up a bit of dust. Isn't even worthy of scratching me. Lin Fei stood with his hands on his hips, exuding an air of extreme arrogance. 7 days prior, whenever he adopted such a demeanor, he would invariably receive a severe beating. But now, in the realm of Dragon Ball, who knew what the outcome would be? The continuous verbal provocations pushed the haughty Saiyan to his limits. Since you are so intent on a fight, I shall not hold back. It appears I must thoroughly crush you first. Vegeta's body crackled with electric energy, his murderous intent laid bare, ready to annihilate Lin Fei. Babidi, we have agreed to battle. Quickly move us to a place devoid of onlookers. Sun Wukong shouted towards the sky. Hearing this, Babidi, aboard his spacecraft, smirked cunningly. After all, it was all about the battle, and he would ultimately be the one to harvest the energy. It would be better to concede to these fighters, relocating to a safer venue for their continued conflict. With the casting of dark magic, the surrounding scenery shifted once more. Leading the charge, Lin Fei, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Sun Gohan, and East Kai were all transported to a new location, leaving behind a bewildered golden-haired referee and Satan. With Lin Fei's departure, the champion of the 25th World Martial Arts Tournament was thus determined. Satan had once again struck it rich. In the desolate lands of the eastern islands of Earth, Lin Fei and Vegeta faced off. With the enemy before me, they shall either flee or be utterly vanquished. As he uttered that iconic phrase, Lin Fei assumed a battle stance, his foreign energy pulsating with unprecedented intensity, even surpassing his previous encounter with the Demon King. Once I crush this fellow, it will be your turn, Kakarot. Vegeta remained convinced that Huolinfei's strength was but trivial. With his true capabilities unleashed, he would easily obliterate Huolinfei. I know. Sun Wukong replied, his gaze shifting toward Huolinfei. The exchange between warriors required no words. A mere glance sufficed. However, Babidi, at the bottom of the spacecraft, vehemently opposed such a development. They must not be allowed to enter. Vegeta, eliminate them. Babidi commanded Vegeta through dark magic. With Babidi's command, the dark magic took effect. The agony from the depths of his soul forced Vegeta to howl at the sky. Yet the prince's pride would not permit him to be controlled by anyone. Silence. Even if my body and mind are under your dominion, my dignity and pride remain unchanged. I shall act according to my own will, and you will not manipulate me. Vegeta roared, the Saiyan energy within him surging forth like a torrent, unleashing an immense energy storm that shook the very earth. The surrounding cliffs crumbled, scattering countless debris upon the ground. Babidi's crystal ball, too, was adversely affected by Vegeta's eruption of power, causing him to stagger back in fear. How can such a person exist? The control has utterly failed. This was Babidi's first encounter with such a situation. Despite bearing the mark of dark magic, Vegeta did not obey commands. Babidi, whether he submits to commands is irrelevant. In the end, we shall acquire the energy regardless. I suggest we open the hatch and let them in. With me by your side, they cannot harm you, Dapper proposed. As the demon king of the demon realm, Dapper had become overly arrogant. Perhaps due to his battle with Son Gohan, he believed that Sun Wukong's strength was comparable to Son Gohan's. His overconfidence led him to think that facing two opponents would pose no difficulty. Yet he overlooked one crucial point. Sun Wukong's power was sufficient to contend with even Majin Buu. Are you confident in handling both of them at once? Babidi inquired, a hint of unease in his voice. Of course, the previous battle was merely a warm-up. That fellow named Son Gohan is of little merit, and the other is likely of similar caliber. I can take on both of them along with the Supreme Kai without issue. Dapper's words brimmed with boundless confidence. Little did he know, this would be the most foolish decision of his life. Chapter 20. On the 7th day, confronting the Demon King. On the 8th day, battling Vegeta. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Allow them entry, I will handle the Supreme Kai, while you contend with the other two. After much contemplation, Babidi ultimately acquiesced to Dubra's absurd scheme. Of course, Lord Babidi, Dubra declared with an air of arrogance. As the ground trembled beneath their feet, the spacecraft's hatch swung open amid the standoff between Huolinfei and Vegeta. The hatch is open. Let us proceed, Goku, Gohan, the East Supreme Kai urged. Indeed. Gohan nodded in agreement. I entrust you with this, Huolinfei, Goku said, imparting a final word of caution before joining the others aboard the spacecraft. In former times, Vegeta would certainly have intervened, for he yearned to battle Goku. But the circumstances had shifted. He was now intent on tearing the mouth of this red-haired fool to shreds. Damn it! How can such a foul-mouthed individual exist in this world? Why are you standing still? Are you afraid? Kneel and beg for mercy, and I might spare you. Huolinfei's caustic remarks ignited Vegeta's fury. I will rend you to pieces. With a thunderous roar, Vegeta launched himself at Huolinfei, his speed akin to lightning as he charged forward with a fist capable of shattering mountains. In a state of readiness, Huolinfei effortlessly dodged Vegeta's iron fist with a mere sidestep. This was merely the beginning. Vegeta's relentless assault followed in rapid succession, each punch delivered with ferocity and immense destructive power. The cacophony of their clashes echoed through the air, producing a symphony of explosive sounds. Within mere seconds, they had exchanged blows hundreds of times. Just a week prior, Huolinfei would have been utterly crushed by Vegeta's might. Yet now, in terms of combat prowess, he found himself able to stand toe-to-toe with the Saiyan Prince. This was largely thanks to the enigmatic elder who had exchanged intellect for combat prowess. Had he not faced that individual multiple times, he would not have acquired such formidable fighting skills and melee combat experience. The intensity of their battle, the sheer force of their strikes, tore the earth asunder, creating countless jagged fissures. The land within 100-mile radius trembled beneath the weight of their extraordinary powers, threatening to crumble. Such rapid attacks, such ferocious fists. This fighter's strikes are more brutal than Feng Yao's, yet I am no longer the person I once was. A smirk graced Huolinfei's lips as he discerned Vegeta's weakness amidst his offensive, delivering a powerful elbow strike aimed at the prince's face. A resounding thud echoed as Vegeta instinctively crossed his arms to block the blow. The clash of alien energy and Saiyan power erupted into a storm of chaos, resulting in a brief stalemate before they swiftly disengaged. The first round concluded. Both warriors now possessed a clearer understanding of each other's strength. It appears not all earthlings are devoid of merit. You are the first to fight me to such an extent, Vegeta mused, his perception of Lin Fei transformed. The prince had held nothing back during their encounter, each strike intended to annihilate Lin Fei. Yet this individual not only withstood the onslaught, but also retaliated with equal fervor. This newfound strength piqued Vegeta's curiosity about Lin Fei's origins. A warrior of such caliber should not have emerged without a trace, as if conjured from thin air. Indeed, it was true. It had been less than half a day since Lin Fei had traversed into the Dragon Ball realm. Likewise, you are not lacking, Lin Fei replied. Humph. While your strength is commendable, it is still insufficient. All who stand in my way shall perish. Vegeta's eyes glimmered with determination, and with a roar that shook the heavens. Golden flames manifested, a torrent of energy erupting from his feet. With a crackling surge, blue-white arcs of electricity ignited. The second transformation of Super Saiyan had arrived. Another transformation? Such formidable energy, yet I, Lin Fei, am no mere pretender. Lin Fei spread his arms wide, his alien energy materializing and escalating at an astonishing pace. A vibrant crimson aura surged forth, akin to molten lava, exuding an overwhelming power that distorted the very fabric of space. Perish! With a furious cry, Vegeta surged forward, closing the distance to Lin Fei in an instant, delivering a devastating punch aimed squarely at his opponent's face. The deafening impact reverberated, and Lin Fei crossed his arms to absorb the force of Vegeta's onslaught. Once again, the assault was deflected, and a flicker of rage ignited in Vegeta's eyes. Employing the prince's combat style, he unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes. The air was filled with the sounds of blows landing, rapid-fire impacts that rained down upon Lin Fei. Though I anticipated this, his attacks truly resemble those of a rabid dog. Lin Fei struggled to defend against Vegeta's relentless onslaught. However, the ferocity of Super Saiyan's second transformation was staggering. Even with the protective enhancement of his phantom scale, Lin Fei felt the reverberations in his arms. As the battle escalated, flashes of lightning erupted, energy storms swept across the battlefield, the earth was torn apart, and the atmosphere shifted, as if the entire world were trembling in response. What an exhilarating and terrifying sight. Compared to the events of the Cell Games 7 years prior, this confrontation was equally, if not more, intense. As Vegeta continued his merciless assault, Lin Fei's defenses began to show signs of faltering. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta executed a precise chop aimed at Lin Fei's face. A tremendous explosion ensued, carving a deep trench into the earth with the force of his energy blade. Yet Lin Fei narrowly evaded this potentially fatal strike. But Vegeta had no intention of relenting. His hands transformed into claws, lunging toward Lin Fei. With no means of escape, Lin Fei braced himself for the confrontation. Their fingers interlocked, a fierce contest of strength ensued, as they poured their energy into one another. The ground quaked, winds howled, and the world seemed to teeter on the brink of apocalypse. Lin Fei gritted his teeth, summoning every ounce of his alien energy to counter Vegeta's might. Meanwhile, Vegeta appeared utterly unfazed, exuding an effortless confidence. To have fought me to this extent. Even if you were to perish, there would be no regrets, Vegeta remarked with a smirk, retracting his hands and gathering momentum before delivering a powerful kick to Lin Fei's chest. With a resounding crash, Lin Fei was struck squarely in the chest, his body hurtling backward uncontrollably, akin to a wayward kite. Chapter 21. When strength falls short, let belief prevail. The playful skirmish comes to an end. Perish. With a single hand, Vegeta amassed power, unleashing a colossal golden energy sphere that struck Lin Fei squarely in the chest, sending his body soaring into the heavens. Ultimately, boom! The brilliance of the energy explosion enveloped the sky. Flames consumed Lin Fei, leaving his fate uncertain. Observing the explosion above, Vegeta's lips curled into a confident, haughty smile. As a prince, he believed Lin Fei had perished in the blast. Now, he would seek out Kakarot for their long-awaited battle. Just as Vegeta was about to depart, a massive fireball erupted from the heart of the explosion, hurtling towards him like a miniature sun. Sensing the incoming attack, Vegeta turned, casually raising his right hand to intercept the enormous fireball. With a surge of power, he began to compress it rapidly. Boom! The fireball detonated, scattering flames across the surrounding space. Meanwhile, Lin Fei hovered in the air, adjusting his breathing rhythm, the crimson hues of his phantom Kirin armor now marred with ominous streaks. He withstood it? More resilient than I anticipated, Vegeta scoffed. In his eyes, Fire Linfei's struggles were utterly futile, no matter how strong Earthlings might be. Could they ever rival the Saiyans? They were, after all, a race of warriors. In response to Vegeta's derision, Fire Linfei remained calm, betraying no hint of emotional turmoil. His tranquility was almost unnerving. Descending from the sky, Fire Linfei once again faced Vegeta. Your courage is commendable, but your stubbornness is in vain. Would it not be better to end it here? Vegeta sighed, shaking his head. He admired Fire Linfei's bravery, recognizing it as the mark of a true warrior. However, in the face of Vegeta's pity, Fire Linfei could only respond with 4 words: Super Beast Armor. Fire Linfei unleashed his otherworldly energy to its fullest extent. A massive Kirin totem materialized beneath him, from which a grand crimson mech slowly ascended. This mech was the Phantom Kirin. As Fire Linfei merged with it, the Phantom Kirin activated, the surrounding energy catching Vegeta's attention. A mech, is it? Intriguing, but my time is precious. As a token of respect for your courage, I shall use this technique to conclude your fate. Vegeta's gaze towards Fire Linfei subtly shifted. A kinship among strong warriors led him to decide to grant Fire Linfei a dignified end. This technique was none other than the Gallic Gun, which he had not employed in years. Few had earned the privilege to face this technique, besides Kakarot in the past. Now it was Fire Linfei's turn. A torrent of Saiyan energy surged upwards, white and violet flames igniting around Vegeta as the form of the Gallic Gun began to materialize. In response, Fire Linfei took decisive action. In his super beast state, his otherworldly energy peaked, amplifying the intensity of the Fire Cloud technique to unprecedented levels. Furthermore, this time, the charging period was the longest in history. Gallic Gun. Vegeta launched the first strike, releasing the Gallic Gun, condensed with most of his energy. The earth-shattering white and violet energy beam sliced through space, aimed directly at the Phantom Kirin under Fire Linfei's control. Fire Cloud Technique. Fire Linfei unleashed an enormous fireball, its scorching heat distorting space as it collided with Vegeta's Gallic Gun. Boom. The moment their energies clashed, a cataclysmic explosion erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. A blinding light of destruction enveloped the battlefield, sending tremors across the planet itself. Time passed in fleeting moments. As the radiance faded entirely, Fire Linfei and Vegeta re-emerged, but their conditions were starkly different. In the instant of the explosion, both had suffered immense backlash. The surface of the Phantom Kirin was riddled with cracks, poised to collapse at any moment. Vegeta, although his attire was tattered and his body marred with wounds, with boiling blood seeping from his injuries, regarded it as mere superficial damage for a Saiyan. However, the crumbling Phantom Kirin dissipated, and Fire Linfei, weakened, knelt upon the ground, having temporarily lost his combat ability due to severe injuries. The Super Beast state had been utterly dismantled. This fellow is even stronger than Feng Yao. The depletion of energy within him birthed a sense of helplessness in Fire Linfei. No matter how one viewed it, the outcome of this battle was already determined. You are the first to withstand my Gallic Gun, aside from Kakarot. But can you withstand it a second time? Vegeta had no intention of sparing Fire Linfei. He prepared to unleash the Gallic Gun once more. Fire Linfei's expression changed drastically. His body had reached its limits. There was no possibility of withstanding another Gallic Gun from Vegeta. Your name is Fire Linfei, is it? I shall remember it. In that instant, Vegeta thrust his hands forward. The immensely powerful Gallic Gun erupted from his grasp, resembling a roaring dragon with its gaping maws set to devour Fire Linfei entirely. Am I to meet my end here? Fire Linfei's heart was unwilling, yet he felt powerless. At that moment, time and space appeared to stand still. His thoughts drifted back to the battle with Gigu, where Miao Tiao Jun had perished to buy them time. He could not allow his journey in this world to be in vain. There were things he must accomplish. At this moment, Fire Linfei's resolve solidified with unprecedented determination. The height of a fountain cannot exceed its source. The otherworldly energy of the Super Beast warriors cannot surpass the belief that resides within their hearts. As he uttered that classic phrase once more, Fire Linfei's energy surged back to its prime. No, not merely to its prime, but far beyond it. Triggered passively. His combat strength soared tenfold. Boom. The anticipated explosion did not materialize. Fire Linfei, with his own hands, forcefully halted the advance of Vegeta's Gallic Gun, the energy intensity escalating with each moment. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Exhausted, Fire Linfei should have been incapable of blocking his Gallic Gun. Yet he did. Had this fellow concealed his strength from the beginning? Impossible. If he had hidden his strength from the start, he could not have been suppressed to this extent. Chapter 22. A genius, merely a threshold for me. I cannot falter here. There are matters I must attend to. The myriad experiences of the past flicker before Huolin Fei's eyes like slides. Time and again he has witnessed his friends fall before him, powerless to intervene. Now, having escaped that cycle, he has entered a new world, and he must put an end to the eternal recurrence of his former existence. If he were to fall here, what future would there be? Merely a human from Earth, why do you repeatedly obstruct my battle with Kakarot? You are truly insufferable. Vegeta roared with fury. In an instant, a torrent of violent energy erupted forth. The white and purple flames of energy blazed fiercely around Vegeta. In the next moment, the energy beam of the Gallic gun surged to double its previous output, resembling a tsunami of power, as if it aimed to completely devour Huolin Fei. Such a lethal technique, even the Super Saiyan second-grade Goku would only face devastation in its wake. However, something fell amiss with Huolin Fei's current state. The otherworldly flames that should have extinguished blazed around him, their immense assimilative power converting the energy of the Gallic gun for his own use. At that moment, Saiyan energy was conquered by otherworldly energy. What? You absorb my Gallic gun? The shock flashed in Vegeta's eyes upon sensing the energy being absorbed. Yet, that shock swiftly vanished, replaced by a sinister, malevolent grin. I shall see just how much you can absorb. Huh. Accompanied by a frenzied roar, the white and purple flames surrounding Vegeta surged higher, amplifying the output of the Gallic gun once more. Anyone else would surely be crushed beneath its might. Yet Huolin Fei stood resolutely, akin to a god of war. His otherworldly energy surged alongside his conviction, while Vegeta's Saiyan energy replenished his prior depletion, momentarily surpassing its former limits. In that instant, Huolin Fei not only broke through his boundaries but also successfully amplified his otherworldly energy tenfold. As the peak of his otherworldly energy reached a certain height, a deep crimson light flickered in Huolin Fei's eyes. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated. The Gallic gun erupted, scattering countless particles of energy throughout the surrounding space. This is impossible. Witnessing the destruction of the Gallic gun, Vegeta felt a profound shock within. He had intended to obliterate Huolin Fei with that attack. Yet, unexpectedly, Huolin Fei not only absorbed his Gallic gun but also shattered it in return. Could Kakarot even achieve this? Who exactly is this red-haired earthling? But what transpired next filled Vegeta with even greater terror. Huolin Fei assumed the exact stance Vegeta had used to unleash his lethal technique. Could it be that you have replicated my Gallic gun? Vegeta's face paled in horror as he began to comprehend the impending event. To mimic his proud technique with a mere glance, what kind of monster is this? In that moment, Vegeta finally understood that he faced not a slightly powerful earthling, but a true genius. Huolin Gallic gun. Huolin Fei thrust his hands forward. A highly concentrated deep crimson energy beam, infused with otherworldly energy, erupted from his palms amidst his roar. The terrifying heat ravaged the surroundings, distorting space, as the deep crimson beam surged forth like a roaring dragon, seemingly intent on devouring Vegeta entirely. Merely a poor imitation, Vegeta gritted his teeth, refusing to yield even a fraction in the face of this raging energy assault. His pride as a prince forbade him from retreating even an inch, especially as this technique was of his own creation. Boom. Vegeta pushed his hands forward, relying on his formidable strength to withstand the initial onslaught of Huolin Gallic gun. However, just as Vegeta reveled in his success, his expression shifted dramatically. He witnessed the Huolin Gallic gun expand once more, the extreme impact of otherworldly energy completely shattering Vegeta's defenses. Consumed by otherworldly energy, Vegeta let out a roar of excruciating pain. This overwhelming energy felt as though it would tear his body asunder, even as he valiantly resisted most of the damage. The intensity of this energy left him feeling as though he were on the brink of death. Boom. The explosive roar was deafening, and a massive deep crimson mushroom cloud shot into the sky. A storm of sand and debris ravaged all around, shaking the very world at that moment. Vegeta, engulfed by the explosion, was left in a state of uncertainty regarding his fate. Huolin Fei, having released the majority of his otherworldly energy, regulated his breathing as the flames of otherworldly energy dissipated. Surely, such a high-intensity explosion should have dealt with that fellow, right? Huolin Fei mused. It cannot be overstated that Vegeta was the most oppressive and ferocious opponent he had ever encountered. The recent battle had been perilous, nearly costing him his life. Yet, It was precisely the pressure Vegeta exerted that led him to fortuitously break through his limits, elevating his otherworldly energy once again. Moreover, this enhancement was of a permanent nature, contrasting sharply with the temporary tenfold boost he had experienced in the Super Beast world. This was not merely a remarkable feat. Perhaps Hualin Fei himself did not fully grasp the severity of the situation. While other strength increased through prolonged training, even formidable warriors like Vegeta were no exception, despite the terrifying boosts from their Super Saiyan transformations. However, Hualin Fei's rate of growth was unparalleled. Others might see their power increase at rates of 1123, occasionally transforming for boosts of dozens or even hundreds of times. Yet Hualin Fei's growth was astonishing. Tenfold today, another tenfold tomorrow, and yet another tenfold the day after. Such a pace of advancement was beyond the reach of even the strongest Saiyans in the Dragon Ball universe. To claim him a genius? Incorrect. Even a genius merely stands at the threshold of his potential. Chapter 23, The Omen of Resurrection, The Worries of Hualin Fei. Meanwhile, deep within Babidi spaceship, the energy indicators were skyrocketing, and the magical egg-sealing Majin Buu was flickering with a sinister glow. A profound and terrifying evil power was brewing within this egg. Marvelous. Letting them annihilate each other was indeed a wise choice. The energy is almost at its peak, Babidi exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Of course, Lord Babidi. Dabura replied with a devilish smile, brimming with arrogance. But soon, his gaze shifted, revealing a sense of vigilance, for Son Goku, Son Gohan, and the East Kaishin had arrived. Is that the magical egg-sealing Majin Buu? Son Goku's forehead glistened with beads of sweat as he felt an immense pressure emanating from it. Within, a truly horrifying and formidable evil power resided, one that even he could sense as overwhelming. It was no wonder the East Kaishin feared Majin Buu so greatly. Now it was evident why. Indeed, this is the magical egg-sealing Majin Buu. They must not succeed. I entrust this task to you, Goku, the East Kaishin said anxiously. Understood, Son Goku nodded solemnly. Although he outwardly agreed, internally he felt far from assured. Time was of the essence. The energy required to resurrect Majin Buu was now at its maximum. No matter how they acted, they could not prevent my Majin Buu from being revived. Hee. Babidi cackled ominously. At his words, everyone noticed that the energy detection device located directly beneath the magical egg had reached its peak and was continuously rising. What? The East Kaishin's expression changed drastically, completely unprepared for the rapid accumulation of energy. Could the battle between Hualin Fei and Vegeta generate such immense energy? I see. Uncle Vegeta must be fighting Hualin Fei with power surpassing that of a Super Saiyan. That tremendous energy has filled the requirements for resurrecting Majin Buu, Son Gohan realized. Understanding the situation's context. Had I known this would happen, I should have never allowed them to fight. Damn it. The East Kaishin felt immense regret as the resurrection of Majin Buu drew near, rekindling memories of past fears. Do not worry, Lord Kaishin. Leave the rest to me. Son Goku's eyes grew resolute, powerful energy swirling around him as his Saiyan essence ignited. Yeah, with a fierce shout, Son Goku transformed into the ultimate state of Super Saiyan second grade. A powerful energy filled the surrounding space, blue-white arcs of electricity enveloping him, the terrifying aura unmasked. Even Babidi was taken aback, while Dabura was shaken by this overwhelming energy. Son Goku is far mightier than Son Gohan. Dabura stopped them. Babidi commanded. Yes, Lord Babidi. Dabura responded, charging towards Son Goku. Yet, Son Goku paid no heed to Dabura. Just as he closed in, Son Gohan sprang into action. You'll face me. Son Gohan instantly transformed, repelling Dabura and engaging him in battle. Goku, I trust you to stop the resurrection of Majin Buu. I will handle Babidi. The East Kaishin earnestly urged Son Goku before confronting Babidi. Now, it was only Son Goku and the colossal magical egg sealing Majin Buu left unopposed. At last free to unleash his full power, Son Goku gazed at the magical egg before him. What an incredible aura. Even without being fully revived, it feels ominous. He must not be allowed to emerge. Son Goku foresaw the catastrophic consequences of Majin Buu appearing on Earth. To prevent a calamity, he had to take action. Regardless of success, I wonder if my Kamehameha will suffice. Son Goku summoned as much energy as he could, his hands merging at his waist. A continuous flow of energy gathering and compressing in his palms. Soon, a cerulean energy sphere formed there. At the moment this powerful energy manifested, everyone's attention was drawn to it. The East Kaishin worried that Son Goku's actions might prematurely release Majin Buu, while Babidi feared Son Goku might destroy Majin Buu outright. Kamehameha. Son Goku thrust his hands forward, unleashing a blue energy beam of tremendous destructive force towards the magical egg. Upon impact, the entire egg trembled precariously yet remained steadfast, though the sinister glow at its core intensified. Yeah, Son Goku's forehead pulsed with veins as he shouted. The energy output of the Kamehameha expanding exponentially, engulfing the magical egg in overwhelming energy. The cerulean light enveloped the interior of the spaceship. If allowed to expand unchecked, the entire vessel would be obliterated. No, my Majin Buu. In a desperate moment, Babidi cast a dark spell to teleport everyone back to the ground. They found themselves in the very area where Lam-Z and Vegeta had been battling. With the shift in location, Son Goku's Kamehameha was interrupted, and the magical egg, suffused with malevolent energy, fell to the ground. Lam-Z's attention was immediately drawn to it. Is that the magical egg of Majin Buu? Something feels off. Lam-Z sensed an anomaly, his focus honing in on the trembling magical egg. He felt an energy that belonged to him. An anomalous energy. I understand now. The energy I exerted while battling Vegeta was absorbed by Babidi, and my anomalous energy is within that egg. No wonder it feels so familiar. Within seconds, Lam-Z grasped the reason for the recognition. Yet soon, his anxiety surged. In the absence of his intervention, the original narrative dictated that Majin Buu would only be resurrected after consuming the Saiyan energy from Son Goku and Vegeta's battle. However, now he had consumed Vegeta's Saiyan energy and his anomalous energy. What transformations would his anomalous energy incite within Majin Buu? Chapter 24, The Resurrection of Majin Buu. Vegeta, having been engulfed by the explosion from the Kamehameha wave unleashed by Goku, emerged once more from the smoke. He gasped for breath, his attire tattered, his body marred by countless wounds, and warm blood flowed incessantly from his injuries, his energy plummeting sharply. How could it be that a mere earthling could bring me to such a state of disarray? The pride of the Saiyan prince was severely wounded. As a proud Saiyan, Vegeta had once believed that his race was the mightiest in the universe, with only Kakarot capable of contending with him. However, the appearance of Fire Lin Fei altered this perception. It became evident that even seemingly frail earthlings could possess such formidable strength, capable of rendering him so helpless. Moreover, this individual appeared remarkably youthful. A swell of indignation and fury grew within him, yet Vegeta consciously suppressed this rage. It is no exaggeration to say that this battle was the most intense and exhilarating he had ever experienced. Although his opponent was not Kakarot, he felt a sense of satisfaction nonetheless. For 7 years, apart from himself, no one knew the trials he had endured. Yet, he remained resolute in his intent not to let Fire Lin Fei escape unscathed. It was this very person who had disrupted his long-awaited battle with Kakarot. Had it not been for him, his long-held aspirations could have been fulfilled by now. Kakarot's energy, and an unusual energy. Vegeta sensed a change on the battlefield. His gaze shifted, spotting Goku, who had been forced to halt his Kamehameha, and the enormous egg that sealed Majin Buu. At that moment, the colossal egg swayed, and before all eyes, it split in two, releasing a cloud of pink mist. When the pink vapor dissipated entirely, nothing remained within the egg. Where was Majin Buu? Babidi, at this moment, was bewildered. The egg had been opened, and logically, Majin Buu should have been resurrected. Yet, he could not see any trace of Majin Buu. I understand. During the 5 million years of confinement, Majin Buu must have perished due to the ravages of time. He is long dead. The East Kaishin suddenly made a connection, his joy uncontainable. Babidi, seemingly convinced by the East Kaishin's words, believed that Majin Buu had faded away over the long years. Fear not, Lord Babidi, even without Majin Buu, I shall assist you in conquering this world. Dubra had appeared behind Babidi, showcasing his power and loyalty once more. To him, Majin Buu was inconsequential. Even if released, he believed he could easily vanquish him. However, the other warriors displayed expressions of grave concern. Through their senses, they detected an ominous and malevolent aura of terrifying magnitude, unparalleled by any previous adversary they had encountered. This aura. Gohan's gaze shifted to Goku, fear flickering in his eyes as he awaited Goku's confirmation. Goku solemnly nodded, his gaze directed toward the lingering pink mist in the sky. That was the source of the malevolent energy. Soon, under the scrutiny of all, the pink mist thickened, ultimately coalescing into the shape of a tall, slender pink monstrosity. The moment he materialized, it felt as though the world had come to a standstill. Especially for Fire Lin Fei, well-versed in the narrative of the Dragon Ball universe. Upon seeing this Buu, His mind momentarily short-circuited. Shouldn't it be the plump Majin Buu? How could this evil Kid Buu appear? Fire Lin Fei instantly recognized Kid Buu, the embodiment of evil, whose strength far surpassed that of the fat Buu. Could it be that my battle with Vegeta altered the course of events? Fire Lin Fei pondered his uniqueness. His unique energy, unlike Saiyan energy, may have caused this Kid Buu to manifest prematurely. Is he really Majin Buu? Gohan's gaze darted back and forth across Kid Buu, unable to discern the depths of his power beneath that calm exterior. Goku, however, wore a grave expression. The unfathomable malevolence emanating from Kid Buu instilled in him an inexplicable pressure. While he could not gauge the precise intensity, a warrior's instinct informed him that this foe was formidable. Meanwhile, the East Kaioshin trembled uncontrollably at the sight. It was unmistakable. This pink entity was indeed Majin Buu. Although his appearance had changed since 500 million years ago, he was undeniably Majin Buu. Is that creature truly Majin Buu? He appears to be nothing extraordinary. Injured and weary, Vegeta floated beside Goku. Vegeta. Goku hesitated, unsure of what to say upon encountering his old friend. He had presumed that Vegeta would have undergone significant change over the 7 years. Little did he expect that Vegeta had sold his soul to Babidi, awakening the evil within and reverting to his former self. Humph. You had me fight that guy to prevent this one from emerging. Now that Majin Buu has appeared, he doesn't seem so formidable after all. Vegeta scoffed at Kid Buu's strength, deeming it beneath him based on the intensity of his energy. You are mistaken, Vegeta. That being is not to be underestimated. Goku shook his head. This remark infuriated Vegeta. Do not presume to lecture me, Kakarot. I loathe your self-righteous demeanor. 7 years have passed. We have grown immensely stronger. Whether it be the Kaioshin or Majin Buu, they are nothing in my eyes. You have hesitated to fight me out of concern for Majin Buu's presence. Fine. I shall eliminate him. Then you will have no excuse to delay our battle. The arrogant Vegeta boldly declared his intent to defeat Kid Buu alone. Vegeta, you. Goku was at a loss for words, taken aback by Vegeta's resolute determination. Was their confrontation truly so significant? Give me a senzu bean. Do not make me repeat myself. I shall slay that creature now, and then we shall fight. Vegeta shouted furiously at Goku. Chapter 25. Joy lasts no more than 3 seconds, only to be instantly overcome. Observing the obstinate Vegeta before him, Goku found himself at a loss for words. The current state of Vegeta, reduced to a puppet of Babidi, was largely a consequence of Goku's own actions. If only he had consented to battle Vegeta during the World Martial Arts Tournament back then, perhaps the situation would not have devolved into this chaos. In any case, Majin Buu would eventually be resurrected. Why not indulge Vegeta's desires and engage in a thrilling duel before uniting against the formidable Majin Buu? Goku remained silent, merely retrieving the pouch containing the senzu beans from his waist. With only 2 beans remaining, he offered one to Vegeta. Despite the fact that Goku had bestowed the senzu bean upon him, Vegeta bore no ill will. After a cold snort, he consumed the bean. As the miraculous bean took effect, a surge of life energy coursed through his body, rapidly mending his wounds and replenishing his strength. With a resounding boom, a golden aura erupted from Vegeta, surrounded by arcs of blue and white electricity. Having sustained injuries from his battle with Hirudegarn and subsequently healed by the senzu bean, the Saiyans' unique traits were triggered, rendering him even more formidable. You're quite the enigma, Hirudegarn jeered, hands on his hips, swaggering toward Vegeta. One moment you want to fight me, the next you wish to take on that pink creature. What exactly are you planning? Has my beating finally scrambled your brains? It was difficult to fathom that such taunts emerged from a protagonist. Yet, given that his name was indeed Hirudegarn, arrogance was his mantra, and suffering a beating was a daily affair for him. No, it was more accurate to say that he often found himself on the receiving end due to his sharp tongue. In response, Vegeta turned to face Hirudegarn, eyes ablaze with fury. Whether it be Majin Buu, Kakarot, or you, I shall spare none, he warned, suppressing his anger. If you continue to prattle on, I won't hesitate to crush you first. Hirudegarn, undeterred, retorted, Who do you think you are? Dare to act tough in my presence? His caustic tongue flared once more, provoking Vegeta further. Infuriated, Vegeta raised his hand, gathering immense energy, poised to obliterate Hirudegarn. Enough, Vegeta. Cease this folly. Majin Buu has been resurrected, and his aura is far from insignificant. Goku interjected, his expression grave. Kakarot, I detest your self-righteousness in battle. Once I dispatch that creature, you shall be next. Vegeta dismissed Goku's hand with a wave, turning to confront Majin Buu. Hirudegarn wisely refrained from further provoking Vegeta. Meanwhile, on the other side, the newly resurrected Majin Buu surveyed his surroundings with his ominous crimson eyes, feeling distinctly out of place in this unfamiliar environment. Is this the world now? How long have I been sealed? I can scarcely recall. Yet, it is fortunate to be free. And these individuals before me appear rather intriguing. Their energy levels are quite impressive. Majin Buu grinned wickedly, locking eyes with Vegeta. He had overheard the conversation between Vegeta and Goku. Noting the audacity of the golden-haired warrior proclaiming his intent to annihilate him. Let us see just how formidable this fellow truly is, he mused. Babidi, witnessing Vegeta's defection, was consumed with rage. If I could have harnessed Vegeta's power, he would have been the mightiest ally, rivaling even Dabura. He seethed. We have been utterly deceived, Lord Babidi. He merely exploited your dark magic to augment his power, remaining uncontrollable. Might I suggest we allow Majin Buu to eliminate Vegeta? It would also serve as an opportunity to gauge Majin Buu's strength, Dabura proposed, harboring his own discontent toward Majin Buu. Indeed, your reasoning is sound, Dabura. Let us proceed as you suggest. Majin Buu, eliminate them. Babidi commanded, unaware that this would mark the final act of his life. Upon hearing the order, Majin Buu turned his head toward Babidi and Dabura with a sinister grin. With a swift motion, Majin Buu executed an incredibly rapid advance, reaching Babidi and Dabura in the blink of an eye. Buu, what do you intend to do? Babidi's words faltered as Majin Buu unleashed his assault. The devastating pink energy wave obliterated Babidi's form, leaving nothing but ash in its wake. The sudden ferocity of the attack eradicated Babidi entirely. As Babidi perished, those under his dark spell, including Dabura and Vegeta, felt the M mark on their foreheads dissipate. With the magical binding broken, the shackles on Vegeta and Dabura's souls were also lifted. The Z warriors outside were left in a state of bewilderment. Majin Buu was indeed an uncontrollable monster. The entity Babidi had sought to harness had instead led to his own demise. How ironic. That insufferable fool is finally dead. Now I can unleash my true potential. Vegeta proclaimed with a wicked smile, his energy radiating and his power surging. Previously, he had enhanced his strength through Babidi's dark magic. But with Babidi's death, that magic vanished. Yet, his power remained unweakened. In fact, the absence of Babidi's influence allowed him to wield his strength with greater mastery. Dabura, too, felt the liberation as the dark magic's control over him faded. I was controlled by that wretched insect for so long, he thought, recalling his subservient state under Babidi, feeling a burning shame. As the king of the demon realm, it was a disgrace to have been manipulated by a mere sorcerer for so long. Chapter 26. The dismal fate of Vegeta. I must return to the demon realm at once. Dabura was acutely aware of the perilous situation he found himself in. Without a moment's hesitation, he ascended into the sky, intent on fleeing Earth and returning to the demon realm. However, Majin Buu had no intention of allowing him that escape. After disposing of Babidi, a glimmer of malevolence flickered in Buu's eyes as he fixated on Dabura. Indifferently, he raised his right hand, gathering immense energy within his palm. And in the next instant, boom! A devastating beam of death energy erupted from his hands, radiating a sheer destructive force capable of annihilating everything in its path. Hurtling towards Dabura with relentless fury. This is bad. Realizing the danger, Dabura turned to defend himself, but his efforts proved pitifully inadequate. Under the relentless assault of Majin Buu's overwhelming power, even the formidable Demon King was reduced to ash amid the resounding explosion. Haraha! Witnessing Dabura's demise, a sinister grin spread across Buu's face, a testament to his formidable strength. This scene was etched into the minds of all spectators present. It's over. Everything is over. That creature possesses neither mercy nor humanity. All shall be obliterated. The East Kaishin's heart sank into despair. Despair and fear enveloped his thoughts. Dabura and Babidi, both had fallen to him. Gohan was drenched in cold sweat. Though he was unaware of Babidi's capabilities, he had personally experienced Dabura's strength. Equal in power, Dabura could be defeated in an instant. If he were to face Buu, it would be a certain death. That creature's energy expands at the moment of attack. It's impossible to gauge its intensity. This is troublesome. Vegeta may very well perish. Goku wished to persuade Vegeta but found himself at a loss for words. He understood Vegeta's character all too well. The prince's pride and arrogance would never allow him to retreat. Regardless of how formidable the opponent, Vegeta would fight until the last moment. And how could the seasoned warrior Vegeta not recognize Buu's extraordinary might? The prince's pride compelled him to battle until the very end. Ahe! Vegeta roared. His body contorted into a terrifying visage as he unleashed his ultimate power. An overwhelmingly potent golden aura transformed into a tempest that swept across the heavens and the earth. An unparalleled aura of destruction coalesced in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the ground trembled and winds howled. The quaking earth splintered, dislodging massive boulders. As Vegeta erupted with renewed vigor, all present instinctively recoiled. Vegeta! Goku called out helplessly. Vegeta remained as stubborn as ever, yet it was his pride that rendered him unable to relent. Even knowing he was no match for Majin Buu, he felt compelled to engage in battle. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Hualin Fei, had already discerned Vegeta's impending fate. Death might evade him, but he would undoubtedly endure a beating. However, with Goku in peak form standing by, no unforeseen accidents should occur. After all, his Super Saiyan third stage power was formidable. As for him, it was not yet time for him to intervene. On the battlefield, as Vegeta unleashed his own formidable energy, Buu's expression shifted continually, piqued by the immense pure energy radiating from this golden-haired warrior. This individual was proving to be more complex than he had anticipated. Though he possessed strength, it was limited. Vegeta's energy blasted the massive stones from the ground, hurling them one after another towards Buu. The colossal boulders descended like mountains, seemingly unstoppable. Yet they were merely a prelude to what was to come. Such an attack would hardly faze Buu. As the stones approached, a glint flashed in Buu's eyes. An invisible force erupted. Boom! The intangible energy expanded, detonating the boulders into a cloud of debris that danced in the wind. Seizing this opportunity, Vegeta charged forth, a streak of golden light racing towards Buu. Unfazed by Vegeta's aggressive advance, Buu remained calm as the prince's devastating kick struck his neck with a thunderous sound. Yet, even this earth-shattering blow merely caused Buu to tilt his head slightly. However, Vegeta's subsequent assault cascaded upon Buu like a tempest, the prince unleashing his full combat prowess. Bang! 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 The sounds of flesh meeting flesh echoed through the surrounding space. Vegeta's frenzied onslaught relentlessly battered Buu's form, leaving imprints from his fists across Buu's surface. It appeared that Vegeta had gained a decisive advantage, but the reality was far from it. Though Buu seemed to suffer greatly, his energy remained remarkably stable, showing no signs of decline. Vegeta concentrated all his strength, delivering a powerful uppercut that connected with Buu's jaw. Boom! A deafening roar rang out. Struck by this formidable blow, Buu's body was momentarily thrown off balance, launching skyward like a rocket. Final flash. Taking advantage of this opening, Vegeta rapidly gathered energy and unleashed his signature move, the Final Flash. The immense white-purple beam surged forth like a dragon with its jaws agape, racing towards Buu. Yet, just as the energy approached, Buu grinned, a cruel and wicked smile spreading across his face, as his energy surged to an alarming level. Boom! A pale pink aura exploded forth, its vastness causing a cataclysmic shift in the very fabric of reality. The destructive might of the Final Flash disintegrated into countless energy particles, scattered across the space. What? Witnessing his Final Flash being obliterated, Vegeta's spirit plummeted into despair. This creature's power was unfathomably terrifying. Before Vegeta could react, Buu suddenly vanished from the sky. This is bad. A deadly sense of crisis surged from behind, and Vegeta felt the gravity of the situation. He swiftly turned, but it was too late. Buu had already appeared behind him, unleashing a purple energy blast imbued with unimaginable destructive power. The ferocious energy struck Vegeta's chest, forcing him backward, and within mere seconds, he vanished from sight. Boom! Suddenly, an explosive roar shattered the heavens, shaking a significant portion of the earth. A pink light of destruction enveloped the sky, casting a pall of despair and silence. In that moment, Vegeta's aura seemed to dissipate entirely, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 27, The Prince's Pride, the Final Flash of Desperation. The battlefield was enveloped in an eerie silence. The East Kaishin and Gohan stared wide-eyed in horror, utterly unprepared for the abrupt conclusion of this fierce battle. Had even the formidable Vegeta been vanquished by Majin Buu? Gohan gazed at the distant mushroom cloud rising into the sky, his voice trembling as he realized the dreadful truth. The absence of energy could only signify one thing: death. It was over. Majin Buu had been resurrected, and we would all perish here. The East Kaishin's mind was shrouded in despair and fear, rendering him powerless, his thoughts grinding to a halt. Vegeta would not succumb so easily. Goku was convinced that Vegeta still lived, though his condition remained uncertain. This formidable adversary could only be confronted with a particular form. Gohan, Lord Kaishin, Fire Lin Fei. You must leave this place. I will handle Majin Buu on my own. Goku had resolved to confront Majin Buu single-handedly. Such a powerful enemy was beyond their capabilities. Yes, Lord Kaioshin, let us depart, Gohan obediently replied, agreeing to Goku's decision and leading the Kaioshin away from the battlefield. However, the East Kaioshin hesitated and turned to Goku, stating, "It is futile. As long as we remain on this planet, Majin Buu will find us. Goku, you are already a dead man. If you perish again, you will truly vanish." Goku had returned to the living world with the Kaioshin's approval, and he had to ensure that they could safely return to the afterlife. He must not die here. It was his duty as a Kaioshin. Moreover, the resurrection of Majin Buu was partly his responsibility. Had his plans not gone awry from the beginning, Buu would not have returned. I understand. Goku's resolute voice betrayed no hint of emotional turbulence. In my dictionary, the word retreat does not exist. Until the final moment, no one can predict the outcome, and you are being overly presumptuous, Goku. Fire Lin Fei, an onlooker, retorted with indignation. Did he truly believe that Fire Lin Fei would be defeated? He had emerged from the cycle of reincarnation. How could he fear a mere Majin Buu? What folly! On the battlefield, Majin Buu smugly believed he had disposed of Vegeta. He grinned wickedly, turning to survey his opponents with the gaze of a predator, pondering who his next victim would be. Yet, a violent tremor from afar captured his attention. The energy signature that should have vanished had re-emerged. Not dead. He was taken aback. The boastful warrior seemed far more resilient than he had anticipated. From a massive pile of rubble several kilometers away, a golden beam of light erupted from the ground, followed by the battered figure of Vegeta soaring into the air, unleashing his energy skyward. His battle attire was in tatters. His body marred by gruesome wounds, blood dried upon his skin, presenting a ghastly sight. Ha, 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 Vegeta gasped, struggling to regain his composure. That wretched creature had inflicted such severe damage with a mere casual strike. Truly formidable, having absorbed my energy to return. Vegeta acknowledged Buu's strength but felt no fear. The Gallic gun may have been neutralized, but he still possessed one final technique. With fury swelling within him, he became enveloped in blue-white electricity, exuding a terrifying energy that rendered him even more menacing. You pink bastard. If you can, try to negate this technique too. Vegeta spread his arms wide, channeling all his energy into this one decisive move. This was the same technique he had employed against Perfect Cell Final Flash. Even Perfect Cell had been severely damaged when struck directly by this attack. Now, Vegeta would unleash it in his Super Saiyan's second-grade limit break state. Stronger than it had been 7 years prior. He refused to believe that Majin Buu could withstand it. As Vegeta's energy surged, the atmosphere itself began to tear. The earth quaking and trembling, causing disturbances throughout the world. Majin Buu, initially uninterested in Vegeta, now regarded him with a flicker of astonishment, sensing the immense power. This warrior seemed to possess far greater strength than he had imagined. Yet, that was all it was. The sight of Vegeta desperately gathering power sent shivers through the onlookers beyond the battlefield. Should this energy reach its zenith, the Earth itself could be obliterated. Aside from Majin Buu, Goku, and the enigmatic Fire Lin Fei, anyone else would be reduced to nothingness upon contact with this technique. As Vegeta continued to concentrate his energy, his form swelled and contracted, the embodiment of the Final Flash taking shape, a golden energy sphere crackling with blue-white arcs. No matter how strong you are, you shall be obliterated by this attack. Final Flash. With Vegeta's frantic roar, an unstoppable torrent of golden lightning erupted, surging forth like a roaring dragon toward Majin Buu. Where it passed, all was annihilated. Even space rippled under its terrifying might, surpassing the clash between Gohan and the lightning cell 7 years ago by several magnitudes. Majin Buu, confronted by this oncoming ferocity, momentarily displayed a serious expression. In the next instant, he moved. The pink aurora streaked forward as Buu charged directly into the path of the Final Flash, gathering all his strength to deliver a powerful kick. Boom! The tremendous sound echoed as Vegeta's Final Flash was deflected by Buu's kick, rebounding back toward him. This was impossible. The Final Flash had been reflected. Vegeta's pride was severely wounded. The disparity in power was staggering. His ultimate move had been returned to him. With his mind racing, Vegeta had no choice but to sever his energy output, crossing his arms defensively. He was bracing himself to endure the very technique he had unleashed. However, given his current physical state, if he were struck by this attack, it would surely spell his doom. Chapter 28. Ultra Super Saiyan Goku vs. Majin Buu. In this critical moment, Goku, who had been observing from the sidelines, sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, he utilized instant transmission to materialize behind Vegeta. whisking him back into the crowd. The ultimate flash, now devoid of its target, tore through the Earth's atmosphere, hurtling into the cosmos until its energy dissipated. Are you all right? Vegeta? Goku inquired with genuine concern. Kakarot, I do not require your interference. Vegeta retorted, his heart brimming with resentment. Why was it always Kakarot who came to his rescue? 7 years prior, during Cell's self-destruction, and now again, confronting Majin Buu. I understand, but you fought valiantly. Allow me to handle him from here, Goku said, aware of Vegeta's nature and unfazed by his pride. You. Vegeta was at his wit's end. His fury swelling, feeling utterly helpless. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he was humiliated beyond measure. First, he had been entangled in a fierce battle with an unknown red-haired earthling, and now he had been mercilessly beaten by the terrifying Majin Buu upon his resurrection. The most frustrating part was that once again, he had been saved by his arch-rival, Goku. Are you truly so self-important? You possess no real strength. Yet you rush in to play the hero, only to be left battered and saved once again, and you dare to speak harshly to your savior? You act as if you are formidable when, in reality, you are not. Have you suffered some injury in battle that has affected your mind? Hualin Fei interjected with disdain, further igniting Vegeta's fury. You are exceedingly annoying, unable to contain himself any longer. Vegeta gathered the last of his energy and hurled an energy blast at Hualin Fei. The feeble blast was effortlessly dispelled by Hualin Fei's hand. Enough, Vegeta. This is not the time for foolishness. And you, Hualin Fei, perhaps you should refrain from speaking as well. Your grievances can wait until we resolve the matter at hand. Goku admonished, unable to bear the situation any longer. Though Vegeta's actions were indeed excessive, Hualin Fei's sharp tongue was intolerable. Each word he uttered was a direct assault on Vegeta's pride, tearing apart what little dignity he had left. Humph! If it weren't for your arrogance, we wouldn't be in this predicament. You Saiyans are all so conceited, believing you alone can resolve every dilemma. I shall witness how you intend to deal with Majin Buu. Hualin Fei scoffed, turning away and departing the area, uninterested in associating with them. In a world dominated by Saiyans, the simple earthlings appeared utterly insignificant and trivial. Goku, however, remained silent in response to Hualin Fei's reproach, lost in contemplation. Truth be told, he initially shared Vegeta's sentiment. Over the past 7 years, their powers had multiplied significantly. And even against the unknown Majin Buu, he had confidence in his ability to prevail. Had he disagreed with the Supreme Kai's plan, perhaps events would not have unfolded as they had. If they had simply participated in the martial arts tournament, Majin Buu would not have been resurrected. But now, it was too late for regrets. They could only confront the reality before them, defeat Majin Buu, with his mind refocused. Goku's gaze hardened as he tossed his last Senzu Bean to Vegeta and strode purposefully towards Majin Buu. Receiving the Senzu Bean, Vegeta watched Goku's unwavering figure advance. Suddenly recalling something, his expression shifting dramatically. Could it be? Has Kakarot truly reached that stage? Vegeta speculated, though disbelief lingered in his heart. Only Goku's demonstration could confirm his suspicions. On the battlefield, Majin Buu scrutinized Goku as he approached. Are you my next opponent? If this is all you have, you may as well perish now. Buu's disdain was palpable. Goku's usual demeanor provoked no desire to engage him. A mere finger could easily extinguish his life. Majin Buu, your strength indeed surpasses my expectations. Even Vegeta fell before you. However, I will not permit you to wreak havoc on Earth, even if it costs me my life. As the last word left his lips, Goku ignited the energy within him, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 2nd grade. His power resonating at a level comparable to Vegeta's previous form. Transformed? You are no different from that previous fool. How dull, Buu scoffed, having effortlessly dispatched Vegeta. The Goku before him was scarcely a challenge, crushing him would be child's play. Patience, allow me to showcase something remarkable, Goku replied with a devilish grin. Confidence radiating from him. Oh, Buu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. With a resounding explosion, golden energy erupted like a tidal wave. The overwhelming force shook the very fabric of reality. Buu's expression shifted from disdain to astonishment. Ha! Accompanied by a cacophony of wild shouts and roars, Goku's ultimate transformation commenced. The transition from Super Saiyan 2nd grade to Super Saiyan 3rd grade was nothing short of breathtaking, a spectacle that left the world reeling. The sheer intensity of his energy stirred the very essence of existence, surpassing everyone's wildest imaginations. The escalating power reached a level capable of annihilating foes effortlessly. As his golden aura surged, enveloping him in an electrifying blue-white glow, Goku stood resolute, embodying the essence of invincibility. The formidable energy coalesced within him. completing his transformation into Super Saiyan 3rd grade. The oppressive aura emanating from him was staggering, leaving all, including Majin Buu, in a state of shock. Even Hualin Fei was moved by the sheer magnitude of Goku's presence. With a gaze as cold as ice, Goku fixed his eyes on Majin Buu, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How does it feel? This is my full power, Super Saiyan 3rd grade. Upon hearing this, Buu snapped back to reality. His excitement evident as he responded, "You appear to be on a completely different level from that previous fool." Buu's praise was unreserved, a tacit acknowledgement of Goku's formidable combat prowess. Chapter 29. Grant me the 8th day, and I shall comprehend the nebula form. Both sides stood in a tense standoff, neither willing to strike first. They were secretly gathering their strength, poised to launch an instantaneous attack the moment the other showed a weakness, aiming directly for their opponent's life. Those watching from the battlefield, having witnessed Sun Wukong's transformation into a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level, felt a myriad of emotions stirring within them. Wukong possesses such formidable power. It dawned on the East Kaishin just how egregiously mistaken he had been. He had overestimated Majin Buu and underestimated Sun Wukong. The warrior he had specifically permitted to emerge from the underworld had grown powerful enough to rival Majin Buu. With such a formidable ally, there was no need for hesitation. He could have simply led Sun Wukong to assault Babidi-'s stronghold from the very beginning. With him by their side, what was there to fear? The 3rd level of Super Saiyan, is this the power my father has attained after surpassing the Super Saiyan once more? Truly astonishing. This overwhelming aura, it must lead to victory. Gohan brimmed with confidence in his father, accompanied by a sense of pride. This is his father, the Super Saiyan Sun Wukong, the mightiest warrior on Earth, no, the strongest in the entire universe. The despair that had clouded everyone's hearts dissipated in that moment. The energy of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan was incomparably greater than that of the 2nd level. Yet, the one most deeply affected was undoubtedly Vegeta, who had just been rescued from being petrified by Dabura's saliva. His suspicions had been confirmed. At this moment, he realized how foolish his actions had been. Even after breaking through his previous limits through Babidi's dark magic to attain greater strength, he still fell short of Sun Wukong. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan, this transformation that was beyond his reach left him in the dust. It became clear the distance between us has never been bridged from the beginning as Vegeta confronted the reality of his own folly. His mind felt on the verge of collapse. He wished for nothing more than solitude to reflect. The 3rd level of Super Saiyan is indeed formidable. Hualin Fei's gaze lingered on Sun Wukong for a considerable time. He was already aware of the transformation into the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. However, having witnessed the entire transformation process and the overwhelming power it yielded, new thoughts began to blossom in his mind. His thoughts drifted back to the time spent in the Super Beast world. The nebula forms of the King of Hell and the Snow Emperor manifested as energy bodies. This was akin to maximizing one's power to form a unique entity, similar to the principle of Super Beast armament. Yet, the nebula form of Gigu was different. That fellow's haunting nebula was intricately linked to his physical body, representing a comprehensive enhancement. Saiyans could enhance their strength through continual transformations. As an earthling, could I also transform? Or perhaps the nebula form is indeed a kind of transformation. In a moment of enlightenment, Hualin Fei seemed to have discovered a new path. If this avenue proves viable, he might also awaken the nebula form. Though merely a hypothesis, Hualin Fei felt the potential of this method, yet lacked an opportunity to test it. Meanwhile, outside the battlefield, Piccolo and Krillin, previously petrified by Dabura's saliva, had been freed following Dabura's demise at the hands of Majin Buu. They had also witnessed the entire confrontation between Vegeta and Majin Buu, as well as Sun Wukong's transformation into the 3rd level of Super Saiyan. It was astounding. Sun Wukong at the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, his aura was unprecedentedly powerful. He could surely defeat Majin Buu. Piccolo clenched his fists in excitement, filled with unwavering faith in Sun Wukong. When Vegeta had nearly been killed by Majin Buu, despair had begun to take root in his heart. For the past 7 years, Vegeta had been the undisputed strongest on Earth. Yet now, the emergence of the 3rd level of Super Saiyan rekindled his hope. This is an utterly terrifying aura. Wukong's strength now resembled that of a monster, no, more akin to a beast than a mere monster. Krillin swallowed hard, a sense of trepidation lingering within him. The terrifying might of the Saiyans was far beyond what these earthlings could hope to contend with. On the battlefield, Sun Wukong and Majin Buu remained locked in a standoff for an extended period, neither revealing any weaknesses. Everything was eerily calm. Yet, beyond the naked eye's perception, They had already commenced their first round of momentum clashes. Their energies warped the very fabric of space, causing their forms to shift and twist like phantoms in the eyes of onlookers. Are you not planning to strike? Then allow me to make the first move. With that declaration, a glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. In an instant, he unleashed a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, closing the distance to Majin Buu. With an unstoppable force, he delivered a crushing blow. Bang! This punch landed squarely on Majin Buu's face, causing his head to tilt awkwardly as his body shot backward like a cannonball. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong pursued, delivering a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu soaring into the sky. The consecutive strikes inflicted upon Majin Buu ushered in an unprecedented level of agony. If Vegeta's previous blow had merely caused a sting, Sun Wukong's punch was akin to flesh being torn asunder. This exemplified the terrifying nature of the third level of Super Saiyan. The power, speed, and reflexes far surpassed those of the second level. However, the price for such immense strength was an energy expenditure that exceeded all expectations. If the energy consumption of the second level was double that of the first level, then the third level required 4 times that of the second. Bang, 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 bang. The resounding echoes of bone-crushing impacts reverberated throughout the space. Armed with near-perfect combat skills, overwhelming strength, and years of accumulated battle experience, Sun Wukong dominated Majin Buu in a relentless assault. The escalating pain inflicted upon Buu ignited his fury, yet every action was anticipated by Sun Wukong, who capitalized on the openings revealed during Buu's offensive. His iron fists, cloaked in a golden aura, struck with unparalleled destructiveness once more. Boom! The explosion reverberated across the land. Majin Buu suffered another devastating blow, his body plummeting towards the ground like a meteor, creating a towering cloud of dust upon impact that shook the very crust of the earth. This battle appeared devoid of any suspense. Sun Wukong's third level of Super Saiyan firmly held the upper hand. But was the reality truly so simple? Far from it. Chapter 30. Has the battle concluded? With a piercing sound that sliced through the air, the restored Majin Buu charged fiercely at Son Goku, this time initiating the assault. The rhythm of this confrontation was markedly faster and far more intense than before. Yet, Son Goku still held the upper hand. Though this advantage was not as pronounced as it had been previously, Majin Buu possessed a terrifying regenerative ability and an unimaginable talent for combat. The same techniques could not be employed against him a second time. As Son Goku unleashed his onslaught, Majin Buu was also evolving, memorizing Goku's moves and mimicking them with his own capabilities. This foe is learning my fighting style. He is unlike any opponent I have ever encountered. I must resolve this swiftly. Son Goku was acutely aware of how precarious his situation had become. Majin Buu not only possessed formidable talent, but any techniques he had previously faced could be adopted by him, rendering them ineffective. Unbeknownst to Son Goku, the most terrifying aspect of Majin Buu lay within his very physique. His unique biological structure allowed him to regenerate rapidly from even the gravest of injuries, a regeneration speed far beyond that of Cell. However, Son Goku's primary concern was to conclude the battle quickly, for he was already on the brink of death. The intense exertion of his powers in the mortal realm was depleting his energy irretrievably. The immense energy consumption associated with Super Saiyan 3rd grade was a staggering toll. And the longer the fight dragged on, the slimmer his chances of victory became. With a fierce cry, Son Goku summoned his strength, delivering a powerful kick that sent Majin Buu sprawling. Seizing the opportunity, he concentrated his energy to unleash his ultimate technique. His hands came together at his waist, forming a blossom-like shape, as an unending stream of energy coalesced into a blue orb. Kamehameha Wave. Son Goku unleashed the Kamehameha Wave with unrelenting force. The violent energy surged toward Majin Buu, whose expression shifted dramatically. He crossed his arms before him in defense. But it was as futile as a grasshopper attempting to stop a truck. The Kamehameha Wave's ferocity obliterated Majin Buu's upper body. The Z fighters, witnessing this scene, were left in stunned silence, believing the battle had reached its conclusion, that Majin Buu had perished under the onslaught of the Kamehameha Wave. Yet, before they could rejoice, Buu's severed upper body reformed. Was his regeneration akin to that of Cell's? And even faster at that. Son Goku furrowed his brow, realizing that this battle would not conclude so easily. This creature was unlike any adversary he had ever faced, regardless of the severity of his wounds. It appeared he could recover effortlessly. What transpired next left Son Goku astounded. This is my Kamehameha Wave. Son Goku recognized the stance. In an instant, Majin Buu unleashed his own Kamehameha Wave towards him. With no time to evade, Son Goku clasped his hands together, transforming them into a hammer-like weapon and swung with tremendous force. A resounding explosion echoed as Buu's Kamehameha wave was repelled like a volleyball. Confronted with his own reflected technique, Majin Buu struck back fiercely, sending the rebounded Kamehameha wave soaring away from Earth. Thus, the first round of their clash concluded, both combatants descending from the sky, locked in a tense standoff. You are far more intriguing than the last one, Majin Buu smirked wickedly, regarding Son Goku with the eyes of a predator. You are strong as well. I have never encountered an opponent quite like you. Son Goku clenched his fists, refusing to underestimate his foe. This tension was a feeling he had not experienced in many years. In the next moment, he charged at Majin Buu, launching a relentless barrage of attacks, fiercer than even Prince Vegeta's renowned combat style. Faced with this intensified assault, even Majin Buu was compelled to adopt a defensive posture, yet he found himself perplexed. Why was Son Goku so eager to conclude the fight? Did this form possess a time limit? Just as Buu pondered this, Son Goku's fist struck his abdomen with a force that twisted his features and caused bile to erupt from his mouth. But it did not end there. Son Goku pressed on with an unyielding series of strikes, each blow more brutal than the last, unleashing a relentless torrent of fists and feet upon Majin Buu. Under this continuous onslaught, Buu's body became twisted and battered beyond recognition. Yet, thanks to his unique physiology, these injuries seemed inconsequential, no matter how severe. Buu would rapidly revert to his original state. I refuse to believe you can keep regenerating. Son Goku gritted his teeth, delivering a spinning kick that launched Buu into the sky before gathering energy for another Kamehameha wave. This time, he poured every ounce of strength into the attack, determined to eradicate Majin Buu in one decisive blow. In the high altitudes, Majin Buu regained his composure and mirrored Son Goku's Kamehameha stance. Majin Buu unleashed his own Kamehameha wave, a purplish-red energy beam imbued with apocalyptic power hurtling towards Son Goku. Prepare to witness the true Kamehameha wave. With a roar, a brilliant blue energy beam erupted from Son Goku's hands, surging forth like an unstoppable dragon. The two colossal waves of energy clashed with cataclysmic force, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The surrounding space warped horrifically, as if on the brink of collapse. Neither Son Goku's Kamehameha wave nor Majin Buu's could decisively overpower the other. Realizing that he could not afford to delay any longer, Son Goku unleashed his energy with a series of resounding cries. His Kamehameha wave eclipsed Buu's in a magnificent display of might. This sight left Majin Buu wide-eyed with terror. He had not anticipated such overwhelming ferocity from Son Goku. With an unstoppable torrent, the energy beam consumed Majin Buu entirely. A blinding light of destruction enveloped the sky. In an instant, the winds howled, dust swirled, and fissures appeared in the fabric of space. The colossal energy beam shot forth from the earth, vanishing into the horizon. Time passed, though its measure was uncertain, until the all-consuming light of destruction waned. Sunlight bathed the earth once more. Majin Buu was nowhere to be found. The battle seemed to have been won. Joy, shock, disbelief. A myriad of emotions surged within the hearts of the witnesses. They had triumphed. But was it truly that simple? Chapter 31. Decades of hard training? I only need 3 seconds. Once again unleashing the Kamehameha, Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Upon realizing that Majin Buu had vanished without a trace, a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Yet, soon after, a look of dread clouded his expression, and his brow furrowed slightly. What is happening? His energy has clearly dissipated, yet I feel a profound sense of unease. Sun Wukong's gaze roamed the surroundings, seeking any sign of the villain. Time ticked away, and before he knew it, several seconds had elapsed. The battlefield fell eerily silent, and Majin Buu still made no appearance. Outside the battlefield, Piccolo and Krillin, along with East Kaioshin and Gohan, relaxed their vigilance, but Vegeta and Hiron remained ever watchful. How wonderful! Majin Buu has been successfully vanquished. That wretched creature has been slain by Wukong. East Kaioshin was ecstatic, believing the conflict to be settled. However, within mere moments, this exhilaration was ruthlessly shattered by Vegeta. Don't be foolish. That guy is not dead. Otherwise, Kakarot wouldn't maintain that state. With Vegeta's admonition, everyone finally recognized the unease etched across Sun Wukong's face. If the battle had truly concluded, he ought to have reverted from his Super Saiyan third-grade transformation instead of remaining in such an energy-consuming state. Damn it, Kakarot. You always get ahead of me. Even with Babidi dark magic enhancing me, I cannot compare to you. Vegeta's fists cracked with tension, his eyes ablaze with fury, and his energy fluctuated wildly. Witnessing Sun Wukong in his Super Saiyan third grade form made him acutely aware of his own ignorance and absurdity. Once again, Sun Wukong had left him far behind. Even if they were to duel, it would be utterly futile. The disparity in their strengths was insurmountable. Meanwhile, Hiren remained impassive, fixated on the swirling pink mist in the sky. Within this pink haze, Majin Buu's energy was steadily escalating. TCH, just as I suspected. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sun Wukong's forehead. Since mastering the Super Saiyan third grade transformation, he had not experienced such tension and helplessness. The irretrievable exhaustion, coupled with the conflicting rules of the realms, rendered his energy alarmingly unstable. The erratic energy signified that his Super Saiyan third grade was nearing its limit and would soon dissipate. Wukong, you cannot maintain this transformation any longer. The immense energy drain of Super Saiyan third grade will exhaust your existence on Earth. If you deplete your strength entirely without returning to the afterlife to replenish, you will perish completely. The urgent warning of North Kai echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. From far away on Grand Kai's planet, he had been closely monitoring his beloved disciple's situation, increasingly concerned for Wukong's safety. A person on the brink of death, should they die once more, would face true annihilation. I wish I could, Master Kai, but the current situation, I am powerless. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, responding telepathically to North Kai. Forget everything else. Quickly revert from your transformation. The immense energy drain of Super Saiyan third grade cannot be replenished in the mortal realm. If you delay any longer, you will cease to exist. North Kai's voice was filled with urgency and panic. He was already a dead man. Returning to the mortal world had violated the rules. And 7 years ago, Sun Wukong had died saving Earth, though it had resulted in destruction as his mentor. He did not wish to witness his disciple face death once more. This time, death would mean true obliteration. I want a Master Kai, but that guy seems unlikely to grant me the opportunity. A bitter smile crossed Sun Wukong's face as the pink mist in the sky coalesced, heralding the re-emergence of Majin Buu. Witnessing this, Sun Wukong assumed a battle stance once more, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Hehehe. Majin Buu grinned menacingly, vanishing in an instant, only to reappear before Sun Wukong, launching a crushing punch. Sun Wukong reacted in time, countering with a punch of his own. Bang! The collision of their fists unleashed a powerful shockwave, sweeping across the landscape and igniting a storm. The fierce battle erupted anew. With Majin Buu and Sun Wukong engaging in an intense melee, their fists colliding with bone-crushing force, creating ripples in the fabric of space. Their forms darted through the air like auroras, so swift that even beings with combat power exceeding 100 million could not discern their movements. The intertwining pink and golden lights in the sky wove a colossal web in mere seconds. The sheer magnitude of their power was cataclysmic, and their speed was beyond comprehension. At their level, each clash reverberated through the earth, threatening to shake it to its very core. This level of combat left everyone outside the battlefield, save for Hiren, utterly speechless. The power of Super Saiyan third grade is truly immense. The mere aftershocks made the earth feel as though it might crumble. Gohan, suppressing his tumultuous emotions, spoke with trepidation. East Kaishin remained silent, but his expression revealed the extent of his anxiety. Damn Kakarot. That accursed Majin Buu. Both of you have surpassed me by such a margin. I. Vegeta, deeply affected, seethed with indescribable rage. As the prince of the Saiyans, he found himself left far behind by these two. His feelings could only be likened to the worst of misfortunes. On the other hand, Hiren remained remarkably calm. Unlike the overwhelming pressure felt by others, he could see the entire course of the battle clearly. Strangely, the techniques employed by the two seemed to etch themselves into his mind. With merely a thought, they would resurface as if imprinted. These techniques lingered in his consciousness, and he sensed he could utilize them as well. I can't hold on much longer, Hiren murmured. He noticed the irregularities in Sun Wukong's condition. As the battle continued, Sun Wukong's energy depletion became critical, leaving him exceedingly weak, transforming from a one-sided onslaught against Majin Buu to a state of near parity, even being pressed back. Chapter 32. 7 Days of Annihilation in Another Dimension. I shall grant you 10,000 years first. On the battlefield, as the conflict intensified, Sun Wukong's initial dominance had waned significantly. The intensity of his Super Saiyan third stage was plummeting. The balance of power began to shift, tipping towards Majin Buu. Bang! Boom! Their fingers interlocked, engaging in a pure contest of strength. A powerful aura transformed into a tempest, ravaging the surroundings as neither combatant yielded, both refusing to relent. Indeed, You can hardly maintain this form any longer, can you? Your power is not what it was before. Majin Buu smirked slyly, accurately revealing Sun Wukong's predicament. Unfazed by the revelation, Sun Wukong responded coolly, "Against you. This is more than sufficient." In that instant, Sun Wukong erupted once more, forcefully flinging Buu's arms aside and delivering a heavy punch aimed squarely at Buu's face. This time, Buu did not evade but instead displayed a mocking grin. Bang! The impact struck Buu's head, stretching it like a super elastic band for several meters before it began to rapidly rebound. Noticing Buu's movement, Sun Wukong felt a sense of foreboding and instinctively attempted to evade, but Buu's head collided forcefully with his own. Boom. The collision left Sun Wukong dizzy and momentarily disoriented, exposing a fleeting vulnerability. Buu, seizing the opportunity, gathered energy at lightning speed and unleashed it towards Sun Wukong. The colossal wave of energy surged towards him, its destructive force rivaling that of the earlier Kamehameha. Boom! The explosion illuminated a significant portion of the sky. Engulfed by the blast, Sun Wukong plummeted towards the ground, but just as he was about to crash, he executed a flawless backflip, landing gracefully. Damn! Upon landing, Sun Wukong was acutely aware of the overwhelming depletion within him, gasping for breath. The transformation into Super Saiyan third stage in the underworld had not drained him so severely. He could fight all day without fatigue. Yet here, in the realm of mortals, his energy dissipated at an alarming rate. In barely 2 to 3 minutes, he felt on the verge of exhaustion. I ask you, are you capable? If not, do not force yourself, lest you find yourself slain by this pink fiend. No, wait, you are already dead. Being killed again should pose no issue. The mocking voice of Hualin Fei echoed from behind Sun Wukong. Hearing Hualin Fei's taunts, Sun Wukong's lips involuntarily twitched. He finally understood Vegeta's frustration. Hualin Fei's tongue was indeed sharp. This is unavoidable. Sun Wukong sighed, realizing that, aside from himself, no one else stood a chance against Majin Buu. He was Earth's last line of defense. Enough, enough. You Saiyans are all so arrogant. If this battle continues, it will not be him who slays you, but rather you who exhaust yourselves to death. Now go, find somewhere cool to rest. Hualin Fei, unwilling to waste further words, strode directly before Sun Wukong. You. Sun Wukong's lips twitched in surprise at Hualin Fei's decisiveness and audacity. No, this cannot be mere arrogance. At that moment, Hualin Fei seemed enshrouded in a mysterious veil, rendering him imperceptible to Sun Wukong's senses. Even in his Super Saiyan third stage, he could not discern Hualin Fei's true power. Do you have confidence in defeating him? Sun Wukong inquired tentatively. Before me, the enemy either flees or faces utter defeat, Hualin Fei replied, his words carrying an air of confidence. Upon hearing Hualin Fei's assured response, Sun Wukong felt a wave of relief and chose to place his trust in him this time. Then I shall leave it to you, Hualin Fei. As the words left his mouth, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan third stage was dispelled. As the transformation ended, the overwhelming sense of depletion nearly caused him to falter and collapse. The side effects of transforming into a Super Saiyan third stage in the mortal realm were far more severe than he had anticipated. Dragging his weary body, Sun Wukong approached the others, leaving the battlefield as the domain of Hualin Fei and Majin Buu. Another change of combatants? Majin Buu descended, his unfettered gaze sweeping over Hualin Fei. With his perception, he could not sense Hualin Fei's aura, as if it were cloaked in an inscrutable veil. You seem to be quite entertaining, Buu mused, intrigued by this unusual individual he had never encountered before. This red-haired fellow seems different from the earlier golden-haired one. Entertaining? Who do you think you are? To deal with someone like you, a mere pink rubber band, I need but a single finger. Hualin Fei's words reached Majin Buu's ears, abruptly halting the smile on his face, replaced by a palpable aura of malice. This was the first time he had encountered such arrogance. How dare anyone flaunt their bravado before Majin Buu? Swoosh! A rush of air signaled Buu's swift advance, charging at Hualin Fei with lethal intent and unleashing a barrage of deadly strikes. His attack speed was astonishing, too quick to react, yet in Hualin Fei's mind, the sequence of Buu's moves unfolded clearly. Every technique from the earlier battle between Sun Wukong and Buu was etched deeply in his memory. With instinctive agility, Hualin Fei evaded all of Buu's attacks effortlessly. All your attacks have been deciphered, he declared as his iron fist, brimming with formidable energy, struck out decisively. Bang! The punch landed squarely on Buu's abdomen. A jolt of pain coursed through Buu, who expelled a surge of acidic fluid from his mouth, his eyes widening in shock. His expression contorted in agony. Hualin Fei, showing no sign of relenting, launched another attack, leaping into the air and executing a spinning kick that connected with Bu's neck. The overwhelming force toppled Bu, sending him staggering back several steps. Is this truly your best? Perhaps you should train for another 100,000 years. At this rate, you won't even be able to touch a single strand of my hair. While Lam-Z spread his arms as if feigning helplessness, his demeanor dripping with mockery towards Majin Bu. You. The insult left Bu's face ashen. After taking a deep breath, he rapidly restored himself to his previous form. Chapter 33. You are undoubtedly a genius, but genius is merely the threshold to meet me. Quite resilient. This pink rubber band is rather suitable as a punching bag. Fire Lam-Z teased Majin Bu. Rubber band. Veins bulged on Majin Bu's forehead, his body trembling uncontrollably, and his features contorted grotesquely from the strain. The ghastly surface erupted with several menacing pink arcs of energy, and his aura surged at an astonishing pace. White gas spewed from the orifices surrounding his body, signifying that Majin Bu's fury was nearing its zenith. Outside the battlefield, that fiend's power has risen again. This increase even surpasses my father's Super Saiyan third form. Son Gohan, deeply attuned to the intensity of this aura, felt beads of sweat cascade down his forehead, causing his body to tremble involuntarily. He swore this was the most terrifying aura he had ever encountered. The true power concealed within Majin Bu was formidable enough to instill despair within him. The East Kaishin remained silent, praying internally that Fire Lam-Z could truly vanquish Majin Bu. Otherwise, this world would surely face obliteration at his hands. Vegeta seemed to regress to that state of helplessness and despair from 7 years ago, merely a spectator, unable to intervene. Damn it! Damn it! Vegeta clenched his fists tightly, blood oozing from his palms, his eyes awash with crimson, embodying pure rage. Yet, no matter how furious he became, it was futile. The situation mirrored that of 7 years prior, where, as the Prince of the Saiyans, he found himself powerless, relying on others to confront the threat. 7 years ago. Son Gohan and Son Goku. Now 7 years later, Fire Lam-Z. Stop it. Don't provoke this creature any further. Son Goku, having battled Majin Bu before, urgently advised Fire Lam-Z to cease this reckless behavior. He could sense a dreadful power slumbering within Majin Bu. Perhaps due to being sealed for far too long, this fiend could not unleash his full might. If Majin Bu were to awaken that power, the consequences could be dire. On the battlefield, Fire Lam-Z observed the rampaging Majin Bu, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as his sharp tongue unleashed another bout of provocation. I ask you, can you do anything beyond shouting? If you have the capability, then come at me. I stand right here. Fire Lam-Z beckoned at Majin Bu with a finger, daring him anew. Upon hearing this, Majin Bu could no longer contain his fury. I shall tear your mouth to shreds. Unable to endure any longer, Majin Bu lunged at Fire Lam-Z. His speed was so swift that it was imperceptible to the naked eye, yet Fire Lam-Z, ever prepared, remained unfazed. Having observed every move in the previous battle between Son Goku and Majin Bu, he had deciphered all of Bu's techniques. Many have sought to eliminate me, yet you are neither the first nor the last. Fire Lam-Z dodged effortlessly, evading Majin Bu's initial assault. Frustrated by the evasion, Majin Bu's rage flared anew, and his attacks descended upon Fire Lam-Z like a tempest. But no matter how ferociously he struck, Fire Lam-Z seemed to anticipate each assault, skillfully toying with him. Crimson energy surged along Fire Lam-Z's body, enhancing both his speed and reflexes, which continued to escalate as the battle progressed. Boom, 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 boom. The air reverberated with explosive sounds. The deep crimson light of the illusionary Lin and the sinister pink aura clashed amidst the heavens. The two engaged in a relentless back and forth, each collision sending tremors through the earth, as if threatening to rend it asunder. Majin Bu's malevolent power and Fire Lam-Z's extraordinary energy twisted space to the brink of collapse. In mere seconds, they exchanged no less than 100 blows. Each impact placed the Earth on the edge of ruin, the very aftermath of their battle threatening to dismantle the planet itself. It was through this fierce encounter that Fire Lam-Z's combat skills advanced significantly, elevating his battle experience to new heights. Majin Bu had no means of defending himself against him. Where on earth did this guy come from? Why can he see through all my attacks? This is impossible. As Majin Bu regained his composure, a flicker of fear emerged for the first time. Previously, even when he battled Son Goku, he had felt pressure. But it was nowhere near the extent to which Fire Lam-Z dominated him. His techniques adapted to the opponent's fighting style, allowing him to replicate their moves with a mere glance, executing them flawlessly. Yet, before Fire Lin Fei, Majin Buu felt utterly helpless, like a mere puppet in the hands of his tormentor. His attacks had been entirely deciphered. Before Fire Lin Fei, he felt like an invisible shadow. Why is this happening? It shouldn't be like this. This was not solely Majin Buu's fault. He was indeed a genius, his terrifying talent, particularly his photographic memory, far surpassing even the self-proclaimed warrior race of the Saiyans, and even Frieza could not compare. Had he not been obsessed with destruction? Believing that his ability to devour was sufficient for power enhancement, he could have reached greater heights. Regrettably, he had encountered a true genius this time. Someone whose talent was maximally refined, elevating combat prowess to unfathomable levels. No, one might say that being a genius is merely the threshold to encounter this man. It seems your strength is limited to this. I shall no longer indulge you. Pink rubber band. The moment the words left his lips, Fire Lin Fei's extraordinary energy surged forth, radiating a heat that rivaled that of the sun. So hot, the astonishing temperature forced Majin Buu, in the midst of his assault, to retreat repeatedly. The surface of his skin scorched to a charred black. A swish of air resounded. Fire Lin Fei unleashed a burst of speed, arriving before Majin Buu, his fist radiating terrifying heat, crashing into Buu's abdomen with unyielding force. The searing flames pierced through Majin Buu's belly. Gah! The excruciating pain compelled Majin Buu to uncontrollably expel a copious amount of blood. This was a remarkable feat. Even the Super Saiyan third form Son Goku had only managed to induce acid reflux in Buu. Yet Fire Lin Fei had truly made him bleed. Chapter 34. The Early Awakening of the God of Destruction. This is merely the beginning. The grand spectacle lies ahead. At that moment, Lin Fei retracted his right hand, clasped his hands together to form a war hammer, and struck down fiercely at the nape of Majin Buu. A deafening crash reverberated through the air. Majin Buu was swept up by the tremendous force, plummeting towards the ground like a comet. Just as he was about to hit the earth, Lin Fei surged forward once more, his body enveloped in manifest energy, rendering him an unstoppable force akin to a war deity. His speed was so astonishing that he preemptively positioned himself at the spot where Majin Buu would land. The scorching energy flames that surrounded him ignited at the tip of his fist, radiating such intense heat that the surrounding space visibly warped. The farce has come to an end. Illusory Lin. Hellfire. In an instant, Lin Fei unleashed a powerful fiery punch. With a thunderous explosion, his iron fist struck Majin Buu's face, the sudden eruption of deep crimson energy flames consuming Majin Buu's form. The energy flames, capable of incinerating all, seared every cell of Majin Buu, seemingly intent on reducing him to ashes. A haunting wail of agony echoed through the space as Majin Buu sensed his body disintegrating uncontrollably. An unprecedented torment engulfed him as he desperately fought against his fate, yet no effort proved fruitful. The terrifying heat of the illusory Lin Hellfire not only obliterated his physical form, but aimed to erase him entirely, down to the last cell. With a resounding roar, the astonishing crimson fire burst forth from the earth, and it appeared that everything had settled into silence. As the flames dissipated, Majin Buu vanished without a trace. Even his presence no longer detectable. The light of the sun, symbolizing hope, bathed Lin Fei, who stood triumphantly on the battlefield. This moment validated his iconic declaration, "Before me, an enemy either flees or faces utter defeat." The battlefield fell into a profound silence, as if it truly had come to an end. Spectators outside the battlefield were left speechless. No trace of Majin Buu's energy could be felt, nor could any part of him be seen. This battle seemed to have reached its conclusion with the release of Lin Fei's illusory Lin Hellfire. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Lin Fei. He sensed that matters were not as straightforward as they appeared. He gazed up at the sky, his brow furrowing slightly. It felt as though something was watching him from another dimension, a realm so exalted and indescribable. Strange, why do I feel as if someone is observing me? Is it merely a figment of my imagination? Lin Fei mused to himself. He attempted to enhance his vision with his energy, striving to penetrate the veil of this direction. However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not uncover who was watching him. Scene transition. In another dimensional realm beyond the cosmos, there exists a domain that stands in stark contrast to the Supreme Kai realm, a realm even grander, the God of Destruction realm. Within this realm, a white-haired man, clad in distinctive divine attire and wielding a special staff, was savoring tea freshly brewed. Atop the staff's black magical orb, a projection of events unfolding on Earth was displayed. He was none other than Whis, the attendant and master of the God of Destruction, Beerus. Since Beerus had fallen into slumber, Whis had been patiently awaiting his master's awakening in the God of Destruction realm. Time held no significance for him. Yet in the expanse of these long years, to alleviate his boredom, he occasionally utilized his angelic staff to observe whether any intriguing events transpired below. Beside Whis, a peculiar blue fish resembling a loach rested atop its aquarium, sharing in the observation of the staff as projection. This was no ordinary fish. It possessed the ability to foresee the future. Though it was a pet of Whis, this fish was the only being he could converse with throughout the endless ages. Whis, what do you make of this red-haired earthling? I thought earthlings were merely ordinary humans. The prophetic fish inquired first. I am uncertain. Many events have transpired on Earth over the years. Not only the demise of Frisia, but also the transformation of the Saiyans, who can now attain this golden-haired form. This red-haired earthling must have undergone a similar transformation, yet the power emanating from him is unprecedented, Whis replied, his tone imbued with intense curiosity regarding Hualien Fei. An ordinary earthling becoming so powerful? That is indeed extraordinary. The absence of prior records makes it even more remarkable. You cannot discern his strength, Whis? That is quite intriguing. The prophetic fish remarked, somewhat surprised. It is possible that this red-haired earthling is connected to the Super Saiyan god you once foretold, Whis teased. A smile creeping onto his lips as he jested with the prophetic fish. Recalling the Super Saiyan god, the prophetic fish paused for several seconds. I had almost forgotten about the existence of the Super Saiyan god. It suddenly remembered, slightly astonished. However, can the deceased Goku or that Saiyan named Vegeta truly transform into a Super Saiyan god? The prophetic fish questioned, its doubt evident. Despite its ability to glimpse into the future, the visions it saw were merely fleeting glimpses, not the complete picture. The existence of the Super Saiyan god would only be revealed 4 years hence. Who knows? The transition from mortal to divine is an arduous journey. Yet these Saiyans have a tendency to achieve the unimaginable, Whis chuckled, his signature laugh echoing. Yet, unbeknownst to anyone, Whis's gaze upon Hualien Fei underwent a subtle transformation. The power he had never witnessed before did not belong to their realm. The future foretold by the prophetic fish had likely been altered by the arrival of this red-haired earthling. Is it a blessing or a curse to keep him? Should I awaken Lord Beerus ahead of time? Whis's thoughts grew increasingly grave as he turned his attention to the colossal tree at the center of the God of Destruction realm, the location of Beerus's palace. At that moment, Beerus remained in slumber, with 4 years still remaining until his awakening. Chapter 35, The High Priest Summons. Over the years, the negative energy within the universe has been steadily increasing. In order to maintain the balance of the cosmos, the God of Destruction traverses its vast expanse, relentlessly obliterating any forces that threaten this equilibrium. Consequently, after each task, the God of Destruction must enter a prolonged slumber to rejuvenate. However, an unknown variable has emerged within the 7th universe, an outsider whose origins remain a mystery. The question looms whether this red-haired human poses a threat to their realm. If so, it would be imperative to awaken Beerus ahead of time. For now, we shall observe. Whis resolved in his mind, choosing not to act hastily. Yet, unbeknownst to Whis, another pair of eyes was peering through the boundaries of the universe, watching the developments in the 7th universe. Beyond the 12 universes lies the divine realm, a domain that stands at the pinnacle of all universes. This place is known as the Palace of the Omni King. At the entrance of this palace, a man clad in blue and white divine attire, with a unique halo floating behind him, held a sphere radiating an infinite starlight. He is the High Priest, second only to the Omni King. The sphere in his grasp is no ordinary object. It embodies an entire universe, specifically the 7th universe. The power dynamics between different worlds indeed reveal stark contrasts. Though presently feeble, it holds immense potential for growth. Without the constraints of your world's rules, here, you two can flourish. Nevertheless, before that, we must meet. Muttering to himself, the High Priest focused his thoughts and initiated contact with Whis, the angel residing in the realm of the God of Destruction in the 7th universe. In the realm of destruction, Whis. The voice of the High Priest resonated within Whis's mind. The moment this voice echoed, a flicker of surprise stirred in Whis's expression, which had remained undisturbed for countless years. This voice, it cannot be mistaken. It is my father, the High Priest. High Priest, Whis responded mentally, acknowledging the High Priest. It had been epochs since his father last reached out, and the abrupt communication left Whis momentarily at a loss. Do not be anxious. Privately, you may address me as father, the High Priest conveyed through their mental link. Yes, father. May I inquire about the reason for your sudden contact? Is there something urgent you require me to attend to? Whis asked, perplexed. It is not a grave matter. An outsider, whom I have guided to your seventh universe, resides on a planet known as Earth. Bring him to meet me. The high priest explained succinctly. Outsider, is it that red-haired earthling? Whis immediately associated the figure with Fire Lin Fei. In that instant, everything became clear to Whis. No wonder an outsider had appeared in the seventh universe. It was his father, the high priest, who had brought him here. This elucidation made perfect sense. Indeed, the high priest confirmed. I understand, father. With Whis' acknowledgement, the mental connection with the high priest was severed. Whis, shedding his previous demeanor, rose with an unprecedented seriousness. He was uncertain why the high priest wished to meet Fire Lin Fei, for the thoughts of the high priest eluded comprehension. What is the matter, Whis? You seem unusually serious, the oracle fish remarked, noticing the change in Whis' expression. It's nothing. I simply haven't been active for quite some time and intend to descend to the lower realms, Whis replied. Is that so? Then remember to bring me back a dessert. The oracle fish chirped. Of course, Whis assured, concluding their conversation. With the angel's staff in hand, he summoned the divine power within, executing a dimensional traversal in an instant, transforming into a radiant streak of light that pierced the sky of the god of destruction's realm. Entering the seventh universe, Earth. A minute had passed since Fire Lin Fei consumed Majin Buu with the illusory hellfire. Within this minute, all remained eerily calm. Majin Buu had not reemerged. It seemed he had indeed been eradicated by Fire Lin Fei's flames. Oddly, that sensation had abruptly vanished. Gazing at the sky, Fire Lin Fei sensed the unseen force that had been observing him dissipate, leaving him perplexed. After the standoff lasting over a minute, he was certain it was no illusion. Someone had been watching him. But who could it be? Never mind, whoever they are, they will reveal themselves in due time, Fire Lin Fei mused, casting aside all thoughts. What is meant to come will eventually arrive. Rather than exhausting himself with speculation, it is better to focus on making the most of the present moment. He had barely settled in, and already he was embroiled in conflict. Meanwhile, the Z fighters, witnessing the continued absence of Majin Buu, began to lower their guard. Only Goku and Vegeta, the two Saiyans, sensed something amiss. As destined adversaries, they exchanged glances, understanding each other without the need for words. Could Majin Buu truly have been defeated so easily? Kakarot must have sensed something. Vegeta pondered, increasingly convinced that something was off. He had experienced the power and uniqueness of Majin Buu firsthand. It was no simple attack that could eliminate him so effortlessly. Even Fire Lin Fei's illusory hellfire was undoubtedly formidable. What is happening? I can no longer sense his energy, yet I have this ominous feeling, Goku remarked. Sensing an intangible force enveloping him, causing discomfort. This unsettling sensation left him feeling unwell, yet he could not articulate what was wrong. What's wrong, Dad? You seem off. Is it because you transformed into a Super Saiyan third grade? Gohan observed his father's unease and quickly turned to ask. Perhaps. Goku replied with a wry smile, at a loss for how to respond. The immense energy expenditure he had undergone in the mortal realm could not be replenished. And only upon returning to the afterlife would this discomfort dissipate. The East Kaishin interjected. So, does this mean your time in the mortal realm is running out? Gohan's expression turned incredulous as he grasped the implications. The transformation into Super Saiyan third grade demands such a steep price. This revelation was utterly unexpected. Chapter 36. The Arrival of Goku Buu. Indeed, I have always been a specter of the past. Long ago, when I transformed into a Super Saiyan at the third level, Lord Kai warned me that this form would drastically diminish my time in the realm of the living. It seems my time has truly run out. Gohan, please convey my apologies to Chi-Chi. I fear I cannot stay for dinner. Goku's face bore a bittersweet smile, his words laden with regret and resignation. I understand. Father. Gohan, despite his longing to retain him, could only offer a faint smile. His father had passed away 7 years prior. They existed in two disparate worlds. Yet, unbeknownst to all, a minuscule pink mass, no larger than a grain of rice, lay dormant upon Goku's right shoulder blade, pulsating with an increasingly sinister energy. Goku, let us depart. I shall escort you back to the afterlife, proposed the East Kaishin. Since he permitted Goku's presence in the mortal realm, it was only fitting that he return him to the afterlife. Goku had played a pivotal role in the quest to vanquish Majin Buu. However, please wait a moment. Lord Kaishin. Before parting, Goku had one more word to utter, one concerning his fated rival, Vegeta. Their gazes clashed, and the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive silence. Everyone understood that Vegeta harbored a deep-seated fixation, a confrontation with Goku. Yet, until Goku departed this world, that fixation would remain unresolved, leaving Vegeta with an immense sense of loss. "I am sorry, Vegeta. I have failed you," Goku said, a hint of shame lacing his tone. Bored to tears. "Our duel will come in due time. At that moment, regardless of whether you are a Super Saiyan at the 3rd level or have ascended to the 4th. I shall not be afraid." Vegeta's words resonated with his character. No matter the adversity faced, he maintained his resolve, vowing never to surrender. "I eagerly await that day," Goku replied with a serene smile, feeling a sense of fulfillment and no regrets. "It is time to go." Just as the East Kaishin was about to lead Goku away from this world to the afterlife, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The long-dormant Bu within Goku sprang into action. The minuscule mass instantly expanded into a vast pink net, enveloping Goku entirely. "What?" Goku exclaimed in shock. "Kakarot." Vegeta sensed the impending calamity. "Father!" Gohan cried out, desperate to prevent the unfolding disaster, yet utterly powerless. "This is bad. This is Majin Buu's devouring ability. He is not dead." The East Kaishin recalled the terrifying memories of 500,000 years ago. It was through this very fearsome ability that Majin Buu had devoured the South Kaishin, and subsequently, the Grand Kaishin himself. Now, the target of this consumption has become Goku. The East Kaishin had no desire to witness another tragedy unfold before his eyes. He widened his eyes, activating his powers in an attempt to dispel the engulfing net created by Majin Buu. Yet his efforts were futile, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Ultimately, the flesh net of Majin Buu ensnared Goku completely. Damn it! What on earth is this monstrosity? Goku exerted every ounce of strength to escape, only to discover that the energy within him had been siphoned by the flesh, leaving him incapable of transforming into a Super Saiyan. Just as the pink flesh net was about to entirely engulf Goku, a fiery force intervened. Fire Cloud Technique. A powerful shout echoed from afar, as a massive fire energy sphere hurtled through the air, unleashing a cataclysmic force aimed directly at Goku. "Get back!" Vegeta reacted first, immediately retreating. Gohan followed suit, grabbing the East Kaishin and leaping to a safe distance. Boom. Suddenly, an explosive fire erupted skyward. The destructive energy transformed into a colossal wave, sweeping across the vicinity. As the flames subsided, a figure resembling Goku emerged from the remnants of the explosion, accompanied by an aura of terror that sent shivers down everyone's spine. This presence bore a striking resemblance to Goku, yet represented two starkly contrasting extremes. One was the pure and innocent spirit of a child, while the other embodied the essence of ultimate evil. Now, these two auras intertwined, neither fully good nor entirely evil, morphing into an unrecognizable entity. As the smoke and flames dissipated, a figure bearing Goku's distinctive traits materialized. No, this being should now be called Goku Buu. Devouring this creature was indeed a wise choice. Its power flows within me, and to think, it is still a deceased soul. The reborn Goku Buu possessed heightened intelligence, exhibiting a unique charisma compared to the previous form that knew only chaos and destruction. Yet, the essence of evil eclipsed the good. Although Goku's purity could influence Buu, it could not fundamentally alter the entity before them. That is Majin Buu, and he wears my father's outfit. How could this happen? Gohan's eyes shifted with fury as he beheld the figure clothed in Goku's orange martial arts uniform. Kaishin, what on earth is happening? Vegeta, more urgent than anyone, pressed the East Kaishin for answers. That is the innate devouring ability of Majin Buu. 500,000 years ago, he used it to consume the South Kaishin and the Grand Kaishin. I never anticipated it would turn upon Goku this time. Damn it, I should have informed everyone from the start. The East Kaishin felt a wave of regret wash over him. If only he had revealed Majin Buu's devouring ability sooner. So much trouble could have been avoided, and Goku would not have been consumed. You scoundrel! Vegeta's fury erupted as he grasped the East Kaishin by the throat, lifting him off the ground, teetering on the brink of rage. He had made a pact with Goku, promising a future confrontation, but now that Goku had been consumed by Majin Buu, the death of a once-living soul meant a total loss of spirit. Chapter 37, Son Gohan's Fury, unleashing the second transformation of the Super Saiyan. I apologize, it was my oversight. Due to the passage of time, I have forgotten that Majin Buu possesses the ability to absorb others. The East Kaishin lowered his head, a look of shame on his face. Had he informed everyone earlier about Majin Buu's capabilities, this unfortunate situation could have been avoided. Now, Son Goku has been consumed by Majin Buu, becoming a part of him. So, East Kaishin, has my father died once again? Son Gohan trembled as he spoke, terror etched across his features. Upon hearing this, the East Kaishin fell silent. His demeanor provided Gohan with the clearest answer. The fact that both the South Kaishin and the Grand Kaishin were absorbed by Majin Buu signified their demise. Now that Son Goku has also been devoured, the outcome is likely the same. A thunderous crack echoed in Son Gohan's mind, as if something within him had snapped. A wrath, dormant within the depths of his soul for years, was unleashed, flooding forth like a torrential wave. Regret, helplessness, and pain surged from the innermost corners of his being. 7 years ago, he possessed immense power that surpassed all, yet his arrogance led to the death of his father, Son Goku. 7 years later, his own weakness has once again cost him his father's life. If only he had not forsaken his training, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. Unable to contain his fury, Son Gohan felt as if his head might explode. Simultaneously, the immense power within him, long dormant, was ignited by his rage. A resplendent golden aura erupted from his body, his hair standing on end without a breeze, while arcs of blue-white electricity crackled around him. A spectacle that caught the attention of Vegeta, the East Kaishin, and Goku Buu. Gohan. Vegeta sensed impending doom and hastily tossed the East Kaishin aside. The Saiyan race is unique. Upon reaching a certain level of power, they can activate their S cells through anger, facilitating a transformation. The Super Saiyan form itself is born from rage. At this moment, in a state of fury, Son Gohan's veins bulged, his visage transformed into a terrifying sight. His eyes turned white, pupils vanished, and an unfathomable fury radiated from his gaze, coupled with a murderous intent. His once jet-black hair transmuted into a golden inferno, standing even more erect than that of a typical Super Saiyan second stage. The long silent fury within him was fully awakened, propelling Son Gohan into a unique state of Super Saiyan second stage, Rampage. In this form, his energy intensity rivaled that of Son Goku in his Super Saiyan third stage. Gohan, this boy. The terrifying energy erupting from Son Gohan astounded Vegeta. The strength of this energy surpassed his own. Just as before, whenever this boy became enraged, he unleashed power beyond anyone's imagination. This scene was witnessed by Piccolo and Krillin, who stood outside the battlefield. As Gohan's guardian and mentor, Piccolo had always believed that Gohan would become the strongest being on Earth. Gohan's rage had awakened him. This is wonderful. Witnessing Gohan's explosive transformation, Piccolo was the most exhilarated. What an astonishing aura. Could it be that Gohan is about to break through to Super Saiyan third stage? As an ordinary Earthling, Krillin found himself nearly losing his sense of self from the overwhelming spectacle. He was merely a human, possessing some strength, but in such a situation, he felt utterly powerless compared to the Saiyans. However, the formidable energy that left everyone in awe was merely average in the eyes of Goku Buu. Oh, quite an impressive energy. You must be Son Gohan, right? You are this fellow's son. According to the memories of your father, you possess unparalleled potential that can be unleashed through anger, and it appears to be true. Goku Buu took an interest in the rampaging Son Gohan, his gaze shamelessly scanning Gohan's form, mirroring the scrutiny he had once given Son Goku. You regarded Gohan as prey. This energy qualifies to become a part of him. I will not let you go, no matter what. Give me back my father. In a blind fury, Son Gohan surged forth like lightning, aiming to strike Goku Buu. So fast, the East Kaishin marveled. This boy's speed has increased dramatically. Even Vegeta was taken aback, unable to discern Gohan's sprinting velocity. Yet, to Goku Buu, Gohan's speed appeared as sluggish as that of a snail. Had it been earlier, he might have found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with Gohan. But now, dealing with Gohan was a trivial task. With a casual motion, Goku Buu easily deflected Gohan's powerful punch, allowing the gale of his attack to wreak havoc without concern. With that strike falling short, Son Gohan launched a relentless barrage of furious and lethal assaults. His punches were as swift as thunder, powerful and destructive, each strike more unpredictable than the last. The Gohan in his rampaging state was a far cry from the one who had faced the demon Dabura. In Vegeta's eyes, this unpredictable fighting style was the essence of true combat. This boy has finally awakened. Vegeta sighed, a mix of admiration and frustration. Though he had awakened, it was somewhat too late. Had he utilized this combat strategy against Dabura, the remaining Babidi would have been easily dealt with. Moreover, the Goku Buu before him was on an entirely different level compared to the previous Majin Buu. The earth-shattering waves of battle raged like a storm. The conflict between Son Gohan and Dabura intensified, rivaling the duel between Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage and Majin Buu, if not exceeding it. However, while their battle seemed evenly matched on the surface, the true outcome was quite the opposite. After absorbing Son Goku, Goku Buu's combat skills, techniques, and power had escalated significantly. He toyed with Son Gohan, eager to see how much power this son of Son Goku could unleash in his rage. Boy, this level of power is insufficient to save your father. Allow me to share some good news. He is still alive within me, but in 5 minutes, he will become a part of me entirely. Your time is limited. Attempt to rescue your father within this time frame. In a bid to provoke Son Gohan into unleashing even greater power, Goku Buu initiated a new scheme. If Gohan's strength were to surpass that of Son Goku in his Super Saiyan 3rd stage, then he would indeed be worthy of absorption, and Goku Buu's power would ascend to new heights. As anticipated, upon hearing that Son Wukong had not yet succumbed to death, the rampaging Son Gohan's once faded eyes regained their focus, prompting him to cease his frenzied assault and create distance between himself and Majin Buu. 5 minutes. There is still hope, he mused, his composure restored. Remarkably, his power did not diminish. Rather, he stabilized his state of ascended Super Saiyan, 2nd grade. In the midst of his fury, this serves to illustrate the extraordinary potential he possesses. The newly awakened form, summoned through sheer rage, emerged with such ease as if it were a mere breakthrough. Chapter 38, The Illusory Unicorn Nebula. If I shatter his body, can I save my father? Son Gohan's thoughts wandered as he pondered how to rescue Son Goku. To be frank, he had no inkling of how to accomplish this. What should he do? What course of action should he take? Was there anyone who could assist him? Time was fleeting. In just 4 minutes, Son Goku would be completely consumed, leaving nothing behind. Majin Buu narrowed his eyes, noticing Son Gohan's indecision, and promptly unleashed a powerful strike. Realizing he could no longer afford to delay, Son Gohan resolved to attempt his ultimate technique, hoping it would be sufficient to shatter Majin Buu's form and retrieve the devoured Son Goku. Taking a deep breath, Son Gohan began to summon the Saiyan energy within him. In an instant, a golden aura surged forth like a colossal wave, shaking the very foundations of the earth. The vast world trembled at this moment. Son Gohan concentrated all his energy into his hands. In that fleeting moment, the winds roared and the heavens quaked. A brilliant golden light radiated from Son Gohan, who now resembled a miniature sun, dazzling and resplendent. However, as he focused on his ultimate technique, he exposed a significant vulnerability. Come forth, Majin Buu beckoned, his finger beckoning Son Gohan, precisely as he desired. Witnessing the audacious arrogance of the pink fiend who had consumed his father, Son Gohan could no longer contain his fury, which surged again, elevating his energy to an even higher level. Evil flash, with a deafening roar. An unstoppable golden energy beam erupted from Son Gohan's hands, slicing through the air and hurtling toward Majin Buu. As the energy approached, Majin Buu wore a sinister grin, swiftly transforming and dispersing his form, cleverly evading the onslaught of the evil flash while simultaneously morphing into a massive pink net aimed at Son Gohan. Not good. This fiend intends to consume me. It was only then that Son Gohan realized why Majin Buu had refrained from attacking him. He was merely a cog in Buu's devouring scheme. Realization dawned too late. Majin Buu's menacing smile widened as the pink net bore down on Son Gohan. Just then, another searing fireball surged forth, detonating between Son Gohan and Majin Buu. Boom! The powerful explosion forcibly separated them, scattering Majin Buu's form into countless fragments. Son Gohan was swept away by the residual shockwave, landing beside Hualin Fei. That fireball had been Hualin Fei's attack, the fire cloud technique. I say, is this all you've got? Can you refrain from being a nuisance? You're making things rather difficult for me, Hualin Fei admonished Son Gohan, hands on his hips, clearly displeased. The immense energy expenditure from the ultimate technique, coupled with the fire cloud technique's toll, had significantly weakened him, causing his Super Saiyan 2nd grade transformation to dissipate. Apologies. I have troubled you. Son Gohan implored, Hualin Fei, please, you must rescue my father. He is as good as dead. If he dies again, it would be the end. Son Gohan recognized his impulsiveness, had Hualin Fei not intervened in time. He too would have faced the same fate as Son Goku, and Majin Buu's power would have surged further. Yet, he hoped fervently that Hualin Fei would save his father, willing to pay any price. Enough, enough. In these situations, I, Hualin Fei, will not stand idly by. Now, go find a cool place to stay. Hualin Fei waved dismissively at Son Gohan and leaped in front of Majin Buu. You again, Majin Buu said. His eyes filled with wariness upon seeing Huolin Fei. He had already experienced the latter's formidable strength, which had nearly obliterated his form. Had it not been for the single cell left within Son Goku, he might have truly perished. What? Are you displeased to see me? Understandable. Considering I nearly ended your existence just now. I must say, your pink rubbery life force is remarkably resilient. Without eradicating every last cell, I simply cannot kill you. But fret not. I shall exert more effort this time, ensuring you feel no pain as you depart this world. Huolin Fei showed no mercy to his foes. Do you believe I am still the same as before? Times have changed. Unable to contain his fury, Majin Buu unleashed his true capabilities. His pink aura erupted like a volcano, blue and white arcs of electricity expanding outward, exploding continuously. After consuming Son Goku, his power had multiplied severfold. Merging the energy of Super Saiyan 3rd grade with Majin Buu's own strength, resulting in an amplification greater than mere addition. Such a terrifying release of energy triggered catastrophic events across the Earth. Earthquakes, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, storms, and tornadoes ravaged the planet. As the eruption of power reached its zenith, Majin Buu rapidly coalesced his energy back into his body, a wicked smile gracing his lips, as if to showcase his newfound might to Huolin Fei. A warning that he was no longer the same. However, Huolin Fei's reaction was far from what Majin Buu anticipated. Is this all you can do? I expected far more from you. It turns out you possess such limited skill. How embarrassing to flaunt such feeble power. Huolin Fei's merciless taunts pierced through Majin Buu's arrogance, causing his expression to darken, turning the color of despair. That mouth of yours is as venomous as ever. No wonder I face constant beatings. It must be due to that tongue of yours. I will tear it out. Majin Buu, unwilling to engage in further banter with Huolin Fei, opted to demonstrate his strength through action. In an instant, he dashed toward Huolin Fei, feigning a frontal assault. Then instantaneously teleported behind him, launching a swift knife hand strike. Swish! The sound of slicing air resonated as Majin Buu's attack seemingly pierced through Huolin Fei's body. It appeared to land, yet there was no tangible sensation. This is an afterimage. Only when Huolin Fei appeared somewhat ethereal did Majin Buu comprehend the situation. Your speed is simply too slow. Huolin Fei's voice echoed like a specter behind Majin Buu. In that moment, every cell within Majin Buu's body screamed danger, prompting him to swiftly distance himself from Huolin Fei and turn to face him once more. Beads of sweat had begun to accumulate on his forehead, unbeknownst to him. Are you so tense? I merely spoke a single sentence, and look how frightened you are. Huolin Fei teased, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he addressed Majin Buu. Do not let your arrogance cloud your judgment. Majin Buu, suppressing his rage, retorted sharply. Arrogance requires strength. And I possess that strength in abundance, Huolin Fei responded with commanding authority. The battlefield has now descended into an eerie silence. The clash between Huolin Fei and Wukong Buu is poised to commence. However, Huolin Fei appears disinclined to engage in prolonged combat with Wukong Buu. My time is limited. I promised that fellow I would rescue his father, so I shall not linger in this contest. Huolin Fei flexes his muscles, and in an instant, the dormant, extraordinary energy within him awakens. A vibrant crimson flame, as if materialized, envelopes his form, blazing with fervor. Noticing this spectacle, Wukong Buu heightens his vigilance, refusing to let his guard down. The tangible, extraordinary energy within him resonates with the surrounding Huolin Fei. The extraordinary energy ascends to its zenith, emanating an unbearable heat that renders even the sun dim. As the energy reaches a critical point, a glimmer of red flashes in Huolin Fei's eyes. Huanlin, Nebula. In that fleeting moment, the unparalleled crimson extraordinary flame soars skyward, piercing the heavens with Huolin Fei at its core. The immense energy surges through the firmament, racing toward the cosmos, even tearing apart the fabric of the Earth's space. Through this rift, the ethereal visage of a different dimension can be glimpsed. This power has surpassed the limits that Earth space can endure. Bathed in the brilliant crimson extraordinary flame, Huolin Fei embarks on his ultimate transformation. Having transcended the eternal cycle, he is liberated from the constraints of rules, and the extraordinary energy slumbering deep within his soul is fully activated. At last, he comprehends the pinnacle of extraordinary energy, the nebula form. There was once a saying that the moment a Super Saiyan emerged, the entire realm of animation was shaken. Now, with Huolin Fei successfully manifesting the nebula form, all within the animation world recognize the true essence of genius. Chapter 39. A century of hardship cannot compare to a moment of inspiration. The radiant light of the sun, more scorching than the sun itself, dazzled like the dawn of hope. The glare was blinding, this intense heat. Sun Wukong struggled to raise his hands to shield himself from the wave of heat. It turned out that his power had reached such extraordinary heights. How short-sighted I have been. The East Kai's heart raced wildly. This terrifying temperature was merely a residual wave. Yet it felt as if his body might melt away. From the moment he laid eyes on Huo Linfei, he sensed the profound depth of his strength. However, he had only assumed that Huo Linfei was incredibly powerful. Now it was evident. Huo Linfei was not merely strong. He was an unfathomable behemoth. Could such power truly belong to a human from Earth? Vegeta's worldview suffered a monumental shock. As one who had battled Huo Linfei, he initially perceived him as just a moderately powerful earthling. Yet, it was clear now that this earthling was far beyond mere strength. In terms of talent, this individual was on par with Sun Wukong, effortlessly discerning his opponent's battle style and habits, even learning their techniques. Previously, Huo Linfei could contend with him, but suddenly, his power had surged far ahead. This was no longer simply a matter of talent. He was a genius among geniuses. Unlike the Saiyans and the East Kai, who struggled to endure, Piccolo and Krillin outside the battlefield were nearly scorched by this overwhelming heat wave. What astonishing power! Could that individual truly be a human from Earth? The unfathomable strength differed entirely from our own ki. Beads of sweat evaporated from Piccolo's brow as he exerted his power to resist the onslaught of Huo Linfei's exotic energy waves. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the searing energy continued to scorch his body, and his white cape was ignited, turning to ashes that scattered into the void. Meanwhile, Krillin's situation seemed even more dire. So hot. I feel like I'm being roasted alive. This place is unbearable. I must leave. Piccolo, unable to endure any longer, Krillin took off into the distance. It was not his weakness that caused this. Despite holding the title of the strongest earthling, in this era where combat power exceeded 100 million, he found himself utterly outpaced by the times. No, by the time Huo Linfei arrived in this world, the title of the strongest earthling had already changed hands. On the battlefield, amidst the deep crimson energy flames that pierced the heavens, Huo Linfei's figure became faintly visible. At this moment, he stood like a small giant upon the earth. His body expanded continuously, and after reaching a certain point, it began to rapidly contract. The exotic energy surrounding him being drawn back into his body, compressed with precision and sealed within. The colossal fiery form that once obscured the sky now reverted to a normal human shape, although he appeared as an ordinary human. The transformation from the previous phantom form was nothing short of revolutionary. The crimson armor of the phantom had merged with his body, and the blue Qilin emblem on his chest transformed into a deep red. Huo Linfei's eyes now radiated a bright red glow, and golden streaks emanated from the seams of his armor. The sun-like exotic energy flames solidified, blazing around him fiercely. This is the Huanli Nebula. This is the power of the nebula form? My conjecture was indeed correct. It merely required a shift in perspective to understand the nebula as an explosion of energy that had been maximally compressed. It seems there are parallels between my nebula form and the transformation of Super Saiyans. Could it be due to the rules of this world? Huo Linfei felt the surging exotic energy within him and could not help but ponder. In the Super Beast world, the nebula form is the ultimate state achieved when one's energy intensity reaches a certain threshold, said to require millennia of cultivation. Yet, his nebula form was distinct from those of the Underworld King, Snow Emperor, and the Ghost Valley. His transformation into the nebula form was born from the concept of transformation. Unlike the energy-based nebula forms of the Snow Emperor and Underworld King, which maximized offensive power, nor did it resemble Ghost Valley's integration of the nebula with the body for a balance of offense and defense. The attack power of Ghost Valley's nebula form was not as potent as the energy-based variant, and its defense resembled that of the Super Beast armament, making for an awkward positioning. However, Huo Linfei's Huanli Nebula represented an all-encompassing enhancement. It possessed characteristics of both the solidified and energy-based nebula forms, optimizing both attack and defense while maintaining minimal energy consumption, representing the most perfect state of the nebula form. Yet, the tumultuous energy within him instilled a sense of invincibility in Huo Linfei. It felt as though he could conquer any opponent before him. The extent of the Huanli Nebula's amplification was a mystery even to him. Soon, his thoughts returned, and he turned his gaze toward the stunned Wukong Bu. You seem rather anxious. What's the matter? Are you scared now? Huo Linfei teased Wukong Bu with his signature smile. Scared? Don't make me laugh. I am Majin Bu. You are merely a changed version of your former self. There is no difference at all. Wukong Bu feigned calmness. asserting that Hua Linfei's Huanlin Nebula was nothing to fear. Yet, despite his words, he felt a deep-seated panic within. Because he had broken the seal of the magic egg and absorbed Hua Linfei's exotic energy, he could not wield it but could sense its intensity. The terror of Hua Linfei's energy surpassed all his expectations. The two were no longer beings of the same dimension. Although the disparity in power was far greater than he had imagined, Wukong Bu was unwilling to concede. Wukong Bu held to the heavens, his energy igniting. Entering a state of eruption, he placed his hands on his hips and rapidly gathered energy. In the blink of an eye, the devastating Meijin Kamehameha formed. Surging forth from his hands, aimed directly at Hua Linfei. Such an attack did not even require evasion. Hua Linfei smirked, hands on hips, appearing utterly unfazed. Boom! The Meijin Kamehameha crashed into Hua Linfei, yet was completely thwarted and incinerated by the exotic energy flames enveloping him. Chapter 40. A Finger's Cruelty. Wukong and Bu in despair. Impossible. Witnessing the ultimate lethal technique being consumed by the extraordinary flames of Hua Linfei, Wukong Bu's heart suffered a devastating blow. Even if there were disparities in power, such a vast difference seemed unfathomable. After all, he had devoured the Saiyans Son Goku. Let me show you something extraordinary, Hua Linfei declared, his eyes narrowing. Boom. The searing flames conjured an unparalleled tempest, surging toward Wukong Bu. In an instant, the formidable energy surged like a storm, aiming straight for Wukong Bu. The terrifying pressure compelled him to raise his hand in defense, yet his body involuntarily staggered backward. Such overwhelming momentum spoke volumes about the disparity in their strengths. Large beads of sweat trickled down Wukong Bu's forehead, the immense pressure causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Is this merely the effect of his aura? For the first time, Wukong Bu felt helpless and despondent. He was a demon. 500,000 years ago, he had rampaged through the galaxy, obliterating 3 Supreme Kais and a High Supreme Kai. Now, he found himself intimidated into inaction by a sudden red-haired foe. Die? Reluctantly, Wukong Bu launched another assault, his iron fist infused with all his strength, aimed directly at Hua Linfei's face. Yet, Hua Linfei merely raised a single finger nonchalantly. Bang! The sound reverberated as Wukong Bu's fierce punch transformed into a tempest of wind, shaking the surrounding area. What? Wukong Bu's eyes widened in disbelief. His full-powered strike was effortlessly nullified by a mere finger? I mentioned before, dealing with someone like you requires only a finger, Hua Linfei chuckled lightly. Those words further provoked Wukong Bu's fury. With relentless ferocity, he unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks, executing Son Goku's combat techniques to perfection. He channeled all his energy into his assaults, pouring every ounce of strength into each strike. Faced with this torrential onslaught that would have obliterated anyone else, Hua Linfei maneuvered with ease. After breaking through the illusionary Lin Nebula, they were no longer beings of the same dimension. It appears the gap in our abilities is insurmountable. You aren't even qualified to touch me. After skillfully dodging dozens of Wukong Bu's attacks, a hint of impatience flickered in Hua Linfei's eyes. He clenched his right fist, the searing energy igniting fiercely at his fingertips. Wukong Bu. Every cell in Wukong Bu's body screamed danger, instinct urging him to flee, but it was too late. Bang! The blazing fist, engulfed in scorching energy, struck Wukong Bu squarely in the abdomen. Puff! A jet of purple blood erupted from Wukong Bu's mouth, his body stiffened, and his breath plummeted drastically. When he found himself paralyzed and unable to move, Hua Linfei launched an uppercut, effortlessly sending Wukong Bu flying. They were simply not on the same level. The disparity in strength was far greater than he had imagined. With ease, Hua Linfei overwhelmed Wukong Bu, initiating his formal assault. He transformed into a crimson aurora, seizing Wukong Bu by his antennae and wielding him like a weapon, crashing him into a nearby rocky mountain. Boom! The entire mountain crumbled, scattering into countless fragments throughout the air. Agonizing pain engulfed Wukong Bu. He felt his internal energy surging chaotically, as if he were on the brink of madness. This was far from over. Hua Linfei continued his relentless torment. The continuous agony made Wukong Bu question his very existence. Each of Hua Linfei's strikes was accompanied by the searing burn of energy. This relentless burning tormented every cell within him. Damn it! In a moment of desperation, Wukong Bu unleashed a technique he had not wielded since awakening as a Super Saiyan. King Kai Fist. With the eruption of crimson energy, Wukong Bu's power surged to a new level, breaking free from Hua Linfei's grasp. Oh, your strength has increased, Hua Linfei remarked, recognizing the technique instantly. King Kai Fist. This technique imposes tremendous strain on the body and accelerates fatigue. Since Son Goku's transformation into a Super Saiyan, the King Kai fist had been sealed away and remained unused. To his surprise, Wukong Bu had invoked it directly. It seems he not only inherited Son Goku's power but also his techniques. Yet, even possessing the King Kai fist would not bridge the chasm of strength. Whoosh! The sound of tearing air echoed as Hualin Fei lunged forward again, his speed so outrageous that even Wukong Bu, utilizing the King Kai fist, could scarcely discern it. All he felt was an overwhelming force engulfing him, and when he regained his senses, he found himself hurled dozens of kilometers away. What in the world is this monster? Repeatedly subdued, Wukong Bu's mind underwent a radical transformation. If even the King Kai fist couldn't narrow the gap in strength, what was he to do? Just as Wukong Bu grappled with his predicament, Hualin Fei charged again, appearing before him. With hands clasped, he delivered a devastating blow straight to Wukong Bu's face. The indescribable pain sent Wukong Bu reeling, his body spiraling out of control, plummeting like a meteor towards the ground. But it was not over. Hualin Fei would not let Wukong Bu escape so easily. He descended with a heavy foot, crushing Wukong Bu's back and driving him forcefully into the earth, creating a vast and profound pit. There lay Wukong Bu, sprawled at the bottom of the pit in a pitiful state. A far cry from the powerful demon who had nearly annihilated the entire Supreme Kai cadre 500,000 years ago. Hualin Fei's right leg pressed down on Wukong Bu's spine, applying relentless pressure, while the energy flames continued to scorch his body. Oh, the indescribable agony persisted, compelling Wukong Bu to emit anguished cries. Let this farce come to an end. Hualin Fei, having lost patience with the game, resolved to finish Wukong Bu in one decisive blow. With a single hand, he conjured forth his iconic ultimate technique, Fire Cloud Technique. As the Fire Cloud Technique was unleashed, the surrounding space warped and fractured under the influence of the terrifying heat. Chapter 41. The Terrifying Angel, separating Son Wukong and Fat Bu with a casual flick. A searing heat enveloped the surroundings, an overwhelming dread coursing through their veins. Wukong and Bu felt as if their bodies were trembling uncontrollably, each cell emitting a fatal warning signal. For the first time in their lives, they sensed death lurking perilously close. In a desperate bid for survival, Wukong and Bu made the unprecedented decision to submit. You cannot kill me. If you do, Son Wukong will perish as well, they stammered fearfully. This plea momentarily halted the actions of Hualin Fei, who had promised Son Gohan to rescue Son Wukong from the clutches of Majin Bu. If I spare you, will you release Son Wukong? Hualin Fei inquired. Of course. If you let me go, I will immediately separate him from my body. Majin Bu. Never go back on my word. Bu insisted, clinging to hope as if it were a lifeline. However, Hualin Fei was hardly inclined to trust such empty promises. Your acting is far too poor. Even a 3-year-old would not believe such words. He retorted, dismissing the Fire Cloud Technique and forcefully stomping Bu's head into the ground. The excruciating pain and the humiliation of being trampled ignited a furious, yet helpless rage within Wukong and Bu. Against overwhelming power, their resistance was futile. Now that Majin Bu had been subdued, the real challenge lay in separating Son Wukong from his body. Hualin Fei held steadfast to his principle. He must fulfill the promises made to Son Gohan and others. Ugh, what a hassle, Hualin Fei thought, feeling as if countless ants were crawling over him, tormenting him to the brink of madness. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm him, a celestial voice resonated behind him. It seems my timing is impeccable. The moment the voice emerged, Hualin Fei visibly trembled. Who could approach him so silently and without detection, suppressing his agitated heart? Hualin Fei turned to face the source of the voice, revealing the angel Whis, who had arrived from the realm of destruction. Is it him? Upon seeing Whis, dormant memories surged within Hualin Fei's mind. He recognized Whis as the attendant and mentor of the god of destruction, Beerus. Shouldn't he be in the realm of destruction? What brings him here? Who are you? The shock faded almost instantaneously as Hualin Fei feigned ignorance of Whis. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the attendant of the god of destruction. You may call me Whis, or simply the angel. My father wishes to meet you, so I kindly ask you to accompany me, Whis stated directly, revealing his purpose, to take Hualin Fei away. What nonsense! An angel has appeared. And can't you see I am preoccupied? Hualin Fei, overwhelmed, barely registered Whis' words, consumed by the urgency to separate Son Wukong from Majin Bu. Once that was accomplished, he could fulfill his promise to Son Gohan. Unperturbed by Hualin Fei's impatience, Whis shifted his gaze to Wukong and Bu. With a single glance, he recognized the creature, Majin Bu, who had been brought forth from the demon realm by the dark sorcerer Bibidi 500,000 years ago, responsible for the deaths of 3 Supreme Kai and ultimately assimilated by the Grand Supreme Kai. However, it appeared that after 500 millennia, the Grand Supreme Kai had merged with Majin Buu into a singular entity, with evil now reigning supreme. Since I'm here, I might as well lend a hand to the Grand Supreme Kai. If I assist in separating the human within him, you will accompany me, correct? Whis inquired. If you can separate Sun Wukong from this creature, I might consider following you, Huolin Fei replied. With a confirming nod, Whis smiled gently and aimed his angelic staff at Majin Buu beneath Huolin Fei's feet. Buzz! The black magical orb atop the staff suddenly erupted with divine light, a power beyond comprehension seeping into Majin Buu's being. Wukong and Buu let out a tormented scream, the very essence of their being twisting and contorting until a massive gash appeared. From this gaping wound, Sun Wukong was expelled, along with another entity, Fat Buu, the embodiment of Buu's benevolent side and a different manifestation of the Grand Supreme Kai. As Sun Wukong and Fat Buu were liberated, all present were rendered speechless. Even Huolin Fei was taken aback by Whis' extraordinary prowess. After all, an angel is still an angel, as the offspring of the Grand Minister. He may appear as the attendant of the God of Destruction, yet his true role is to oversee the God of Destruction. In terms of capability, one could say there is nothing beyond their reach. Was it really that simple? Huolin Fei's lips twitched in disbelief at how effortlessly Whis had separated Sun Wukong from Majin Buu's body. His understanding of the Dragon Ball world was still far too shallow. The capabilities of angels were far more mysterious than he had ever imagined. Father. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's release, the most joyous individual was undoubtedly Son Gohan. Despite the convoluted process, the outcome was ultimately favorable. What in the world is happening today? An absurdity surpassing the last. Vegeta exclaimed in frustration, utterly bewildered by the events that had transpired. First, there was the astonishingly gifted Huolin Fei. Then, the formidable Majin Buu. Next, Sun Wukong's ascension to Super Saiyan 3rd grade, followed by Son Gohan's explosive transformation into Super Saiyan 2nd grade. And now, this white-haired individual, who was he? And how had he arrived unnoticed? Vegeta's brow furrowed, his gaze fixated on Whis. For some inexplicable reason, this white-haired figure evoked a sense of familiarity. As though he had encountered him before. A feeling of recognition lingered, yet he could not quite place it. Chapter 42, The Clash of Energies and Divine Power. Which is stronger? I cannot say. The East Kaishin wore a perplexed expression. Due to the early demise of several other Kaishins in the Great Kaishin, he had not acquired the complete legacy of the Kaishins, rendering him a novice from 500,000 years ago until now. Whether it be the angels or the gods of destruction, he remained utterly oblivious. The fact that even you, a Kaishin, are unaware of his identity? The East Kaishin's response astonished Vegeta further. A mysterious figure, unreachable even by the Kaishins, must undoubtedly hold a status above them. Who, then, is this white-haired individual? Meanwhile, on the battlefield, following the loss of Goku and Fat Buu, Majin Buu's body suddenly began to convulse violently, struggling frantically beneath the feet of Huolin Fei. The anguished roars and cries of Majin Buu echoed, a cacophony of pain. Witnessing this, Huolin Fei was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended the impending events. In the original tale, it was due to Vegeta severing the connection pipe between Fat Buu and the Great Buu that the latter's body began to collapse. Now, the Great Buu had also been separated from Majin Buu by Whis. Little Buu was about to emerge. Realizing this, Huolin Fei leapt out of the pit, followed closely by Whis, who vacated the area as well. With the absence of Fat Buu, Majin Buu's form became exceedingly unstable, alternately expanding and contracting, rapidly changing shape. He first regressed to the muscular state he had when he devoured the South Kaishin, then steam erupted from his body, muscles rapidly shrinking, his form continually diminishing. His aura weakened, yet his malevolence escalated to unprecedented levels. Before all eyes, the embodiment of Majin Buu's primal form, the wicked little Buu, was born. That is the true Majin Buu. The East Kaishin, witnessing little Buu's emergence, was instantly reminded of the nightmarish memories from 500,000 years ago. Back then, Majin Buu manifested in the guise of a child. Due to the separation from Goku and Fat Buu, he had devolved to his most primitive self. Such profound, such sinister energy. Gohan felt an immense pressure, his heart racing with trepidation. His form altered yet again, his aura diminished, but the pressure emanating from this being had increased significantly. Damn it! Vegeta's forehead pulsed with veins as he clenched his fists in frustration. He did not comprehend the implications of this form of Majin Buu. Yet the East Kaishin appeared exceedingly anxious, indicating the gravity of the situation's developments. On the battlefield, Little Buu, having regressed to his primal form, faced Huolin Fei. Although his strength was not as formidable as before, Little Buu had become more pure and malevolent. Simultaneously, his physical capabilities surged to new heights, trading a portion of his combat power for nearly infinite regeneration and boundless stamina. This is the true essence of Majin Buu. Ha 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 ha. Little Buu's wicked gaze roamed shamelessly over Huolin Fei. His form had transformed, causing him to lose the memories of his recent past. Yet, driven by instinct, he felt an undeniable urge to annihilate everything before him. However, in Huolin Fei's eyes, Little Buu's malevolent grin only provoked irritation. What are you laughing at? Unable to contain his frustration any longer, Huolin Fei erupted in anger, resolved to eliminate Little Buu in one decisive strike. The energy materialized around him like an unquenchable flame, a potent force coalescing in his hands, forming a blazing energy sphere. Yet, Little Buu showed no fear. Leaping into the air, raising one hand high, and effortlessly conjuring a destructive energy sphere of immense power. A pale pink malevolence blanketed the sky, contrasting starkly with Huolin Fei's vibrant crimson light. Fire cloud technique. With a resounding shout, the deep red energy sphere launched from Huolin Fei's palm, hurtling towards Little Buu. However, Little Buu was undeterred, his colossal destructive energy sphere descending like a meteor to collide with Huolin Fei's massive fireball. Yet, at the moment of impact, the anticipated clash of equals did not occur. The fire cloud technique swept through, piercing through Little Buu's destructive energy sphere with relentless force. Little Buu's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily raised his hand to shield himself from the impending colossal fireball. The outcome, however, surpassed all expectations. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted, flames capable of incinerating all engulfing the sky. In the wake of the explosion, Little Buu could not even manage a cry of despair. As the fiery light dissipated, Little Buu vanished without a trace. The battle had finally come to a close. Yet, Huolin Fei remained uneasy. Having learned from past experiences, he needed to remain vigilant against any residual cells of Little Buu that might allow for resurrection. He is dead, Whis informed. With Whis's reassurance, Huolin Fei's taut nerves relaxed, the state of the illusory Lin Nebula fading, and the illusory Lin armor dissipating. However, just as he relinquished his combat state, a profound sense of emptiness surged within him, nearly causing him to falter. Finally finished, what a taxing ordeal. The immense drain of energy left Huolin Fei visibly fatigued. The successive battles had already depleted a significant amount of his energy, particularly after employing the fire cloud technique twice while in the illusory Lin Nebula state. Having recently broken through into the illusory Lin Nebula, the expenditure had been immense. He would need to rest for a considerable time to recuperate. You are not from this world. The differing power systems require time for your energy to gradually recover, Whis observed, noting Huolin Fei's unusual state. He was also curious about how the power within Huolin Fei compared to divine power. It seems that from the moment I arrived in this world, you all were aware of my presence. Huolin Fei finally understood why Whis had come here. It is fair to say that the angels live up to their title. While the gods of destruction slumber, they assumed the responsibility of overseeing the universe, and all changes are unfailingly within their sight. Indeed, Whis nodded in affirmation. Now that the troublesome matter had been resolved, it was time to fulfill his task and escort Huolin Fei to the Kaishin-'s temple to meet the Grand Minister. Chapter 43, A Rewritten History. The Resurrection of Sun Wukong. Just as Whis prepared to depart with Fire Lin, he discerned that the forcibly separated Sun Wukong was now subtly manifesting. It seemed he had reached his limit and was on the verge of dissipating. Fire Lin immediately sensed something amiss. The immense energy drain from the third transformation of Super Saiyan had already left Sun Wukong utterly exhausted. Coupled with the energy he had been absorbed by Majin Buu, Sun Wukong now found his power completely depleted, his body and soul teetering on the brink of oblivion. It is not an exaggeration to say that had Whis delayed even a minute longer in extracting him, Sun Wukong would have surely been lost forever. This dire situation caused a subtle shift in Whis' gaze. Although Sun Wukong was deceased, he remained the mightiest scion of this era. The dissolution of his spirit could profoundly affect the emergence of the Super Saiyan God 4 years hence, or even lead to the latter's complete eradication. Sending him back to the afterlife at this juncture would likely yield no recovery. At that moment, the Z warriors, led by Vegeta, approached. No one was more concerned about Sun Wukong's condition than Vegeta. Upon seeing Kakarot's faintly visible form, he understood the gravity of the situation. "Hey, Supreme Kai, hurry and take him back to the afterlife." Vegeta urgently implored the East Supreme Kai. "It's too late," the East Supreme Kai stammered, his voice trembling with regret. Given Sun Wukong's current state, even if he were sent back to the afterlife, it would merely slow his fading. "What did you say?" Vegeta's fury ignited at those words. He seized the East Supreme Kai by the throat, striving to restrain his anger. "I'm sorry. I never anticipated things would escalate to this extent," the East Supreme Kai expressed, deeply remorseful. Had he not overlooked Majin Buu's ability to absorb, such a catastrophe could have been averted, and Sun Wukong's dissolution might not have been imminent. Does this mean Father is truly going to vanish? Gohan struggled to suppress his grief, his hands trembling uncontrollably. 7 years prior, he had witnessed his father's death, powerless to intervene. Now, 7 years later, he was about to witness his father's spirit dissipate once more, unable to act. All of this, he lamented, stemmed from his neglect of training. Had he not abandoned his practice, such a tragedy could have been avoided. As the tension surrounding Sun Wukong's fate mounted, Whis' voice resonated. "Allow me." Whis stepped forward, his angelic staff aimed at the exceedingly unstable Sun Wukong. The others focused intently on the actions of this enigmatic angel. With a gentle hum, a divine light emanated from the tip of the staff, enveloping Sun Wukong's form in an ethereal aura. In an instant, Sun Wukong was reborn, the halo above his head dissipating. Upon regaining consciousness, Sun Wukong opened his hazy eyes and found his friends staring at him in astonishment, leaving him in a state of perplexity. "Wasn't he consumed by Majin Buu? What is happening now? Where has Majin Buu gone? My body feels different." Sun Wukong, bewildered, rose to his feet, overwhelmed by sensations both familiar and foreign, a feeling he had not experienced in many years. Meanwhile, Vegeta and Gohan stood speechless, their mouths agape in shock. They were not blind. They had witnessed the entire event. Not only had Sun Wukong awakened successfully, but his halo had also vanished. "Father, your halo, it's gone," Gohan exclaimed, barely containing his excitement. "Really? It's gone. I'm resurrected." Upon noticing the absence of his halo, Sun Wukong was certain of his revival. However, a pressing question arose. How had he returned to life? "Who exactly are you?" the East Supreme Kai inquired as he approached Whis, voicing a question that had troubled him for some time. He sensed that this being was far beyond his comprehension. Merely being capable of resurrecting a dead individual indicated powers far surpassing those of the Kaioshins. Perhaps it is best if the Grand Supreme Kai elucidates this matter. Whis replied with a serene smile, casting his gaze toward the now separated Fat Buu. Upon hearing the title of Grand Supreme Kai, the East Supreme Kai's shock was palpable, and he turned to look at the previously separated Fat Buu. Could it be that this Majin Buu is the Grand Supreme Kai? The East Supreme Kai recalled the moment when the Grand Supreme Kai had been consumed by Majin Buu. At that time, after devouring the Grand Supreme Kai, Majin Buu had taken on this very form. Was it possible that the Fat Buu before him was indeed the Grand Supreme Kai? Or could it be that the Grand Supreme Kai was living anew in the skies? Haha, I never imagined that after over 5 million years, I would once again encounter the esteemed angel. Fat Buu finally stirred, his form shifting from the previous pink blob to one adorned in special divine attire. "Indeed, you are truly the Grand Supreme Kai," the East Supreme Kai affirmed, convinced that this plump figure was the Grand Supreme Kai of old. "It has been long since we last met, Shin. I must apologize. It was my oversight that the events surrounding Majin Buu unfolded shortly after your ascension to the position of Supreme Kai. Or else you would not be unfamiliar with the angel," the Grand Supreme Kai expressed with a hint of remorse. "I am deeply sorry, Grand Supreme Kai, for disappointing you," the East Supreme Kai admitted, filled with shame. He recognized his inadequacy in fulfilling his duties as a Supreme Kai, which could even be termed a dereliction of duty. "It is not your fault. In due time, you will come to understand the true responsibilities of a Supreme Kai," the Grand Supreme Kai reassured with a gentle smile. He then exchanged a few thoughts with Whis through telepathy, and upon grasping the overarching circumstances, reverted to the form of Fat Buu. As the Grand Supreme Kai's consciousness faded, Fat Buu's awareness took precedence. Gurgle, gurgle. A thunderous sound erupted from Fat Buu's belly, protesting its emptiness. "I'm so hungry," Fat Buu lamented, resembling a 300-pound child in his grievance. "Are you hungry? I have plenty of food. Would you like to share some? The East Supreme Kai approached Fat Bu, his previous fear of the creature replaced by a newfound warmth. He understood that this Fat Bu was indeed the embodiment of the Grand Supreme Kai. His rightful place was solely within the realm of the Supreme Kai. Chapter 44. Arrival at the King of All's temple, meeting the Grand Minister. Is it true? Fat Bu asked. His face a picture of curiosity as drool trickled from the corners of his mouth, embodying a blend of innocence and bewilderment. The reason the Supreme Kai of the West sacrificed himself to allow Majin Bu to consume him was to alter the inherently malevolent nature of Majin Bu. Now, with the purest and most wicked form of Bu, the small Bu, having been vanquished by the fiery Lin Fei, only the benevolent Fat Bu remained. Well then, let us proceed. The East Supreme Kai extended his right hand towards Fat Bu, offering a gesture of friendship. Fat Bu nodded vigorously, promptly grasping the East Supreme Kai's hand. Thank you all for your efforts. May we meet again in the future. The East Supreme Kai declared before employing instant transmission to return with Fat Bu to the realm of the Kais. With the East Supreme Kai's departure, this catastrophe, which had influenced the fate of the entire galaxy, finally drew to a close. Yet, it appeared that everyone had overlooked a crucial detail. Someone had seemingly been eliminated prior to this. Forget it. I can't recall. Let it be, they thought. At that moment, Vegeta was fixated on Whis, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing second. Memories long buried began to resurface, yet he struggled to identify the individual before him. I cannot recall when I last encountered him, Vegeta mused, feeling a tumult of confusion as he pondered Whis' identity. Despite his efforts, the recollection eluded him. Whis, too, noticed Vegeta's gaze. It seems you've forgotten who I am, Vegeta. We met 33 years ago, was kindly reminded him. At this revelation, not only did Vegeta stand stunned, but all present turned their astonished eyes towards him. Vegeta had crossed paths with this enigmatic figure 33 years ago. Could it be? Vegeta's pupils dilated, a look of sheer horror washing over him. With Whis' prompt, the memory flooded back. He had witnessed his father being trampled by a humanoid cat. He also recalled being paralyzed with fear by a mere glance from that very man, who had been present as the attendant of the god of destruction. You are the attendant of Lord Beerus. Vegeta exclaimed in disbelief as the memories flooded back. Yet, he quickly connected to a more pressing concern. If Beerus' attendant was here, did that not imply that the god of destruction himself was also present? Lord Beerus is still in slumber. Calculating the time, he won't awaken for another 4 years. Whis discerned Vegeta's unease and offered a reassuring reminder. This only heightened Vegeta's discomfort. In the presence of these beings, he felt utterly insignificant. No matter what thoughts crossed his mind, they seemed transparent to the others. Although the Supreme Kai lacked formidable combat prowess, he possessed the ability to read minds. The attendant of the god of destruction, Whis, not only wielded mysterious powers but could easily see through him. Do not be anxious, Vegeta. We shall meet again in the future, Whis said with a mysterious smile, signaling to Lin Fei with a glance. Understanding the cue, Lin Fei placed his hand on Whis' shoulder. In the next moment, the power of the angels surged forth, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, enveloping both Whis and Lin Fei in an invisible barrier. As this force enveloped him, Lin Fei experienced an unusual sensation. Is this the power of an angel? How peculiar, he thought, amplifying his perception to discern the vast difference between angelic power and his own extraordinary energy. Frankly, it was impossible to compare. The strength of two different worlds could not be ranked. The angelic powers were unfathomable, while his extraordinary energy could surge in accordance with his convictions. With a resounding boom, a dazzling burst of light erupted into the sky, piercing through the heavens until it vanished entirely. As Lin Fei and Whis departed, the battlefield descended into a profound silence. All present exchanged glances, and soon a joyful atmosphere began to spread. The ordeal with Majin Bu had concluded, and Son Goku had been reborn once more. Dad, we can finally reunite. Mom will be so happy to see you revived, Gohan exclaimed with exuberance. I never expected to be revived in such a manner. Son Goku replied to Gohan, then turned his gaze to Vegeta, locking eyes once again. The atmosphere grew heavy as their gazes clashed. This time, I shall not let you down, Vegeta, Son Goku said with a light-hearted smile. That would be most agreeable, Kakarot, Vegeta responded, his expression impassive. Gohan, witnessing the exchange, anticipated a confrontation, but reality proved him mistaken. Vegeta indeed harbored a desire to battle Son Goku, yet ever since he witnessed the immense power of Super Saiyan 3rd grade, he had abandoned such foolish thoughts. He recognized that he could not possibly rival Kakarot, The disparity between them was insurmountable. Kakarot, I shall surpass you one day. Our ultimate battle will come, Vegeta declared before leaping into the air, his energy flaring as he soared towards West City. I await that day, Son Goku called after him. Hands on his hips, a relaxed smile on his face. Meanwhile, Lin Fei, following closely behind Whis, experienced the uniqueness of angelic power firsthand. This ultra-high-speed dimensional travel transformed the surrounding scenery in an astonishingly swift and bizarre manner, with countless starry galaxies serving as their backdrop, moving at a velocity beyond his imagination. May I ask why your father wishes to meet me? Lin Fei inquired, a look of confusion on his face. I am uncertain. I am merely following orders. Whis replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei chose not to press further. He understood that only upon meeting the Grand Minister would the answers be revealed. Beyond the cosmos, standing at the pinnacle of all divine domains, lay the entrance to the King of All's temple. The Grand Minister, the foremost among the 12 angels, had been awaiting their arrival for quite some time. With a flash of brilliant light, Lin Fei and Whis reached the King of All's temple. Upon their arrival, the previously stoic expression on the Grand Minister's face transformed into a smile. Lin Fei, newly arrived, surveyed his surroundings. The grandeur of the scenery and architecture surpassed his expectations. Vast and awe-inspiring. Particularly, the uniquely designed structure emblazoned with the character All emanated an aura of invisible authority. So this is the divine realm that stands at the apex of all divine domains? It certainly seems extravagant. Chapter 45, The Unsolvable Beast World, The Intelligence of Feng Yao. The emotional quotient of Fei Zong. This realm signifies not merely the grandeur of the divine domain's pinnacle, but also embodies a complexity far beyond mere appearances. Here, the very essence of law ceaselessly radiates its power. The laws that permeate the space intertwine with every breath taken by those who arrive, merging with their innate strength and becoming an integral part of them. It can be said that those who reach this sacred hall of the Omni King do not require cultivation. Merely inhaling the air enables them to unknowingly grow stronger. However, not everyone is deemed worthy to tread upon this hallowed ground that symbolizes the highest divine realm. For the weak, entering this world does not grant them the boon of the ambient power. Instead, they risk being overwhelmed and destroyed by its exaggerated forces. Yet, Huolin Fei is no weakling. His ability to enter the eternal cycle within the beast world is testament to his formidable strength. And breaking free from that cycle further exemplifies his extraordinary nature. He is the first human to have reached this place since the inception of the Omni King's palace. And he was personally invited by the Grand Priest. Is this the divine realm where the pinnacle of the Dragon Ball world resides? It truly feels different. Merely staying here and breathing accelerates the recovery of my extraordinary energy, Huolin Fei marveled. In just a few seconds within the Omni King's palace, he had already regained a significant portion of his previous depletion. Unbeknownst to Huolin Fei, beyond the accelerated recovery of his extraordinary energy, his body was undergoing astonishing transformations. The moment he stepped into the Omni King's palace, the droplets of Law's power diffusing in the air entered his body with each breath, merging with the essence of his extraordinary energy. I have met the Grand Priest. Vados inclined slightly forward in a gesture of respect. You have worked hard, Vados. You may withdraw, the Grand Priest said with a gentle smile, signaling Vados to leave. He wished to converse privately with Huolin Fei. Vados merely nodded, refraining from further inquiries. Although puzzled, as the son of the Grand Priest, he could not defy his father's command. Obeying, Vados activated his dimensional traversal ability, transforming into a streak of light and vanishing from the Omni King's palace. With Vados' departure, the area was left with only the Grand Priest and Huolin Fei. Two beings from vastly different worlds locked eyes, and the atmosphere grew subtly charged. Huolin Fei hesitated to speak, while the Grand Priest maintained a serene smile. You are the father of the angel, the Grand Priest? Huolin Fei inquired. Welcome, Super Beast Warrior Huolin Fei, the Grand Priest responded with an astonishing revelation. You know me? Huolin Fei was taken aback when the Grand Priest accurately referred to him as the Super Beast Warrior by name. It was one thing for Huolin Fei to recognize the Grand Priest from television, but for the Grand Priest to know him was perplexing. Had he perhaps seen him on screen as well? That is not quite accurate, the Grand Priest replied. Oh, it seems my name has gained some renown, even reaching those in the outer world. However, since you are aware that I am an outsider, what is the purpose of this summons? Do you intend to eliminate me or banish me from your world? Huolin Fei's demeanor shifted from his usual carefree attitude to one of gravity. There is no need for alarm. I harbor no ill intentions, nor do I wish to expel you. In fact, your arrival is fortuitous for me. The Grand Priest's response took Huolinfei by surprise. What do you mean by my arrival being fortuitous? You make it sound as if you brought me to this world. Huolinfei questioned, puzzled. Yes and no. The Grand Priest's reply left Huolinfei bewildered. Wait a moment. So it was you who orchestrated my sudden traversal to the Dragon Ball world? It was not my intent to bring you from another world. Rather, you transcended your realm and drifted through the void. As you approached our world, I brought you in, and in return, I received some information about your world. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would not have believed that a super beast warrior, representative of balance, existed in the outer world. With the Grand Priest's words, Huolinfei found it increasingly difficult to doubt. His thoughts wandered, appearing calm outwardly, yet internally, a tempest brewed. Indeed, it is as I suspected. As Huolinfei organized his thoughts, clarity emerged. With each cycle of reincarnation, his extraordinary energy had grown, and now, the eternal cycle could no longer confine him. The world regarded him as an anomaly and expelled him. In that void where nothing existed, the Grand Priest discovered him and willingly accepted him into this world. His presence on Earth was indeed a deliberate act by the Grand Priest. Since you brought me to this world, let us speak candidly. What do you desire from me? Huolinfei preferred directness, unafraid to pursue the Grand Priest's intentions. You may say I lack intellect, but perhaps you do not comprehend my capabilities. However, if you argue that I lack emotional intelligence, I cannot refute that. I have studied your world, a vast prison ensnared by eternal reincarnation, devoid of a future. To maintain balance, your super beast warriors were born from the rules. As warriors of balance, our world equally requires resolute individuals like you. The Grand Priest created suspense, refraining from revealing his objective outright. Are you suggesting that your world is in a state of imbalance and requires my assistance to restore it? Huolinfei raised an eyebrow, uttering words he scarcely believed himself. Imbalance? What nonsense! As the Grand Priest, second only to the Omni King, how could you fear imbalance? Whatever you wish to accomplish should be merely a thought away. With a single command, your subordinates would undoubtedly comply. You are puzzled as to why. Despite my seemingly boundless capabilities, I require your aid to maintain balance, correct? The Grand Priest discerned Huolinfei's thoughts and smiled lightly. Huolinfei did not respond but nodded in agreement. I was born of rules, serving at the side of the Omni King, yet I too am bound by those same rules. Unable to interfere with matters across different dimensions. However, you are different. You have transcended the laws of your world. Only you can assist our realm in restoring balance. The Grand Priest elucidated. Ah, I see. So, all this time, the Grand Priest merely appears to be all-powerful, yet in reality, is rather impotent. Huolinfei's response was characteristically unexpected. Grand Priest. Chapter 46. On the 9th day, you truly are impressive, Haki Fei. The High Priest was taken aback by the abrupt greeting from Haki Fei. For the first time since his existence, he found himself being directly scolded. However, as the Supreme Angel, second only to the Omni King, the High Priest's composure and mental fortitude were not easily shaken by Haki Fei's words. Although they did hold a kernel of truth. Are you willing to assist me, Haki Fei? The High Priest inquired with remarkable calmness. Needless to say, as long as it is for the maintenance of peace, I, Haki Fei, would never decline. As a super beast warrior, it is my duty, Haki Fei replied, echoing the High Priest's expectations. Upon receiving this satisfactory response, a smile reappeared on the High Priest's placid visage. When you have become sufficiently powerful, I shall return you to your world, where you will have the opportunity to lift the curse of eternal reincarnation that plagues your realm, the High Priest promised. That won't be necessary. Even without your intervention, I possess my own means to return to my original world in the future, Haki Fei declared, crossing his arms, exuding an aura befitting a protagonist. In response, the High Priest smiled gently, acknowledging Haki Fei as the chosen one. Despite his sharp tongue and somewhat lacking emotional intelligence, he certainly had the spirit. Then, with a slight raise of his brow, the High Priest's eyes sparkled with a radiant light. This brilliance shot forth at an unimaginable speed. As a mysterious force, transcending angelic power, entered Haki Fei's mind at that moment. As this force infiltrated him, Haki Fei distinctly sensed an addition to his thoughts. Yet he could not articulate what it was. I have left a mark upon the surface of your soul. This mark will shield you from many unnecessary troubles. I eagerly await our next meeting, Haki Fei, said the High Priest. At that instant, he began to summon an invisible force that enveloped Haki Fei's body. That sensation again. Haki Fei felt this intangible force surrounding him, fundamentally different from the angelic power that had previously enveloped him. It was deeper, more profound, and far more potent. It was entirely incomparable to Vis's angelic energy. Soon, Haki Fei sensed a transformation in his surroundings. In a mere blink, he was transported out of the Omni King's temple. As he looked around, he found himself in a vast purple plain. The air here was remarkably pure. While it could not rival the transcendent quality of the air suffused with law power in the Omni King's temple, each breath allowed Haki Fei to cast aside all distractions, relax his mind and body, and grant each cell within him a chance to rejuvenate. This environment is quite pleasant, Haki Fei mused, his gaze drawn to a towering tree at the center of the purple plain. Welcome, since the dawn of the Destruction God realm. You are the first human to arrive here, Haki Fei, came Vis's voice from behind him. Haki Fei turned to meet Vis's gaze. You two, father and son, are truly mysterious. Just as I was getting accustomed to the unfamiliarity of the Omni King's temple, I find myself in yet another new location, he remarked, unable to contain his frustration. My apologies. My father just communicated with me, allowing you to reside temporarily in the Destruction God realm, Vis explained with a smile. That's fine. I happen to feel quite tired as well. The places you gods inhabit are indeed peculiar. I wasn't this fatigued a moment ago. Yet now I can hardly keep my eyes open. Haki Fei yawned and stretched. Perhaps the untainted air of the Destruction God realm was the reason every cell in his body felt completely relaxed, which contributed to his drowsiness. Your room is ready. Please follow me, Vis said, turning to lead the way, with Haki Fei following closely behind. Time passed swiftly, and before he knew it, it was midday the next day. Haki Fei lazily arose from his bed, stretching and loosening his body. I haven't slept this comfortably in ages, he exclaimed. During this period, he had either been fighting or on his way to a battle. First, he faced the Lion King's minions in outer space, the Golden and Silver Lions. Then, he boldly confronted the 10,000-year-old Scorpion Dragon in the second parallel universe. Following that, he battled the Whale Shark King in the third parallel universe, contending with Yi Ling Yun and the entire Cloudbat Legion, and ultimately faced the King of the Underworld, who sent him into the mysterious black hole. Having barely escaped the black hole, he found himself in conflicts with Fengyao, the elderly man, 10,000 years prior, to prevent the Snow Queen and the Underworld King from perishing. Finally, he returned to his original timeline to battle the Ghost King, and just as a resolution seemed imminent, he unexpectedly arrived in the Dragon Ball world. He fought Vegeta, then Majin Buu, encountered angels, and was summoned by the High Priest. So many events transpired within just 8 days. Can you believe it? 8 days ago, he was merely an ordinary student. Now, he had become the balance maintainer favored by the High Priest. On this 9th day, who knows what might unfold? Having just awakened, Haki Fei dressed and groomed himself before strolling leisurely to an open area where he began to unleash his prowess. They responded to his thoughts, and flames enveloped him, swirling around as he warmed up with punches. The surge with each movement, creating gusts of wind that distorted the space around him. Boom, boom, boom. The scorching blazed forth like a tempest, with each of Haki Fei's actions resembling a fierce whirlwind, both ferocious and intimidating. His punches were powerful, each strike imbued with tremendous destructive potential. Having engaged in direct combat with Vegeta, his abilities had received more than just a boost. His combat skills and experience had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Is this the extent of my current strength? After a vigorous workout, Haki Fei marveled at his newfound power, nearly incredulous at its magnitude. With his strength, if he were to return to the Super Beast world, he wouldn't even need to merge with the Super Beast God. He could single-handedly take on the Ghost King, even one who had absorbed the entire Cloudbat Legion, with a single punch. To be honest, he himself was unsure just how absurdly high his peak had reached. Your punches are powerful, yet your movements are overly excessive, and your strength is leaking significantly with each strike. You are not achieving perfect cohesion. In such circumstances, your destructive power can only be maximized to 80%. Vis's voice resonated from nearby. Hearing this familiar voice once more, Haki Fei turned to meet Vis's gaze. Do you think I still have numerous shortcomings? He asked. While your strength is formidable, your inability to wield it perfectly reveals significant gaps in your techniques. Your control over your power is somewhat rusty. Vis's assessment was both objective and reflective of Haki Fei's flaws. Oh, so, in your opinion, am I full of vulnerabilities? Haki Fei raised an eyebrow. He was not fond of those who flaunted their superiority in his presence. Despite Vis's qualifications to do so, he found it irksome. Weiss did not respond verbally, merely nodding his head. Since you perceive me as riddled with flaws, Perhaps you could offer me some personal guidance. As the words fell, Huolin Fei's unique energy surged around him, propelling him forward in an instant towards Weiss. The intense energy coalesced at his fist, hurtling towards Weiss's face with great force. A sharp whoosh echoed through the air. Weiss simply tilted to the side, effortlessly evading Huolin Fei's powerful strike, appearing entirely at ease. With his first assault thwarted, Huolin Fei unleashed a barrage of relentless attacks. This time, however, his onslaught was markedly more ferocious, blending brute strength with finesse in both offense and defense. His fighting style bore a resemblance to that of Prince Vegeta, yet retained essential differences, displaying shadows of both Son Goku and Majin Buu as well. Following yesterday's events, Huolin Fei had assimilated the combat techniques of these three warriors, seamlessly integrating them into his own style. Yet, Weiss, as an angel and the son of the Grand Minister, the master of the God of Destruction, remained a formidable opponent. Despite Huolin Fei's considerable strength, he was still like a child in Weiss's presence, easily toyed with. This won't do. Your attack frequency, while rapid, is severely limited. Each strike is meticulously calculated, exposing significant vulnerabilities during your offense. A moment's carelessness could cost you your life. Weiss explained, evading Huolin Fei's attacks with grace. Upon hearing this, Huolin Fei halted his assault, lowering his gaze to his chest. Unbeknownst to him, a white orb of light had nestled itself in his heart. This orb represented the crystallized power of an angel. Had Weiss desired, he could have easily pierced Huolin Fei's heart with that very strike, extinguishing his life. The disparity in their strengths was undeniable. Despite Huolin Fei's reluctance to accept it, Weiss was indeed superior. All right, you win, Huolin Fei conceded, waving his hand in resignation. This was only the 9th day, given a bit more time to train. He was certain he could earn Weiss's respect. At that moment, Weiss's gaze towards Huolin Fei subtly shifted. Your method of attack has both advantages and disadvantages. I can see the influences of Son Goku and Vegeta in your style. Frankly, I did not anticipate that within such a short span of less than half a day, you would master their combat techniques. Your talent is the highest and most unique I have ever encountered. No wonder my father holds you in such high regard. In that instant, Weiss seemed to grasp why the Grand Minister valued Huolin Fei so deeply. This talent transcended mere prodigy. It was formidable. Of course Huolin Fei, am not merely a name without substance. Genius is merely the threshold for me, he declared, striking his iconic pose. Across the entire Dragon Ball universe, aside from Vegito, none could rival him. It remained to be seen whether Huolin Fei could break this curse. Enough of that. Lunch is ready. Come and enjoy, Weiss said with a smile, brushing off Huolin Fei's boastfulness. He noted that Huolin Fei's mentality was somewhat immature, akin to that of an impassioned youth. Yet it was precisely such fervor that enabled young individuals to create miracles beyond the imagination of seasoned warriors. Soon, under Weiss's hospitality, Huolin Fei began to partake in the food prepared for them. This was a delicacy reserved for deities, each dish a treasure sourced from various planets across the universe. At the table, Huolin Fei chewed on a purple meat steak of uncertain origin, wrinkling his brow. The texture and taste were, to put it mildly, lackluster. It felt akin to eating boiled white meat. In contrast, Weiss appeared to relish the meal. Is this what you typically eat? Huolin Fei inquired, puzzled. This is meat from the rare lantern dragon of the North Galaxy, an extinct species. I usually only indulge in it after Lord Beerus awakens. It is a delicacy, Weiss explained. Huolin Fei was further bewildered. This meat, reminiscent of boiled white flesh, was treasured by Weiss. No wonder Vegeta could win Weiss's favor with just a bowl of instant noodles in later events. What kind of food is this? If this is considered delicious, you must have suffered greatly over the years, Huolin Fei sighed, displaying a sympathetic expression. Weiss blinked in confusion. Could it be, Huolin Fei, that you know of more exquisite food? Weiss asked, intrigued. If you accompany me to Earth, you will find out, Huolin Fei replied, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. It was this very smile that ignited Weiss's curiosity. Having lived for so long, his singular passion was food, and he was eager to discover what kind of culinary delight could inspire such confidence in Huolin Fei. Wasting no time, Weiss set off. Following Huolin Fei's lead as they departed from the God of Destruction's realm, heading directly to Earth. As they traversed at superluminal speeds, Weiss and Huolin Fei became a streak of brilliant light, racing towards their destination. Meanwhile, on Earth, in the Heavenly Temple, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Bulma, Dandy, Bobo, and Piccolo were gathered. The aftermath of yesterday's fierce battle had wreaked havoc across the planet, causing varying degrees of disaster, with many lives lost in the chaos. To revive the deceased, Son Goku enlisted Bulma's help to gather the Dragon Balls anew, aiming to restore those who perished due to Babidi minions. As the incantation was recited, the 7 Dragon Balls resonated, casting the earth into an abyss of darkness. With a flash of lightning, the eternal dragon emerged from the spheres, soaring into the sky. Its vast, emerald form, fearsome claws, and the overwhelming aura of dragon might commanded respect even from weaker deities. Gatherer of the 7 Dragon Balls, state your wish. I shall grant 3 wishes, regardless of what they may be, the dragon proclaimed, delivering its iconic line. Old son, the dragon has appeared. We can make our wishes now. Piccolo urged. Yes, dragon. Due to Babidi's minions, many people lost their lives yesterday. My first wish is to revive them, Son Goku declared, gazing at the dragon soaring above. That wish is quite simple, the dragon replied, forming an OK gesture with its hand. Its eyes glimmered with a crimson light, and in an instant, an invisible wave of wish energy enveloped the planet, resurrecting all those who had perished, including Jebet, who had been effortlessly slain by the Demon King Dabra. The first wish has been granted. Please state your second wish, the dragon continued. It's my turn now, Bulma said eagerly. According to their agreement, after gathering the Dragon Balls and reviving the deceased, the remaining 2 wishes were hers to command. Dragon, for my second wish, I wish to be 5 years younger. Bulma requested. With a hum, the dragon, having received the clear command, flashed its eyes with a gleam, unleashing a wave of invisible power that made Bulma appear irresistibly youthful and charming. But why? One might wonder, did Aunt Bulma only wish to be 5 years younger? As an observer, Sun Wukong felt a sense of bewilderment. Wouldn't it be better to be a few years younger? What do you know? Being 5 years younger is just right. If one were to appear significantly younger, it would surely seem unnatural if others noticed. Bulma declared with her hands on her hips. Her expression grave. Sun Wukong, drenched in sweat, found himself at a loss for words. Beside him, Piccolo wore a grim expression, helplessly covering his face. It was truly disappointing to see the wish of the dragon wasted on such trivial matters. The second wish had been fulfilled. It was time to articulate the third wish. The dragon was eager to clock out. The third wish. Let me think. Just as Bulma pondered, a dazzling light descended with a thunderous crash, landing right before the group. As the brilliance faded, the newcomers were none other than the Angel Whis and the fiery Lin Fei. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Lin Fei. And that person from yesterday. Sun Wukong responded, it's you. Piccolo added, Lord Angel. The sudden arrival of Lin Fei and Whis shocked the 3 who had been on the battlefield yesterday. One was a formidable red-haired warrior, whose strength manifested when faced with strong opponents, while the other was the enigmatic angel who had effortlessly resurrected Sun Wukong. How had they suddenly appeared in the divine realm? Hey, Gohan, I recognize that red-haired one. He is Lin Fei from the semi-finals of yesterday's World Martial Arts Tournament. But who is that white-haired one? Bulma, astute as always, sensed that was held a significant identity and quietly inquired of Sun Wukong. Aunt Bulma, he is the one who resurrected Dad yesterday, Sun Wukong replied. Upon hearing this, Bulma's expression changed, and her demeanor became more respectful. Lin Fei, is the food on Earth truly as delectable as you claim? Whis still seemed somewhat skeptical. Rest assured, I guarantee you won't be disappointed, Lin Fei replied confidently. Meanwhile, the dragon had taken notice of their presence, particularly upon seeing Whis. Beads of sweat visibly appeared on the dragon's forehead. Lord Angel, the little dragon has encountered Lord Angel before, the dragon stammered, further astonishing everyone present. It was the first time Bulma had witnessed the dragon exhibit such a reaction. She could only imagine the high status of the tall, slender, white-haired man before her. Oh, is this the dragon summoned by the Dragon Balls created by the Namekians? Whis responded upon hearing the dragon's voice. Lord Angel, I wonder if little dragon can be of assistance to you? The dragon nervously inquired.